There's no doubt that country music is bigger than ever right now. Join me, Outback Tom, as I get you around the artists that are blazing a trail. Listen to Country Club, Sunday night at 6 on ABC Country or anytime you like on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Boy, we're going to have some fun.
The AFL in 2026 on ABC Sport.
And the siren sounds. Here we go. Listen to the roar. It is showtime.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Right to the goal line. Jamie Elliott, the man who gravity forgot.
That's why we love AFL football.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
From 45 and rides it all the way home.
An ambitious effort. Unbelievable.
The left foot is a goal. Oh, yeah.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Throws it, kicks on goal. The prancing pony.
What a goal.
He's off and running from 45 to get the party started.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
It's bouncing, it's through. Bailey Smith, he'll want the cameras on him right now.
Not camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
Spins around and buries it.
Loads up from 55. That's a monster bomb.
40 metres out, snaps towards goal. What a beautiful finish.
Bacon goes square, goes for glory.
He eyes the goals and sends it home.
100% pure footy. Every minute of every match, all season long.
Gathers, snaps, goal.
It's just football at its best.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Kick on goal, dribbles it through. What about that? Took them all on and said, I'll have some of this.
Bailey pinches his pocket and bang, bang, bang. That's the price you pay against the Premier.
Watson snaps. Oh, Watson puts it through. And the Wizard arrives precisely on time. He's built for the big stage. On his left boot, his kick is good.
AFL.
Inside 50, off a step, turns and goes bang. And snap.
And goal.
There's some bravery through the middle of the ground.
How good is that? What a goal. He wastes no time. He whacks it through for another. It doesn't have to be your night, but it can be your moment. Hands it to Charlie Cameron. He can walk it in. Show him your tail lights, Charlie.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
Runs the 50 out. What a way to finish.
On radio
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and ABC Listen.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Round 9 delivers another double dose of Friday Night Lights. My name is Quentin Hull, and of the two venues you've got to choose tonight, we're here at the Gabba in Brisbane, where the reigning Premier will look to continue its quest for a three-peat against the Carlton Football Club. The mighty Blues, not so mighty under Michael Voss in 2026. It's almost like Tony Otterbray watching Pride of Jenny. She might be in front at halfway, but what happens after that is the interesting point, boy. And didn't it all unravel spectacularly for Carlton against St Kilda last week? That 39-point defeat at the hands of the Saints, just ramping up the pressure even more on Princess Park for a team that has, as we've mentioned, been in the fight in plenty of games. Those margins look respectable, but just the nature of the capitulation is once again firmly in the focus as the Lions, well, they look to make it 3 wins in a row. They've won 5 of their last 6 and dismantled the Bombers by 64 points while all the footy world was talking about their whiteboard. They just went about business and pumped the Bombers. At selection, Dara Joyce comes back in for Brisbane with Ty Gallup out with concussion. There is still a pretty handy group of senior players out for the Lions, but they're doing the job. They're 5-3. And for the Blues, well, George Hewitt gets another chance in the top grade, having played 3 games in the VFL. 31 touches against the Saints last week, 40 against Tassie the week before, and 30 against Collingwood. There were these 3 VFL returns as far as disposals are concerned. But the best and fairest of the Blues in 2025 finally gets the favour of the coach back, and he's back into the team. Billy Wilson will continue the early stages of his career, coming in for game number 5 tonight. Matt Cottrell and Liam Reedy both dropped for this Blues team, which still only has that win over Richmond in the second week of the season to show in its W column for 2026. The other spotlight of Friday Night Lights is at the Adelaide Oval. Port Adelaide taking on the Western Bulldogs. That's going to be a pretty interesting game, with both teams close to each other on the ladder. Port 3 and 5, the Dogs 4 and 4. 4 changes at selection for the Bulldogs. Good to see Connor Butterick coming back in from a hamstring injury, but Latham Vandermeer out with a string. So 4 changes for the Dogs. Port's got Jack Watkins coming in, the midfielder, for his 7th game, with Todd Marshall dropped. So we'll keep you close. You can make your choice throughout the evening as to where you want to have your ears across the footy. Of course, both venues will keep you up to date, but ABC Listen, and we're on the AFL button. Adelaide Oval's on the AFL Extra button. That game is about 40 minutes removed from here, as in starting later. If you are listening on your analogue services, we'll get you to the final quarter or thereabouts, the back end of that Port Adelaide Western Bulldogs game, once we wrap things up here. Couldn't want for a better night for football in the Queensland capital. A little bit cool by local standards. The Queenslanders, which I must admit, even though I've lived here for 25 years, I still don't really rate myself as a Queenslander when it comes to my clothing choices. They very quickly get the coats out. It's a coolish night. Michael Price, welcome to you. Have you got a second layer?
I've got a puff.
You are. Well, you're a bit like me. You started the early part of your life in cooler climes.
Yes, just a drop punt up the road from Princess Park, is to be honest. But yeah, as soon as it gets to about this temperature, that's when the puffer jackets come out. You'd be laying about in Bay 13 at the MCG with a T-shirt on.
What about you, Jason Ackermanis? You are a through and through Queenslander, aren't you?
Mm-hmm. I certainly am. Hello to you there, Q, and Pricey. And you just forget just how soft Brisbane people are.
That's what I was trying to say, but of course you've just come straight out with it.
I see at my house there's a big running track, and of course I see them out this morning and they've got all the layers, and I'm like, it's only 9. Now, if you've lived in Melbourne, or as I have in Albury, that is staggeringly cold this time of year. It'd be under 3 degrees. You've got gloves on, beanies. They have no idea what cold is. But that said, good to see them. There's a couple in front of us here with the puffer jackets. None of them are any of my family members, can I say. They're a little bit tougher than that. When it gets to 20 is when I'm thinking jacket. When I'm getting to 15, I might take off my shorts and put something other than shorts on. I should just finish that sentence.
And what about you, Matthew Primus? It's an interesting introduction tonight. Great to have you on board. How are you?
Puffer jackets should be banned in Queensland. It's, Victorian and living a lot of my life in South Australia, it is ridiculous. Once the mercury drops a little bit and the westerlies come in here, the Queenslanders rug up big time.
We do.
In a moment, we are going to relive the closing stages of what was a terrific game of football. And last night in Perth, I think those of us that respect the broader footy landscape just know how good Fremantle are. But at the same time, we know that the narrative sometimes is hard to get into the front line of everyone's minds if you're playing football outside of Victoria. Let's be honest, that's the way that it's worked for years. You know it from being in Adelaide. Matt, you know it, Acker, from being here in Brisbane. So, you know, the performance of the Dockers last night has everyone on notice, and it was just such a great scene. We'll relive that in just a moment. But as far as tonight, you've got Brisbane just starting to get out of third gear, and we know that their top level is very good. Carlton can only, so it seems, go for half a game. Do we get something different tonight? What are you thinking? Jace, we'll start with you.
Well, I saw them play a great game a couple of weeks ago. I think it was against Freo. They played amazing, and they played 4 quarters.
The Blues, yeah.
And they didn't win, Carlton, but they played. Their defence was amazing. Now, Essendon had this problem many weeks back and started to step it up. You could see on the vision. I mean, we only see this little bit in our screens, but of course tonight we get to see the whole ground, so we'll definitely see that. That said, a half a footy, there's something that is in their mind that is just not clicking. Vossi has said, hey, we're doing a game plan fine, which tells me that he's saying the players are not putting up their end of the bargain. They've got talent, they've got more speed, they've got everything else they need as far as attacking options. They can match it more than I think most can think about when you think about what they could do at Freo over there. Here in Brisbane, Vossi being superstar, he's got a bloody oval named after him. If any game that you'd want him and he wants to win it, he'd love it to be this one.
So, Matt, we get to be here tonight, and you're a current senior coach at Southport in the VFL, have been a senior coach in the AFL at Port Adelaide. I think what I'll be asking you throughout this game tonight...
Ruckman? What about Ruckman? There's superstar Ruckman.
Yeah, that too, all Australian. We're going to be looking at, and it's never, what's the main recipe in a fruitcake? There's lots, isn't there? So footy fans are working out, okay, are they not fit? Is it Vossi's game plan? Is it, the fact that their ball movement's not good enough? Or is it just above the shoulders? That's part of, I think, the continued narrative around the Blues. And to come to the two-time Premier's house, maybe a way to really get an acid test of it.
Absolutely. It's you're right. The mental side of it must be, because last year they were poor in second halves, and it continued straight on this year with all that knowledge of last year, work on it over pre-season, and it just hasn't continued. They've been in front 53% of the time this year of games, which is unreal, and they've won 1-7.
One game.
And for me, it's never one thing, but their effort, they've been in every game. As Aka mentioned, lost to Freo by 7 or 10 points. They're losing by 20 points is their average margin until the Saints on the last week, when the effort looked like it went out of them. It was 1 goal to 7 goals in the second half, and it looked like the intent and listening and understanding each other and working for each other, which happens. Aka, you've played in great teams, but you've also played in average teams. When that happens and you're not getting scoreboard nourishment and winning and singing your song, when the effort goes, that's when it gets scary. And last week it looked like that. There's obviously been a huge amount of media stuff going on over the last month, like the Holland stuff, Vossi's job. Last week there was a lot of stuff going on, and how they handle this week coming to, we saw Brisbane play last week, and they had fire breathing out of their mouths, weren't they? They were up for a battle and ready to get going. And imagine if they get up on top of them early, and Carlton aren't in the game early. It's the mindset, how Vossi's dealt with this week, would be really interesting to see. And if they don't get going, I think it could be a real difficult night.
So Matt Primus and Jason Ackermanis are your experts throughout the evening. As ever, you're a huge part of the broadcast. The way to get in touch with us is via the SMS. 0437 774 774 is the number. Please send us your name and where you're texting from. 0437 774 774. There are no late changes here. Now, well, I'll give you away, Matt, because
we had the benches.
You told me that you went to bed halfway through the last quarter last night.
I was. Yeah,
quarter time ago.
Big day yesterday, early morning.
You gave up the Dockers? You thought they were gone?
I just thought Hawthorn looked too dynamic, especially their midfield and forward line. I just thought, if they've anything, Freo got a great defence, but Pearce, Ryan and Cox, I think, just look a bit too big. That was just against the real good teams, and Gunston and the Wizard and a few others looked like they were just too dynamic for them. But then I woke up this morning and checked it before going for a run and thought, wow, they kicked 5 goals to none and won the game. So, full credit to Fremantle. That's a great win.
Did you watch it, Jace?
No, I went to bed because I was tired.
Okay,
mainly because they're boring, and I love watching them.
That's what you was after.
That's exactly what I was after. It was anything but boring. We've got Mitch Turner, who was on the call last night. He's in the studio tonight, and he said, and he's been to that venue a lot.
Yep.
He said it's the loudest he's heard Perth Stadium, and just the atmosphere. And I think the narrative for what's playing out this season, it was such a big 15 minutes of football that if you missed it, it's worth hearing again. And we start with the moment where Jack Gunston seemingly put Hawthorn out of reach, only for the purple haze to descend.
Jack Gunston for goal number 6. Half a dozen for Jack. And Hawthorn extend the margin.
Bolton gathered, spun, got tackled, somehow got a hand pass out. That was intriguing. Came down to Tracy. Tracy finishes. It keeps the Dockers in this game.
Low kick up towards left-half forward. Jackson knocks it to his advantage. Handball over the top to Patrick Ross. Dockers have got the numbers. Goes inboard to Frederick. Snap on goal. The Purple Haze are roaring. The fans are in a frenzy. Frederick's second goal brings the Dockers back within 4 points. 21 minutes played in the final term.
It's Morphy time. Meek won the tap, but it's stolen away by Jackson. Immediately kicks towards full forward. Coming out Young, couldn't mark. Here's Tracy. Tries to take on 3. Got a hand pass away. Amos puts Fremantle in front. Ty Amos with his third. You wouldn't believe it. They're up by 2, the Dockers.
Frederick, brilliant this last quarter from Michael Frederick. Spins around, kicks into the path of Johnson. 60 metres out, has a target inside 50. Young on the lead, can't mark. Pushed in the back. Free kick on the slightest of angles. Comes in. And the Fremantle fans erupt. They've been questioned whether they're a genuine contender, the Fremantle Dockers. And tonight, they answer that question emphatically. They've plucked a feather from the Hawks and put it in their cap. The Dockers beat the Hawks by 15 points.
So 19 points was the lead for Hawthorn when Jack Gunston kicked his 6th goal. By the way, that foot injury doesn't look too serious. Tom Barras with his hamstring. We wait to see just how much more footy he'll miss, having missed basically the second half last night. News coming through that a low-grade knee injury for Alex Pearce for the Dockers. So I don't think it's long-term, but it's potentially a week or 2 for the Dockers skipper. But Aka, we've sat here and you've been a bit critical, as many have been, that you reckon the Dockers are boring. That wasn't boring. That sounded awesome.
That is football at its best. You could hear it through the microphone. I don't know how the caller just didn't get it even more elevated, because the noise coming off the microphone and into your ears as a caller is one thing, but when it's that hyped up, it's just great. Actually, forgetting that they're boring, forgetting that they're always everyone's talking about sacking their coach and all this rubbish. But when you play in that scenario where your team's on top and you are coming and you get on a roll and just the momentum, there is nothing like that on the planet. And us that were lucky enough to go through it, there's not a day goes by that we wouldn't wish that we could do it again. And it's fantastic, and I'm glad they won. And for one quarter, they were exciting. It's a shame I missed it.
Oh, absolutely. And that stadium, have you been there, Q?
No, I still haven't been to the new stadium in Perth.
It is amazing. Like, it's 10 metres up, and it feels like you're in a cage environment, and the fans are right on top of you. It is amazing, and you could pick that up through that call, couldn't you? The crowd and the roar. And
so I think what we then ask is that here is this building team under Justin Longmuir, who got to a final and got beaten in a home final last year. Is this the continuing evolution of a team? We shouldn't be surprised. Freo have been a great last quarter team of recent times,
and the way they're building, and history says it takes a couple of years to get in the finals and have a loss and a bit of pain, and then build again, and all they're doing is adding layers of experience and talent into their squad. And they are, and Perth is the most difficult place to go up here too. One of the most difficult places to go and try and win.
And you guys would have played in games where you win one when you think, we're in a hole against a really good team, but we got out of it. And not like for like, but just, hearing the callers. I was driving home from other commitments last night and hearing that sound, and then watching back the replay, it made me go back to almost that Lions-Geelong game here, 2019, when you have a big win at home against a highly rated opponent. That's almost the next step that permeates the playing group. It's not like for like, but I just had that feeling, having obviously that day that Link McCarthy took the mark here against Geelong, and then they make the finals for the first time. Not like for like, because of course Freo did make the finals last year. Yep. But you know what I'm saying? Did you guys have moments like that when Port were getting ever closer and the Lions will echo? You know, the Bombers bled, you killed them, and won 16 in a row to win the flag.
Yeah, that was a game of games, and that turned. But we turned 2 weeks before against Carlton down there where they whooped us. And we worked out we needed role players. But you still need the evidence. They're getting the evidence. Oh, they're a good team and they're hard to beat. They are dynamic. They got these guys that can, their foot skills and the way they take the game on, it is unbelievably good to watch. They'll go outside, inside, through the corridor. They get one-on-one. What about Ginnivan's kicks were out? And all you had to do was just, he kicked it where he wanted the forward to go. They are a very good team, and that is a good win. And you need them. You just have to have them.
It's a bit on the flip side. I was reading this morning, I saw the video of Sam Mitchell talking to the Hawks players straight after the game for 20 minutes, and apparently he dissected the last 10 minutes, and so because on the flip side he knew if they could go and beat Fremantle over there, how much that belief would give them. We've gone over to Perth and beaten one of the premiership fancies, and he was on the other side of the coin flip last night.
Yes. So just thought we'd take a moment or two to reflect on that result last night, because I think it is one that was a definitive chapter in the story of the fight for the 2026 flag.
They all get forgotten in a couple of weeks, of course. Yeah. But for the players and the guys that are playing, they mean everything.
Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Quentin Hull and Michael Price to call Brisbane and Carlton. Jason Ackermanis and Matt Primus are your experts. You can get in touch on 0437 774 774. No changes here. We haven't got the team news yet from Port, and the Dogs will bring it to you when it comes to hand. On our way to our first guest, just a text from Pete in Ballarat who says, "G'day all, it didn't make the difference last night. Freo played, it didn't make the difference last night. Freo played well late and the Hawks' injuries caught up with them. But something must be done about players throwing the ball. For heaven's sake, there were 4 umpires. You cannot tell me they're unsighted. And Shea Bolton didn't give a legal hand pass once last night. Some sides, brackets there are several, that just blatantly throw the ball more than handball it." Pete, thank you. I don't think it was the winning and the losing of the game last night, because a lot of teams are doing it, but I cracked it last Sunday night when we were calling the Giants Suns. If they're gonna have an edict about anything, how about one of the cornerstones of Australian football?
Yeah, well, they got...
Ye shall not throw football.
Who did they get? Was it Blakey last week? So quick, and it was a handball. You can see in the replay. But the umpire, it looked like an amazing throw. It did. So how do you feel for the umpires? He's missing one that was clearly a handball, only on replay, and yet they'll miss another 10. Unfortunately, the guys are just so quick, and the handballs are so short and so fast. I reckon they get dizzy. The umpire's looking at it.
Let's get down to the general manager of footy for the Brisbane Lions, because Danny Daly's taken a moment or two to put the headset on at the top of the Lions race ahead of this game against the Blues. Danny, always nice to have a catch-up with you on ABC Sports. So, been a pretty interesting week, but you're back at home and you're expected to win. How's the build-up been?
Yeah, good evening, lads. I've enjoyed listening to the last 3 minutes of that conversation.
Anything you want to add about the game in the West last night?
Well, I thought it was a terrific game of footy, to be fair. And, Freo, obviously, as you said, came from behind and, got the ball in their front half and won clearance and were able to dominate it. But I thought the crowd were unbelievable. And I think it's the Wharfie chant, isn't it? They got going now.
Wharfie time.
Wharfie time, that's it. And I'm sure that helped them enormously in the last 15 minutes of the game. But, yeah, it was a good game of footy.
Ain't got nothing on country roads. I mean, we could get a few of that tonight, could we?
I hope you hear it a lot.
They had some good songs, can I say, the Fremantle boys. I don't know if you heard them. I was very happy with them.
So, I mean, you always pay respect to your opponent, but this is an interesting one when you're trying to work out the difference between when Carlton provides a challenge and when you've got on top of them. From the video that you've done on your opposition, what can you tell us about, what you're hoping to see in the dynamics of how to get on top for your guys tonight?
Yeah, it's a good question. There's a few things about the Blues. And we know they've only won 1 win, and I think everyone realises that they've had really good first halves in games. I think they've won 6 of their 8. But, we put their magnets up during the week, and they're quite an experienced team still, They've got some really good players out there. So we need to make sure that we don't take it easy coming into this game, and they're very good at clearances and scoring from clearances, especially centre bounces. And their contested balls are really good when they're going well. So that's an area of the game where we've got to make sure our boys are on as soon as they run out and the siren goes. One one of the biggest things for us is the pressure. When we're on pressure-wise in the first quarter, we're generally up and about in the game, and we wear opposition teams down. So that's going to be the big focus for us early in the game, the contest and our pressure.
Yeah. Can I ask a broader question, Danny, about managing your squad? Because it's very deep and you do have a few injuries at the moment. I'm just wondering, where are the holes? What are the areas that Fags and the coaches are working on, without giving away too many secrets? But look, you've got some solutions waiting, but we sort of like little things like Link McCarthy playing a run with roll a couple of weeks ago. What are the things that you're trying to even expand your footy IQ about this group even further?
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things for us is, as you said, obviously we feel like we've got great depth and a good list, and you want to give every player an opportunity to be able to, play the game at the highest level. And for someone, if we're talking about Link McCarthy, it's, we know what he can do in the forward line, and our forward line's been pretty set in terms of our structure and the plays there over the last couple of years that he's missed. So he did a lot of training over the pre-season in the half-back role, and, when Zorks was out a couple of weeks ago, we thought, all right, here we go. Like, he's had the opportunity to train there. Let's see how he goes back there. And he did really well. So, we're pretty big on making sure our players have got a second role or second type of strength that we can go to if we need to. Because unfortunately in footy there's a lot of injuries and every side go through them. So the ability to be able to know that we can plug a hole with whoever it is really important for us in our our year and hoping to get success again.
DD, it's Acker. I've got to ask a big fella now, what have you done this week with the whiteboard? Has it just been looked after a little bit more and no one's allowed in that area? Because we back in when we played, we would talk about every player of the opposition if we knew anything about them. We'd always be discussing their strengths and weaknesses. Obviously, this is something that happened, but it's not unusual in footy, but it's really crazy week that it actually got out.
I've never looked at the whiteboard as much as I've looked at the whiteboard this week. I've got to tell you that right now. It sits out the front of my office, and I'll make sure it hasn't been facing towards the cage at any stage. I actually thought about sleeping there a couple of nights when I knew there was some stuff going on in the cage. But, look, it was one of those things that, unfortunately it got out, but it did. And, as you said, most clubs use them. There's obviously the one around Bronte being used for Jackson Pryor, and
that's a bit of fun.
It is, and Jackson's one of our ex-players who we all love, and but anyway, you live and you learn. And I've got to say, I've been asking for 18 months to get some one-way mirror out to that cage. That's finally happened, so some good's come out of it.
I will ask you this though, Danny. I mean, you are the hunted on the field because you've won the last 2 flags, but with that territory comes the any type of area to hunt you off field comes into it too. So who keeps that all managed?
I think between myself and Fags, we've got a pretty close bond and a pretty good relationship, and we both have been around for a long period of time, and we understand that with success comes opportunity for the outside world to sort of go after you, which is part of sport, and it's what happens. So our job as the coach and the footy manager is to keep making sure our players and our staff don't believe what they're hearing out there. I mean, even if some of it's true or whatever, we've got to keep our culture intact within the footy club. Keep remaining humble, keep enjoying ourselves when we get to work, and myself and Faze look after all that.
I know you've got to get back into the rooms. Just one quick one before you go. You've got a few injured players, but I think that the undetermined recovery line is around Noah Answorth and his concussion.
Yep.
He's had a bit of trouble with that in the past, and what's this, a couple of weeks out now? Where's he up to?
Yeah, so Noah's he's feeling really good, and he's back running and doing a bit of training and drills, but we've got a duty of care to make sure that we make sure he's 110% before he comes back. He's been seeing some neurosurgeons and doing all types of tests just to make sure that there's no effects longer term. Right now he's in a good position, but I would probably say he won't play for another probably 3 weeks at least. We've just got to make sure, as I said, he's 110%. and we're not putting him out on the field when he shouldn't be going out on the field.
Yeah, well, our best wishes to him because it's certainly been an issue for him, and we hope it doesn't prevent him from playing too much more footy. Good luck tonight, Danny. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, guys. You have a good night, eh?
Yeah, we'll try.
Didn't even ask about set shots. Bloody hell.
What do you want to know about set shots, mate?
Well,
I'm down there.
Danny,
I'm down there Thursday. Oh, we got the news.
I've got a network junction that I have to come do in 40 seconds, Jason. You want to give Danny a quick 20-second set shot?
No, he knows. He knows I'm down there. I'll try and find him on a Thursday when he's actually at work and not looking at the whiteboard.
You know you're welcome anytime, mate.
I'm always there Thursday, but anyway, I'll come and chat to you about your set shot.
I look forward to it.
Yes.
Good. I feel like I've curtailed something there which could have been very interesting because we do we have network commitments, Jason.
That's fine.
This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport at the Gabba. Brisbane and Carlton playing here, and it's Port Adelaide and the Western Bulldogs playing at the Adelaide Oval. It's twice as nice for Friday night lights in round 9.
AFL. On ABC Sport, you're listening to the 2026 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio,
Sport Digital,
and ABC Listen.
If you've just joined us at the Gabba, welcome along. Quentin Hull and Michael Price to call the action. Your experts tonight are Matt Primus and Jason Ackermanis. Jess Stewart will be on the boundary, and we are bringing you the Blues trip to the Gabba to take on the Lions. Carlton with just the one win for the season, and last week St Kilda surging past them in an embarrassing third quarter blitz that succumbed the boys at Princes Park to their 7th defeat of the year. And, well, the two-time reigning champs, they've won 5 of their last 6. Their only blip of recent times was a 2-point defeat at the hands of Melbourne at the MCG. But last time they were here, they beat Adelaide by 52 points. Last week, it was a 64-point win over Essendon at Docklands. So everything humming for the Lions, who welcome back Darragh Joyce into the team tonight due to Ty Gallup being out with the concussion protocols. So a man who was twice grand final emergency, Darragh Joyce, again filling in the back line tonight. And for the Blues, George Hewitt, the best and fairest winner of last year, has had 3 weeks of penance in the VFL, but returns tonight with Matt Cottrell and Liam Reedy omitted. We've got a bit of a different guest coming up in just a moment, but Pricey, I reckon there is an absolute squish-a-thon going out on Stanley Street and Vulture Street at the moment.
Oh, there is.
It's half an hour to opening ball up, and there's not many people in the ground, but we're going to be pretty packed tonight.
Oh, we're going to have a full house, but the thrill ride that is the M1 and the entrance onto it, which is the Riverside Drive here, is absolutely chockers. So peeling off towards the Gabba as you go left, if you've been around the traps here, it's very difficult conveyance at the moment. So hopefully everybody will get in before the game starts, because let's face it, I think that's going to be where the excitement is at the very beginning of the game, and see where Carlton come up to.
There's excitement when I had some road rage with some Lions fan. I said, mate, I got right away here, mate. Just let me in. And then you could just see him. And then he's gone, is that Acker?
You say, you didn't have to pull the don't you know who I am.
Well, it's so embarrassing, because then I realised my number plates have everything on it. They can tell it's my bloody car. What an idiot.
What about you, Matt? Did you have anything like that on your way in?
No dramas at all. The M1 was great. 2 lights straight into Gate 7 into the car park at the school.
Oh, no, you got the best run. Your run is easier than us coming from the north side, let me tell you. You get two lights.
The SMS is up and running, 0437 774 774. Thank you to Laurel in Rushworth, who texts, hello team, another great weekend ahead with my favourite team. Good calling, thank you. Grant in Hobart, g'day Grant, he's a regular texter. He's a Blues man
That's
too.
Grant. That's Grant, not Grant. Just saying, you're in Queensland now. 25 years feeding him. Now,
G'day Q, he says. Hoping to enjoy Carlton playing tonight. Well done to Freo last night, and a great call from Clint and the crew. Yeah, great sounds coming out of Perth last night. Sean in Geelong, he says, hi team, I'm not a Carlton fan, but I'm thinking there's just so much wrong with Carlton. Punting Voss is the wrong decision. Fix the building blocks and give him half a chance. Would appreciate your thoughts. Thank you, Sean. And we will get to the Matt Primus about that in a moment. He's been a man that has walked that walk. G'day boys, it's Phil in Victoria, listening, looking forward to the call. Michael Price, Princess Park. Are you a blues man too?
Yep, they both are. Can I just say, all the listeners out there, I'm going to tell you something. Tonight is the only night that these two great callers that they are turn into village idiots and biasness. They are Carlton men, and let me tell you, they will get more frustrated at crap footy from their team than any other round or any other game. Me and Matty, we're
haven't they? Like that's on a hot tin roof.
No, Jason. I stand with pride by my call of Daniel Bradshaw's goal here in the 2009 elimination final. I've called Carlton getting beaten in more finals than I reckon anyone else for ABC Sport.
He remembers them too, Q, doesn't he?
But I actually called that Bradshaw goal in the final for a different network, and yes, I was as excited as anybody, Acker.
Yes,
I cried inside, but I was
That is
excited.
how professional you guys are.
Professionalism is not in question.
For the listeners, just so you know,
if you happen to hear our hearts breaking inside during the call, maybe that's happening.
Right.
But during the call, we'll be very professional. Hey, let's get down to someone who doesn't mind getting to a Gabba night when she's not travelling the world as one of the best cricketers. I speak of former Belinda Clark medal winner and someone who's getting ready to go with the Australians to England for the upcoming T20 World Cup. Bethany Mooney joins you, leaning over the fence out front of the Queensland Cricketers Club. How are you, Beth?
Well, you full named me, so I'm just checking if I'm in trouble. That doesn't normally happen on live air, so thanks for having me, guys. It's stoked to be here.
Look, you obviously have just had time at the Women's Premier League in India, and then you go off to England either for 100 or World Cup this year. So how often do you get to the Gabba? Because I know that you're a bit of a Lions fan.
Not as often as I'd like, but thankfully the QC club look after me and let me bring a few mates and family in, so it's always a good night down here, and the Lions have been playing pretty well, so hopefully see them get the win over Carlton.
And look, from the West Indies in national colours to Women's Premier League in India, how long have you sort of been at home before we start to really get serious about trying to get this World Cup trophy back?
Yeah, so we finished up our long season sort of very early on in April, and there was a bit of a stopover in New York, which was a lot of fun. And since then we've had 3 weeks off and been back into it this week with a camp up here in Brisbane next week. So things are moving pretty fast, and we're getting on the plane in a couple of weeks to hopefully, as you said, win back a T20 World Cup title. But it'll be a serious challenge for us, just like any World Cup tournament. But one we're looking forward to, and it'll be really nice to get the girls back together this weekend, and then throughout the week to put our heads together and work on a plan to make sure that happens.
Can I ask, it's Acker here, I'm looking at you through Q's massive head binoculars. You're wearing a bear scarf. Are you thinking about upgrading that at some stage?
Absolutely not.
They sold all the retro stuff last year, remember?
Oh, did they?
It's authentic. I mean, I'm obviously jumped on the bandwagon, but I wear this so people think I'm an authentic fan.
So this World Cup for Australia gets underway in Manchester on June the 13th. So that's your first game of the tournament. South Africa, Bangladesh, the Netherlands, Pakistan and India in the Aussies group. The other teams are, of course, England, New Zealand, the reigning champions, Ireland, West Indies, Sri Lanka and Scotland. So I think every World Cup's a big World Cup, but there is just something, Beth, may I say, if there is a World Cup where the final is at Lord's, Sunday, July 5.
Wow.
Yes. Gee, wouldn't it be nice to get to that?
Yeah, it'd be huge. I think everyone's got their eye on that Sunday the 5th of July at Lord's. Notoriously, T20 World Cups are pretty difficult to win. I know we've perhaps made it look pretty easy in the past, but we're in a pretty tough pool, obviously with India and South Africa in there. So our last game is against India at Lord's before the semi-finals, so we're going to have to play some really good cricket and probably have a little bit of luck along the way as well to get to those semi-finals, but I'm sure we've got the talent and the depth and the skill set and smarts within whatever squad they pick to really have a red-hot crack at that.
So Beth Mooney, you're hearing from. She's leaning over the fence not far from the Queensland Cricketers Club, which is in that forward pocket down.
Acker's pocket.
It is. It's basically
right there.
It's Acker's
only one
pocket. I know you've got friends up there, and I'm going to ask one last cricket question before we'll ask you a bit of footy question. Obviously, part of the question going ahead for this cricket team is a new skipper, and Sophie Molyneux, who's had a few injuries herself. So how are things going in that regard? It's been such a solid leadership group from Meg Lanning's transition into Elisa Healy. It was a bit up and down with Soph during the domestic summer here. So how are things settling?
Yeah, amazingly. She's doing an unreal job for us. I think, you look at someone like Soph and people just want to follow her and support her. And I think she's got a really good read of the group, a really good read of where everyone's at individually and collectively, and just a great human. So we're really excited about the direction that the team's going to go in the next little period. And obviously we've got some huge challenges ahead, but I think Soph's the perfect person to lead this Australian team and really be a great conduit between the senior players and the junior players in making sure that we all feel valued and have a role to play. So, really excited to see Soph and what she can do in that leadership space. And she'll certainly have plenty of help along the way as well from Ash Gardner and Talia McGrath. So it's a great time to be involved in the Australian cricket team. I think, I'm obviously a bit of an older player in that group now, but certainly feel really rejuvenated after a bit of a break and excited about what's to come.
And as much as the footy takes us through the winter, there's nothing like just being able to turn on the sounds of cricket from England during the winter. And of course, ABC Listen, your home of that T20 World Cup, Australia's first game, June the 13th. So a lot of late night / early mornings listening to the cricket.
But does Beth know how to actually cheer at the Aussie Rules games? Has she learned it? She's here. She says it.
Well, she's an original Victorian as well, as much as we claim her here in Queensland, and they claim you in Perth as well. So
you can't help where you're born.
That's right.
Do you know how do you get along when you go to these games? You know you've got to yell out ball, you've got to yell out to the umpire. You're with all that?
Oh, no. I don't. I sort of have to sit by myself a little bit because I think the people I bring in here get a little bit embarrassed by my fanfare of the game.
Yes.
And I guess the umpiring and
So, okay, Lions favourite?
Oh, they have to be. I think obviously they.
No. Favourite player.
Who's your Lions favourite? Sorry, Lions favourite? Question mark.
Yes.
I do like the Ashcroft boys. I think they're doing a great job.
It's the blonde hair.
For the Lions. Charlie Cameron, when he kicks them straight, is pretty good too.
The songs are good.
The songs are always good. Lockie Neal's a bit of a weapon, bit like a fine wine, so he's awesome to watch when he's flying. So they've got a great core group of players with the Lions now, and it's really exciting as a fan of the game and as a fan of sport to see how they've evolved their club over the years and evolved their culture and created a winning culture with a lot of respect as well along the way. So, hopefully they get the win tonight.
And the game day experience for you, is it sort of a meal at the club, or have you already had your meal and now you're just sort of enjoying a refreshment or two while you're watching the footy?
No meal yet. Hopefully I'll find something up there or someone's bought me something. We'll see.
You need a pie.
Yeah. And maybe, a couple of beers and see where the night takes us. But, it's nice to switch off and come be a fan of a different sport.
Yeah, and great to hear from you. Beth, thanks for stopping by to say good day, and we will keep a really close eye on that campaign. Of course, Australia a shock loss in the semi-finals to South Africa in that last T20 World Cup in the United Arab Emirates, and then New Zealand beat South Africa in the final, but England hosting, and that's going to be a huge tournament. Good luck, enjoy the footy. Thanks for stopping by.
Awesome, thanks Q, thanks for having me, guys.
Not a problem. Absolute star.
Oh yes.
Beth Mooney.
Another one.
I happen to, we have a couple of mutual friends.
Who's that, you and Beth?
Yes.
What are you trying to say?
Well, while we're here at the Gabba, the daughter of former Ashes tourist and New South Wales and Queensland keeper Ray Phillips, his oldest daughter, Kate,
yes,
is very good friends with Beth. And Kate is very heavily involved in sport as the CEO of Queensland Netball and as a board member of the Brisbane Racing Club.
Ooh.
Wow.
So
That's a good
I know
Is that Aaron?
See, and you think I'm not professional at Carlton, and all that. I know exactly what she's getting up to. Yeah, I ask the questions very professionally without just blurting it out. I know what you're doing tonight, Beth.
It's going to be interesting to see how they select that Australian squad too. I mean, whether they, being a cricket nuffy myself as well, whether they pick a backup keeper for Beth as well, because they haven't done that the last couple of T20 tournaments. And I mean, she's the strongest horses, but. Well, we'll see. It's a long tournament. That's all I'm saying. Phoebe Litchfield might be a goer.
Yeah. We don't. Well, yeah. You just back Beth in, I say.
Oh, back her in. She's a brilliant.
If you're tuning in at the Gabba and thinking, hold on, I thought it was a footy night, not a cricket night. You are right. There are no late changes for Brisbane versus Carlton. And, of course, tonight as well, Port Adelaide taking on the Western Bulldogs. Your thoughts continue to be welcome on 0437 774 774. Matt in Canberra text, send the Blues back to the VFL for a bit to sort it out, and then we'll have even numbers when Tassie enter.
Ooh, harsh. Take that. That's what happens when you lose like Carlton at the moment. What are they saying about West Coast, or what are they saying about Richmond? It's such a hard thing when you're a coach. I wrote an article about it. If you haven't seen it, it's in Zero Digital. But I said, just think about it for a second. Why sacking coaches? Look at the past. They were always going to do it. They had him lined up. You had Dimmer, Damien Hardwick. You had Nathan Buckley. Both went on. Bucks got in the grand final, unlucky not to win the next year. Hardwick won 3. Sometimes you've just got to understand that coaching is hard. There's so much to it that people don't understand. Everywhere, you're the middle point. Now, where the players aren't playing that well, guess what? It's a player's game. The players is what makes Lee Matthews win premierships. As much as Lee's awesome, we still have to do it. Matty had to win his bloody game to beat us in the 2004 grand final. There's only one way to do it, and for Vossi just to get rid of him, it's such a short-sighted, it's just a lazy way of getting rid of coaches. So there's the collective of the way that the club needs to handle it, Jason, and we know with Graham Wright coming into Carlton that there are changes afoot at Princess Park, because 1995 is a long time ago, and the Blues haven't been in a grand final since 1999. It's not Wrighty's fault.
But I just want to get to the lived experience, Matt, because you went through it yourself. In your second year at Port Adelaide, you had your option for a third year to coach at Port. But the noises around the outside, and I just wanted for you to give us a little bit of your experience of how you felt as a coach that seemed to be dead man walking. What's it like to live that, and what goes through your mind?
Look, it's not great, obviously, to live that. It's probably a little bit different. I think Vossi's a lot more experienced than I was when I was sitting in the coach's box. But it's you're trying to coach your players and build relationships, and then there's so much outside noise, and today's outside noise was a lot more than when I was coaching 12 years ago. So to be able to keep that away and keep them focused on whatever your plan was at the start of the year, a certain amount of gains or experience or whatever their goal was, and then they've had all these different things come at them. So once you feel like, or once that starts to go out the window and you realise their concentration isn't on the game, or you're not able to coach the best out of them, and that's what happened to me. I just wasn't able to coach, and we had some really bad losses, and Vossi hasn't had them yet apart from last week this year. When they build up, and if you've been around footy long enough, whether you guys watching it or have played it, when you've been around long enough and the results aren't going your way, something's coming. And he went through it last year, though. They went through, did the big analysis, got rid of all the fitness staff, all his assistant coaches, kept him and put everyone else in charge, and now virtually what happened last year is repeating itself exactly again, and that's where the conundrum is for them what to do, by the sounds of it.
And here come the Blues out
the banner,
playing in their traditional strip with the white shorts tonight. So not in the away white, in the regular navy blue with the white shorts. I think the question that people are interested in, Matt, because you went all the way to 4 weeks before,
something like that,
at the end of the season, and what was the straw that broke the camel's back for you when you thought, well, whether I get appointed or not, it's better for me to not be here now. And that's, whether or not Michael even thinks that, but that's the question that will get louder if the Blues don't start to turn this around. When will Michael Voss think, we're going backwards further with me here, so it's time for me to move on?
Yeah, you never actually quit yourself, but we had a bad loss against the Giants, and the drums were beating very loudly, and then I got the tap on the shoulder to say, hey, nothing's going to happen next year. And then it was like, well, what was the use of being there for the next 4 weeks, giving them all the plays, fresh air and all those sorts of things. And that was towards the end of the year. This is round 8,
yeah,
or whatever it is,
round 9.
Round 9 now, and it's and he's asking those questions. And unfortunately for Vossi, those questions were getting asked. What happens if they lose to Richmond in round 1? That's a bloody long year, and to be able to push all those people away trying to get inside your club, and then it feels like people are starting to tear it apart, and it's fragmenting a little bit over the last couple of weeks. The Holland stuff that happened 3 weeks ago, last week when they played Saints, and then a couple of their past players, and they played well. It feels like people are really pulling them apart and starting to get involved in the fabric of the club.
Now your experience many years on, I think I know the answer is yes, but the difference that you would be handling this now as it was back then, what would be the difference in you, knowing that what you have to do as a coach to just keep your job? Not that it's about you, but it's about what would I have done differently?
Yeah, well, in the end, your key centres of influence, so your CEO, your football manager, a couple of people on your board, and those people, and your leadership group, you've got to be really firm. Okay, this is what our outcome wants to be, this is what we want to achieve, and this is how we're going to do it, and continually having open communication and talking about that, which it seems as if that's been, but eventually the question is going to come, well, this season's not good enough. They're 1-7. When they're 1-10, 1-11, what do you say to that? You just don't have any answers apart from, hey, we've got to go somewhere else.
Yeah, the lines are coming out now. I love that what they used to do, though, they actually started in my era. You won't remember this, Matty, but they had these fireworks. They stunk like I cannot even say the word on ABC. And the heat coming off those suckers I've nearly melted my hair.
There's a bit in your hair.
There was enough chemicals. Your hair should have had caution flammable on it.
Guy run out with the fire extinguisher.
Not just my personality could be flammable.
So let's do the footy as the Blues warm up. Quentin Hull and Michael Price to call with Matt Primus and Jason Ackermanis, of course. Put and the Doggies playing tonight as well. We'll keep you across that. That game's about 40 minutes after this one. But the preview, and gentlemen, which areas of the football are really going to be the winning and the losing of the game?
Well, the biggest thing is we heard Danny Daly talk about their pressure and how they just wear teams down, and we saw that firsthand last week against Adelaide. Adelaide put up a fight for a quarter and a half and then just couldn't maintain the rage like Brisbane could. Carlton last week.
2 weeks ago, that was.
2 weeks ago, sorry. Yeah. Carlton last week had their lowest pressure in the last 4 years. So, but then, so Vossi's going to ask him for that effort again. Is that effort early on? Because if it's not Brisbane, the way they're scoring, the way they're owning the ball, the way they're defending and attacking, the game could be nil and gone by quarter time. And that's completely going to flip the script for Carlton. And then what does Vossi say to them at quarter time when they're not up on the scoreboard and the crowd's against them and all those sorts of things? So these first 15 minutes to see more how Carlton reacting from last week's really poor effort game, how they react here against the two-time premiers.
Yeah, and I think the worst thing is for Q and Pricey to know that they have been so much better at really destroying teams at home this year. Last year, they just looked like they rolled around, teams got back in, bad teams that were playing not that well could get on a roll. Like, that's not happening that much this year. In fact, I can't even remember this year that they even let it happen outside of a few little moments in a quarter where they've got 2 or 3 goals on them. It's going to be tough. But as DD said, Danny Daly, he said, if we can match them in that area, we can actually take the game away from quicker than what other teams have. They've had to grind down and get them in the third quarter and change it up. Their intensity off the ball is going to... we're going to know from here. Where we're sitting, we're going to look out and we can see Carlton, when they don't have the ball, what they're doing. And if the intensity's up, I have no doubt that they'll be able to create those turnovers they need, Q.
So, at the same time, Jason, you've played in a team which won 3 grand finals in a row. That's what this modern Lions team is trying to do. What are the things that sort of are the week-to-week challenges when You are the two-time champs. You want to go and do it again. And things are rolling well. So, again, lived experience for you as to what it's like to be the hunted, be the favourites, but be hungry.
Yeah, I think that don't worry about hunger, just worry about the confidence you have to play your team's brand of footy. That is all that your great team can ever be, whether you're last or you're first. Once you get that confidence and trust in each other, everything changes. You create momentum, you know you're going to turn it, you know the pressure's going to be there, everyone's bought in, you can see the desperation. That's all we want to see. And once we see that, it's contagious if you're a Lions player. And they have the guys who start it, they need to start in the middle, they need to start it all the time. It's going to be there, you've got an opposition trying to stop you, and that's what the Lions are just so good at, and their consistency, Q. They just roll out every week, no matter what's going on. All the crap and the whiteboard doesn't matter. They're here to play, and that's the difference between this year and last year.
And to have a look at the injured list, which still includes the likes of Jack Payne, Eric Hipwood.
He's not playing this year, Jack Payne. Oh, sorry, he's not playing this year. Be very unlucky.
Don't give that away. He might.
If he comes back, I want him to come back. He wants to come back.
We can ask him. We've got Thursday night footy against Geelong coming up next week. Jack Payne's a chance of coming.
I said nothing.
To chat to us then. So let's, like Jared Berry, Darcy Gardner. You know, we just heard of Noah Answorth is still a couple of weeks away. What role does Eric Hipwood play? So like, all of these things, that's in the background. So I'm wondering, you know, what are the areas that Fages is looking at? Where does this team need to become stronger?
Defence.
Yeah, maybe defence. But also making them, like Danny said before, playing a couple of plays in different positions. That's another way to keep the fire in the belly. And it's not just going out playing midfield again. It's different roles. You know, they brought in Draper this year. You know, a couple of new plays also to keep the fire going. So I think they're in a great situation. All those guys want to get back in this team because they go, this 22 to get in here is bloody hard work. So you've got those guys driving to get their injuries right to get back in. You've got a couple of new players, and then you've got Coleman who's been out for a couple of years with his knee. And so they're in a great situation to keep that fire driving rather than it's been the same guys doing it week in, week out for 2 or 3 years. This list has changed and evolved.
And even just having a look in the ruck there, I mean, Darcy Fort's there, and he's a guy who is a 2-time premiership player, but we know the story of how he ended up getting the medal in 2024. So I just did some numbers on a guy like him. So he has now played 30 of the past 37 games possible. So he'd only played 2 games prior in 2024. So since that grand final of 2024, he's played 30 of 37 possible. He's only missed 1 this year. Prior to that, since he came from Geelong at the early stages, he played 27 out of a possible 77. So here's a guy who's a 2-time premiership player, yet spent seasons wondering, am I going to get a game?
Get a game, yep.
Let alone the fact, I think he thinks more of the time of when I wasn't playing rather than, now I'm a 2-time premiership player.
Because 30 games, that's a short career. He goes, hey, this could be over or could be back to where I was. You know, they bring in Draper. He thinks, hang on, is he going to be the first ruck? And am I dropping down? And he's starting on the bench. He has the last few weeks. And so he's driven too to hold his position in the team. It's a great position. And there's some great numbers you brought up there, Q.
That is a staggering fact, though. But that's... You need a little bit of luck in footy, and you can get them. You can be like some amazing players I played against, never got close to a premiership, played in maybe 1 grand final, say a couple of guys from Melbourne who are amazing players. And he is an unbelievably better player than he's ever been. But to win 2 flags, you're in the right spot. There's a lot of things that had to happen, and he played, and don't get me wrong, he was amazing.
Well, you don't need to talk about luck when Matt Primus still probably hasn't got a picture of Warren Treadray holding the cup up. That should have been you, Matt, in 2004. Jess Stewart is down on the boundary for us this evening as the crowd, it's piling in, Jess. It's going to be a packed house. It's a good night for footy. How are you?
Yeah, beautiful night for footy. Over 30,000 expected here tonight. The sellout sign I don't think was quite up at the Gabba, but it'll be close to a full house, I reckon, given it's a beautiful night, as you mentioned. One that's a little bit cooler than usual. Brisbane has been a bit cold today. It's
are they today?
And the funny thing is in Brisbane, when it gets cold, everyone gets the puffer jackets out. And if you're watching on the television, you'd be mistaken for thinking it's in Melbourne. But there's certainly certainly isn't in Melbourne. About 14 degrees, 15 degrees here tonight. So beautiful night for football. A big night for football in Brisbane too. We've got the cross-town match in the Super Rugby as well. So it'll be great for the Lions to get a crowd of over 30,000 and a big match coming. Just a quick one. The Blues have had lots of luck, not so much luck, since Chris Fagan took over the Lions. Of course, I think they've only won 2 of their last 12 against the Lions. So a bit of a dominant side for them, of course.
Now, Jess, can you just tell me how long did you consider wearing that leather jacket tonight? Was it up?
I just wanted to make sure I had enough layers on. That was more the consideration. And right now I can tell you I'm nice and toasty, but as the crowd continues to pile in, I might have to consider stripping one layer back.
It's going to get warm.
Well, that record that Jess spoke about, the anomaly was opening round here.
24?
No, 25 last year when the Lions were 37 points up, yet the Blues came back and won the game by
2024. It was.
You are correct. Yeah, they were I'm looking at the wrong notes here. 46 points in front at the 19-minute mark of the second quarter, Brisbane. And Carlton won the game by a point.
And can we see a cacophony over in that pocket as we did the far side of the ground, Pricey, of Carlton people? Because they are loud. They come up. I'm not sure what they do for work, but they'll be here.
And there's some James Belushi's here.
James.
Oh, yes.
The Blues Brothers.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
So that's a great costume.
They get dressed up here in the Blues Brothers costume and sit high in the stand at the school end.
I noticed on the banner, the Carlton banner, they had the 25th year celebration of the Northern Blues as far as the local cheer squad. So well done. Congratulations, 25 years of pain. And
so they've moved for 25 years. 25 years they've been out of Victoria. That's why they're happy.
Look, now, in all seriousness, though,
can I just before again in the pursuit of balance?
Yes,
which we always have here, but Jason's going to be attacking us all night. In the doomsday of doomsday scenarios, there are 2 recent occurrences where Carlton coaches have been sacked after losing a game in Queensland.
What were the 2?
Rats.
What were the 2?
Rats and...
Jonathan Brown kicks 10, and Dennis Pagan is no longer the coach.
Right, yep.
And the Gold Coast upset the Blues at Carrara in 2012.
Oh, yep.
And that was the end of Brett Ratton. So, we know what the rhetoric is out of Carlton, but there is relatively recent history where trips to Queensland and bad defeats have been fatal for Carlton coaches. And as you said, Pricey, last week, we remember Warwick Kappa and the Bears doing a number at Princess Park, which was the end of Robert Walls. By the way, that's my segue into the Walls medal being awarded tonight as well. These two teams play for the Robert Walls medal.
Good memory, you Blue fans. You got
no more fitting. Hey, there's a win for Carlton fans. Patrick Cripps has just won the toss, and they will kick to the left as we're looking at it, which is the school end here at the Gabba.
So
where our cars are currently.
What kind of margin are we looking at tonight, Matthew and Jason?
9 goals. 42. If I'm being fair. Yeah, 9
42
goals.
points.
Yep.
Okay.
42.
You Q?
Oh, no, that's not my job. My job's to ask those questions.
Q. Do you hope that Carlton will win, you 2 boys? Have any faith that they could win?
We've just got a text from Pete, who sent me a weather from Ballarat, and he's texted you bunch of sooks with an apparent temperature of 6 at the moment in Ballarat.
6 feels like
feels like...
I think it's 10 feeling like 6, but good on you, Pete. 0437 774 774. It's a double dose of Friday night footy tonight. Just a reminder, ABC Listen has both games. ABC Extra for Port and the Dogs. We'll keep you up to date here. No late changes there. No late changes here. Let's get into it. It's Brisbane and Carlton at the Gabba and Michael Price.
So Sam Draper up against Mark Pitnet as the umpire throws it up in the middle of the Gabba. Pitnet did well, grabbed it out of the ruck, shot a handball out, was picked up by Cripps, and then he gave it back to Pitnet, towed it forward, intercepted by Zorko for the Lions. He immediately goes wide out left. It bounces in front of Lohman, forward of centre wing. He gets onto the left foot, chips it to half forward to find Lockie Neal. Wiedering up there, standing the mark 55 out from goal. Neal peels around onto the right foot from 55. He has a flyer. He had a shot, all right, Acker. First goal on the board, or is it touched? We'll have a little bit of a review on the line.
Be close. Oh, no, that's touched.
Crowd holds its breath. I think it was Harry Dean who got back there on the goal line.
I think it was Hollands. Hollands got that one.
Hollands in front of him. Yep, you're dead right looking at the replay. So
back at the goal line. This is not a scoreboard.
Immediately, it's one behind to the Brisbane Lions. About 35 seconds gone in the first term.
Good signs. Get on. We could do this job, Matty.
Comfortably, mate.
The arc.
So Adam Saad's going to kick in for Carlton. And he has a bounce immediately. Make it 2 to the left back pocket. Now gets onto the left boot. Chips a pass to Hollands. Takes the mark just beyond defensive 50 at left half back for the Blues. Kicks it towards the broadcast wing. McGovern was the target, but Lester gets in the way and intercepts for Brisbane. Marks and kicks in field. Short ball to Wilmot. Plays on. Draws a man and hands it back to the man who gave it to him. Lester receives the hand pass on the wing. Hold on.
Free kick.
And then McGovern's held on to Wilmot behind play, did he?
So downfield, all of a 3 metre handball.
All of 2 metres, yeah. Lester from the wing. Kicks the Lions to attacking 50. Big pack. Rayner at the front. Couldn't take the mark. All at ground level and Hewitt's wrapped up. And we'll see a ball up on attacking 50 for Brisbane. They're attacking the right of your radio dial on perfect night for footy in Brisbane.
Umpire throws it up on the arc. Draper gets up high, slaps it towards the boundary line. Cripps, handball back to Wally Hollands, off a step, kicks it towards the commentary wing. Lester couldn't quite reach it behind McGovern. It rolls freely. Dara Joyce, handball forward to McLuggage. McLuggage went one way, then the other, then a nice weighted handball to Lester. He tries to get around the tackle of Cripps, can't do so over the boundary line. Will be a throw in front of the ABC Sport commentary box. Lions by a point early in this first term at the Gabba. Friday night footy.
If you step out of the middle, Matty, that big square, the big circle, is that a free kick?
Meant to be.
Yeah. If Draper did that early, I'll keep an eye on that one.
Throw in through centre wing. Give that one to Pitternet, tapping down for Carlton, but McCluggage roves for Brisbane. Hand pass to Wilmot, tackled and dumped by Williams, but he got the hand pass free. Zorko gathers for Brisbane, hands it to Rayner, has a fumble on attacking 50, picked up by Hayes of the Blues. Hands it on to Cowan out the back, gives it to Saad under pressure. Hacked left foot kick, he's kicked it straight to, guess who? Let the crowd tell you. Bruce.
Pressure from Charlie Cameron there. Unbelievable, Matty, promise. But I watched Bruce reveal in the warm-up. He was having shots outside of 50. It pretty much further back, just a little bit further what he is now. I think he's got the distance, but he looks a little shaky. But he was doing them in warm-up, so see if he can do it now.
That was a horrid kick from Adam Saad, by the way. Bruce Reveal, who earned his way back into this team late last year, got himself a first flag because of it, and still in the senior outfit. Right foot kick from 50, shaves the post to the right of the major opening. It's a point. Lions 2 behinds, Blues yet to score.
There's your first client Thursday, Acco.
It wasn't a bad strike, and he hit the post. That's hard to do. Sorry.
Florent out of the goal square to Dean and then forward to Walsh. 40 out from his own defensive goal. He kicks it to the lead, and it's a nice mark taken by Ainsworth. He's at right half back, but on the boundary line there. Lions have set up very nicely in front of him, so he has to go long down the line. It's Pitton at the target. Big pack. That's a good grab. In front.
And a free kick as well.
Brodie Camp just got in front of everybody. Good set of mitts there, just forward of centre wing.
This is the free kick.
No, it's a free kick for a hold on that.
Yeah, Mackay's got it.
So Harry was in the middle of that pack, and the umpire said no mark. It's going to be a free kick to Mackay. Laconic left foot, inside 50, getting there first. The long arm of the law. Harris Andrews takes a beauty defensively.
A short kick to Dunkley at full back. Dunkley chips looking for Will Ashcroft. Didn't get there. Spoil from Hollands, but Ashcroft first to meet it at ground level. Tackled, though, by Saad and Hewitt. No prior. Ball up on the wing.
They've got to be more aggressive at times, Carlton, with their ball movement. They just need to take some risks. That's probably been the part of the game that they could just do a lot better.
Lions 2 points. Blues yet to score. Pitternet with the tap down. And Hollands initiates contact there. Reveal made the tackle. Interestingly, the umpire then says ball up. We have seen that adjudicated as holding the ball this year. He definitely initiated the contact. Now Cripps is tackled by McCluggage. Next stoppage. It's not getting out of there. He goes again, McCluggage. Cripper loses it. Reveal comes through. Hand pass to Wilmot. Tackled by Williams. And let's do it all again. They're stuck near the logo edge of the centre square.
Pressure's good.
Pressure's good from both sides. Umpire throws it up. Draper. Got it into the path of Neil, who overran it. Pitnet picked it up. Handball back to Florent. His kick smothered. It bounces into the arms of Reville. He did well to control it in front of him. Handball as he was falling forward to Will Ashcroft. Tackled off it by Ollie Hollands. Now it was Florent tackled into the ground by Neil. They've turned the ball over. It's flicked out to Lohman. Lohman handball to Curtin. Back to Lohman. Lohman centering ball, and it's well cut off, well read there by the defensive effort of Nick Newman. He plays on, flares out to the right half back. Ben Ainsworth, the former son, on the arc at right half back.
And no one on the mark, so he plays on Ainsworth with a kick to the wing. And Kemp a long way up the ground, takes the mark for Carlton. Doesn't move it quickly though. Oh, then kicks into the man on the mark. Good pressure from Lincoln McCarthy, and it's over the boundary line off the hands of Link for a throw-in on the wing.
Link's playing half-back. He's lining up on Ainsworth. Not a tag or anything, but he's half-back again, so something they're sticking with. Just Brisbane's number back then gave Carlton nothing to go to ahead of the ball.
Matt Primus and Jason Ackermanis are experts for Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Dare I say it, Jace? Shallow throw in. Dunkley had a kick there. It's smothered, but there's a whistle and a free kick going Carlton's way. No, it's going Neil's way.
Spindly arms of these umpires.
The two number 9 Brownlow medalists playing on each other there as Neil chips in field.
Central ball found Jasper Fletcher. Nice turn and then delivered a nice pass to the outer side. Went to Dunkley. Dunkley, a 45 kick to Zorko, who feigned to play on, was told to by the umpire, so did so. He kicked it towards the arc. Did it bounce over for a lasso? Last disposal, it did, just in front of where the boundary meets the 50-metre arc. It's going to be a free kick to Carlton.
Centimetre that was unlucky.
Adam Chera with the ball. Now he goes long down the line. Front positions Dunkley, big pack of players. It was Mackay who made a long way down the field to get a contest to that. Ball spills over the boundary line in between the two benches on the Stanley Street side. It's the Lions leading by 2 behinds with 7.5 gone to the first term on ABC Sport.
No late changes here and no late changes at the Adelaide Oval. The Port Dogs game is still about half an hour away. We'll keep you updated. There is a call available on ABC Listen. Look for the ABC AFL Extra button. Blues clearance from the stoppage. Newman a hack kicked to half forward. Leicester's in front of McGovern. And the Lions defender takes a juggling mark. Plays on with a chip to Joyce, who takes the mark centre half back. And Darragh Joyce 2 times an emergency for the grand final. Chip short to Will Ashcroft. Marks and hands it back to the Irishman. Kicks to the wing looking for Reville. And Hollands is there to spoil. Roved by Florent. Blues ball. His hand pass though. Last disposal. Free kick going to Brisbane. He missed the target of Wiedering by a couple of metres. Curtin plays on quickly. Wiedering was running away. No one on the mark. Hand pass to Reville. Kick to the pocket. Morris has got 2 to beat. It's spoiled over the boundary line by Haynes. And a throw-in will eventuate. Not far from Beth Mooney's viewing position in the Queensland Cricketers Club, about 40 metres away from the Lions' goal. 2 points to Brisbane. Carlton yet to score.
Throw in across the arc. Slapped down by the ruckman, picked up by Walsh. He flicked it back. It was Cowan who kicked it forward. Cut off there by Leicester for the Lions. Handball to Zorko. Free kick, whistle on play, and Zorko was dealt with illegally there by Will Haywood, who has a bit of a giggle while standing the mark, but the free kick's against him. Zorko forward to centre wing. Drills a kick over to centre half forward to find his good mate in Ryan Lester. Still inside the centre square. He has players running past. Many options. A flooded forward 50. Kicks it to the pack. In front, Logan Morris. Nicely spoiled. Bounces there. Oh, it's well done by Chera, but his handball to Haywood gets to him on the bounce. The run of Sam Walsh is good. Handball forward to Jagger Smith. Kicks it into a vacant 50, and it's Brodie Kemp who takes the mark. 45 out directly in front. Good slingshot movement from the Blues.
Yeah, it was pricey. They had every player bar 2 Carlton inside their back 50, and Harris Andrews is screaming. There's just no communication. They both went at the ball carrier when Carlton were running it out and got over the back there. So a bit of a lapse in their defence, but good ball movement by the Blues.
And I think just that clean contest while taking a bump tackle from Chera set it up, and that's what stars should do. So clean.
Brodie Kemp with a career-high 9 score involvements and 3 goals last week. Comes into the boos of the Gabba crowd and he's pulled it left.
Cacophony.
There it is. He's pulled it way left. He's failed to score. It's out of bounds on the full. The Lions 2 behinds. The Carlton yet to score.
Zorko kicks in quickly and Joyce marks just in the field of play. It was a bit wide, the kick of Zorko, but mark where painted 50 meets boundary. Payton right half back for Brisbane. Joyce down the line, around the wing on the head of Dunkley. and it's fisted away by Wiedering over the line for a throw-in. Visually, this looks like proper footy. I know we can get an array of different playing strips these days, but it's maroon with maroon shorts for the home team, traditional strip with white shorts for the visiting team. It's a visual feast for those of us that like footy looking good. Looks like footy. Jagger Smith gets high contact at the stoppage. Free kick Blues. Hand pass to Ainsworth on the wing. Kicks to half forward. And the sticky fingers there of Hayward.
Something's wrong with Wilmot.
He takes a mark. Yeah, he's limping a bit. Hayward 60 out, left half forward. Doesn't kick for goal. Centering kick on the head of Carroll. Couldn't take the mark. Row for the Blues by Evans. Hand pass. Doesn't find a teammate. Bailey picks up for Brisbane. Hands it to McKenna. Hands it to Lester. Gives it to Cameron. Charlie's in the left back pocket and gets the Lions out of trouble.
A big one-on-one contest and a great mark taken by Logan Morris there.
Yeah, has to slow down. He got no numbers there. He probably looked to switch, come around.
There was nobody in front of him. You're dead right, Matty. As he wheels around the right of the mark, it's a long kick. That one-on-one, well, it was a different inexperience as Wiedering absolutely monstered Cody Curtin, took the mark and then punted it out to left half back. Once again, it's Ainsworth who's he stopped. There's nobody approaching him. He stopped just forward of left half back and waited for somebody to present, and that was Will Hayward, so he drilled it to him. Now, everybody in front it's a basic one-on-one setup. So Hayward kicks long towards left half forward, except for that one where it's a 2-on-1 against Harry Mackay. He got it at ground level, farmed it out to Walsh, who towed it forward, picked up by Evans, gave it back to Ainsworth, back to Walsh. Walsh with a snap. Is it touched on the line? It is. Good defensive effort there in the end by Kitty Coleman to fist it through. First score for Carlton, 2 behind the Lions, 1 for the Blues.
Looking sharp, Carlton.
Coleman with a short kick to Bailey in the pocket. Bailey marks and kicks it to McKenna. McKenna, not McGregor.
Yes.
Acker.
I like his cousin. He's good at fighting.
Connor McKenna, long kick to the wing. Now, free kick before the ball arrives. Morris ended up taking the, in inverted commas, mark, but Wiedering was impeded. So he gets a free kick for the Blues out of wing near the interchange. Kicks it around the boundary line and Carroll takes the grab. Carlton on halfway, Carroll with his left boot. Kicks it wide to attacking 50. Cripps the target. Coleman his company. And the ball bounces in front of that one-on-one and rolls out of play for a boundary throw-in. About 50 from the Blues goal. They're kicking to the school end in this first term. Lions 2 points. Blues 1 point.
I think Cripps has got to be an option forward for Vossi going forward. He's so big, so strong. He's got to be able to mark the ball.
Throw in. Cross the arc, right half forward for the Blues, off hands, it's Will Ashcroft. Sky ball, only goes about 10 metres, big pack of players. Off hands, it's overrun there by Frankie Evans, picked up by Williams. He farmed it out to Billy Wilson in only his 5th game, and he delivers a nice pass. He's found his skipper. He's right on the boundary line though, Patrick Cripps. Man standing, the mark is 45 from goal on the boundary line, so he's gone right back. And then he measures a pass into the lead of Mackay. Well on it as Connor McKenna looks back and says, who was marking this big bloke? As Harry Mackay takes it 40 metres out, but he is going to start on the boundary.
Here it is, that snap.
Good start by the Blues. They're giving lots of numbers at the contest. They're smacking Brisbane in that area at the moment. And then a lot of run and stun out of there. They're not quite dominating the inside 50s, but they're in the game, giving something Brisbane to think about.
Territory, isn't it? Territory game.
Only 8 goals, 11 for Harry Mackay to start the year. The left foot from the boundary line. He struck it reasonably well, but pulled it tight. 2 behinds apiece with 14.5 minutes gone to the first term here at the Gabba.
It's a tight tussle early on in pristine Friday night conditions. Wilmot seems to have shrugged off that almanacker, but he doesn't look free in his gait. No, he's good enough, though, to chip to the pocket for Coleman.
Twisted ankle, I reckon.
Okay. And now Kitty, he always looks a smooth mover. Long left foot boot to the wing. Through the fingers of a 2-on-2 pack. Out the back, Jasper Fletcher taps it to his own advantage. He's harassed and can't pick up. Right on his hammer. Newman's there, and he gives away a free kick for a shrug tackle. Lions free kick. Hand pass to Rayner. Rayner kicks to full forward. Curtin the target spot by Wiedering. But Fort Rose and hands it out to Morris in the goal mouth. And there's the first goal of the night. Logan Morris from point blank range and it's Brisbane's first goal. The Lions 1-2-8 lead the Blues 2 behind. It's taken 15 minutes to get a major here at the Gabba. Let's get to Jess Stewart on the boundary.
Nick Newman just came to the bench absolutely shaking his head. He was filthy with that tackle call. Obviously Brisbane making the most of it, but just another one. Both coaches from the bench tonight. That's obviously becoming regulation, so we see a lot of them doing that now just so they can have that immediate interaction with their players. But there's been a lot of talk about whether it's the right thing to have them down here or upstairs.
What about that though, Matty Promise? The ruckman was the crummer. Two of the biggest blokes on the ground, and Darcy Ford, great handball, forward handball, pretty easy goal in the end. But yeah, he did whack his head into the ground, Newman, just saying, on Jasper Fletcher. It was a free kick.
Yep. Lions by a goal, back into the middle. Draper versus Pitnet. Well, Draper got it down at the feet of Zach Bailey, who towed it forward. Picked up by Neal. Handball to Draper. Handball to the run of Ashcroft. He got it to centre forward to Dunkley. Good tackling effort by Haynes. Picked up by Billy Wilson. Tackled there by Will Ashcroft. It's going to be a ball up at, well, just inside the arc of 50. The Lions attacking, and you throw a blanket over about 25 players here. Fisted forward by Draper into space. Bailey gathers, got the handball back. Bruce Reville snaps, and then snaps to the left. 1-3-9, plays 2 behinds. 7 points the margin, 17 gone, first term. Jason Ackermanis.
How good was that, Matty? Just get up, Draper, and just cleared the area on a 45-degree angle. Oh, I love ruckman when they do that.
It was a bit like, what's his name from Fremantle last night, wasn't it? His last quarter, just follow up and become an extra midfielder.
So Adam Sard, 6th year at Carlton after 3 at the Suns and 3 at the Bombers, has a bounce to the pocket and a long kick towards Carroll on the wing. He nudges Levi Ashcroft away from the drop. Nice skill to mark the ball. Carroll kicks the Blues towards McGovern on his head. Lester Spoils on the deck on halfway. Swooping in Smith for the Blues. Well, his hand pass mishandled by Carroll. Smith then picked it up again. Gives it from Dean. Then back to Smith by hand. Kicks towards half forward. Williams the target. He's got a couple to beat Zach Williams, taken high by Neal. Free kick for Zach Williams, and he'll play on with his right boot. Drives a deep entry for Carlton, and Hayward at the front of the pack takes a clean clunk. Left forward pocket, 25 out.
Yeah, a little bit disorganised, Brisbane's defence. Hayward was down there for a bit all by himself, and nobody was able to mark him. All the defenders were watching the ball carry come in, and a beautiful kick, a block by his teammate, and has a nice shot on goal.
Oh, here we go. These snaps. You better make sure they work. They're low percentage.
3 steps infield, right foot snap. It does work, Jason. And Will Hayward kicks Carlton's first goal of the evening. Lions lead it by a point. 1-3 to 1-2. 18 minutes played.
Oh, I thought you'd be way happier. But they are playing a much more, I think at times, what are you seeing as your coaching brain? I'm seeing these long kicks. They're playing territory, one-on-one, not allowed them to set up, not allowed them to spread the field.
Absolutely, and then, as I said, they're getting numbers to the contest, which is where they're winning it. But then if Brisbane do, they're able to slow them down. So that, apart from that one goal there, that Brisbane haven't been able to flow the ball quickly. It's been stagnant, slow, long kicks down the line, which has they've been easy to defend it. And then on the counter-attack, they've been really sharp.
Yeah, it's hard to play a game like that.
It's hard to sustain it.
Yeah, for sustain 4 quarters, maybe that's the problem. I mean, need to mix it up.
9 inside 50s to 7 in favour of Brisbane. They only lead by a point with 19 gone in the first term. Umpire throws it up. Draper belts it 15 metres forward. It's cut off by Ollie Hollands. Handball backwards to Mackay.
Yes.
It was intercepted by Will Ashcroft. Drills it down towards Logan Morris, who juggles it. 25 metres out. It's a tight angle to the right. The young man will go back and have a crack at his second.
What about that punch from Draper? I know it went to Carlton, but if you know what's going on, that can be so effective. Obviously, the turnover there, Coach Killer really, whole inside 50 to go for Will Ashcroft. Good kick in the end.
So Logan Morris, for all of the first rounders running around in the AFL, pick 31 in the 2023 draft, will come in and release from 40. Does so. That's a spear of a drop punt. Magnificent kick. He's got 2. The Lions have 2. 2-3-15 plays 1-2-8. 7 points the margin. 20 gone in the first quarter. ABC Sport, Michael Price, Quentin Hull with Jason Ackermanis and Matthew Primus.
Shows how hard it is to get the big talent. I know he's 31, but he's a super player. Big engine, jump, great kick for goal.
and just developing at a rate of knots, isn't he? Like every time you're watching, he just keeps getting better and better. He's not a monster key forward, but geez, he plays like one.
Yeah, he takes a good defender every week, which frees up the others.
Yeah, he's playing Wiedering. It's a great matchup.
And amazing to think, would have he got a game after he played the Rezzies and went by the big archers if Jack Gunston was still at the club?
Oh, probably not.
Because that's right, Jack Gunston left when he couldn't get a game in the 2023 grand final. We know what he's doing.
Yes.
So life and its opportunities. You never know what's next. Centre stoppage, Lions clearance. Ashcroft Inc. combine as Levi hands to Will. Will hands it to Neil. Edge of the centre square, drills the chest of the leading Bailey.
Yeah,
who hugs the Sharon to the line right near his sternum, 45 from goal.
Sorry, Q, they just lost their way with Pitney out as a ruck. Big Harry in there. He doesn't jump as if he really wants to be in there, and they've just dominated the last two centre bounces.
And you got to know that too, you know, as a midfield group.
Yeah.
So 14 goals on the year for Zach Bailey. Career best 42 in the 2025 campaign. This will be a tester. On 50, slight angle right, and he's pushed it to the right into the post.
Oh, two posters. That same post.
2-4-16 to 1-2-8. Brisbane lead at 21 minutes played.
Could do that if you tried. It's so hard.
Zach Bailey's price is going up weekly. And not spelt with a WEA either. It gets over to Wiedering. Wiedering now flares it back across to the right.
I think they'll have enough money after Lockie does whatever Lockie does. He'll have to take a pay cut anyway.
That'll be interesting. Harry Dean accepted the ball, gave it back there to George Hewitt. Hewitt now longer down the line towards Pitnet, came off hands. They're roved by Cripps, runs over the logo on the outer side, kicks it to Mackay. It was a 2-on-1. Kitty Coleman was there, was in front of Will Hayward, and so basically Leicester flew across.
He just left McGovern there straight away. Brilliant read from the defender to leave his man to be third in to a one-on-one.
You've got to make sure you mark those, because if you don't, your man's going to get it, kick a goal.
Kicks to full-back for Bailey. Bailey to half-back. And the probably more prolifically mained younger Ashcroft in Levi takes the mark. Kicks to his brother. Will gets a free kick. Chop of the arms.
Free kick, yeah. He's got some rinse in there, Levi. I'm telling you.
You reckon?
Yeah, oh yeah.
The voice of experience.
Mind you, there. I don't need much for hair envy, but I think there's plenty that have got hair envy between those two.
It's been a long time for you, Q.
Exactly. That is a poor kick from Will Ashcroft. Very short. Jagger Smith chops up Blues ball. Hands it to Carroll, 60 out. Hands to Cripps. Hands it back to Smith. 50 from goal. Shimmies and shakes and then just up and under. Kick to full forward. Coleman's there to mark it for Brisbane.
Good mark.
Kitty put his hands up high in the chop of about 6. So he now clears from fullback. A ranging, beautiful kick to Draper on the wing. Hands it to Rayner. Here's the rumbling lines through the middle of the Gabba. Hand pass to Bailey. Has a bounce in the cricket pitch area. Now drives a deep entry to the pocket. Wiedering spoils away from foot. Morris is out the back near the boundary line, and Dean hassles him. And the ball goes out of play for a throw-in right forward pocket for Brisbane. Lions 2-4-16. Carlton 1-2-8, 23 and a half. First term Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
That's the danger, isn't it, Matty? You go long and you get marked against, and it comes out just as quick.
Throw in right forward pocket. Fort in front position, gathered it on the bounce, towed it forward. McCluggage couldn't pick it up, and Shearer and he escort the ball back over to whence it came, beside the point post.
Suitcases looking dangerous tonight.
Yeah, Suitcases being Hugh McCluggage beside the point post.
It's back in form.
Another throw in. It was off the hands of Pitnet, gathered there by Florent, immediately tackled there by Will Ashcroft. No prior opportunity. The umpire will throw it up. Around about 15 metres out, and it's a tight angle. There is 30 players inside 50 around this ball as the umpire puts it up.
A packed house at the Gabba for Friday night footy. Pitnet's fist doesn't clear the congestion. Will Ashcroft hands it to Levi in the pocket. Again, the brotherly love is shared.
Oh, yeah.
And the brilliance from both siblings on display. What a finish from Levi on the snap. 5 metres in from the boundary in the right forward pocket. And it's Brisbane's third goal. The Lions 3 goals for 22 to Carlton's 1-2-8. One way or the other, the Ashcrofts combined are a nightmare for the opposition.
Imagine if you had like a, per goal, extra, you got $1,000 a goal or something. Let me tell you, be very happy with that because he can get straight down to the hairdresser, get another rinse. He's looking beautiful. He's looking beautiful, Matty.
He is. It's sculpted beautifully. Carlton's just starting to lose their way to stoppages. They've been obviously wound up a bit, but it's 10-4 now, and they're just all wanting to get inside. On that occasion, then they just got inside and left Ashcroft all the way outside. A brilliant finish, but you just can't give class players the outside space.
Just tackling.
4 centre bounce clearances to nil. Oh, they'll win their first here with Cripps, the Blues, inside 50. Harris Andrews with one mitt gets up. Hayward missed a ball with foot. It lands in the goal square. Now Evans can't control it, dribbles it through. It's going to be one behind, so they do score. 22 plays 9. It's a 13-point margin with 25.5 gone first term.
Long kick in beyond defensive 50. Dunkley the target, but had 2 to beat, and Cripps wins it for Carlton. Hands it to Hewitt, 55 out. Dumped as he kicked. Great pressure from Big Draper. And the kick, as a consequence, is marked by McCluggage for Brisbane, just forward of full back. Kicks it down the corridor. Zorko marks, plays on, spearing ball to half forward. McKenna marks, plays on from 55. They bullet the corridor. McKenna goes deep, and Charles Cameron marks on the goal line.
He could have let that bounce through, but I don't think the crowd's going to mind. He's 1 metre out. Just cue the song.
Well, last year there were more days of stones than diamonds for Charlie Cameron, even though he finished it well. But Country Roads #1 will play on this Friday night from point-blank range. Brisbane 4-4, 28. Carlton 1-3-9. And Jess Stewart loves a bit of Friday night karaoke.
Yes, he does in a leather jacket.
It was the Lions that pioneered the Friday night karaoke. Seems like it's picking up at other venues now too. But just a quick one on Darcy Willman. I know he had a bit of an ankle concern early, but just note, boys, I don't think he's had a spell this entire quarter so far. So very fit young man, playing 4 minutes so far, and he's running off that ankle concern that was bothering him early on.
A huge week last week too. Heaps touched the footy last week. He had, I think it was his record.
So Charlie Cameron now to 19 goals this year, in reference to that other John Denver sign, some days a diamond, some days a stone. At the end of the year with diamonds, but he only ended up with 32 goals last year. He's already up to 19 this year.
Well, he's some carbon. His previous song was Baby Shark, and he certainly sharked that one on the line.
There's another one.
Draper won the clearance, long to Charlie off his hands at the top of the goal square with a little bit of help from Adam Sard as Country Roads just keeps rambling on.
Just as well, that was a point, although we'd have to stop karaoke to start
another one.
29 plays 9, 20-point margin, game high, 27.5 gone.
I love how direct they're playing.
Yeah, Matt.
I mean, they aren't trying to chip the ball around. They're just going direct and fast every opportunity, and that's changed the last 5 minutes. I reckon they got that message out.
Matt Primus with you on ABC Sport. Long kick in from Sard, but it's a ball up now. Squared contest, about 60 from the Lions goal. Now Hewitt under the contest, he's taken high. And he'll take the free kick for the Blues. Hand passes to Newman. Short kick to the wing for Walsh, who took mark of the year here against Port Adelaide in the COVID season of 2020 as a first-year player. Walsh kicks around the boundary line, and Mackay takes the grab. About a minute left. Both of the benches have got the big #1 placard out for all to see here among the 30,000 plus at the Gabba. Mackay with a left foot high kick to half forward. Sticky fingers. Hayward takes the mark, 45 out, and he'll know that time is on the fly, so he will best go about giving his best attempt of a set shot from 50.
Yeah, their 5th contested mark for the quarter. It's a tough way to keep living that way, but they've done well.
Yeah, he's been good tonight too. I think he's got the journey. He looks a little bit different with that shorter hair. You can't quite tell it's him, but he's playing well this first quarter, that's for sure.
Tough angle to the right. Man on the mark, 48 metres out. Will Hayward with his right boot from 51. It's a decent-looking strike. That's a brilliant kick. And the Blues get their second goal just before quarter time. Will Hayward with his 4th goal in the navy blue. And it's Brisbane 4 goals, 5-29, leading Carlton 2-3-15 with about 8 seconds left in the term.
Felt a bit of excitement there in Q's voice. It's just that one they needed. I could just feel it. We could have a game here, man.
He's a professional. But they've done well, the Blues. It's 12 inside 50s. Brisbane had 14, so they can get it in there. They just struggled with scoring because of the way they're moving the ball. But this centre bounce is important. As Pricey mentioned, they're 1 and 5 down in there. They can't afford a quick clearance here and a shot on goal after the siren, Carlton.
So 2 goals tonight for Hayward. So make that now 5 goals in blue for Will Hayward.
14 points the margin. The Lions lead late in the first term. Umpire throws it up. Draper gets up high, flicks it down to McCluggage. Handball backwards to Neal, to Dunkley. Then into the hands of Link McCarthy. It's a high, long left footer. As the siren goes and the pack descends, the Gabba crowd give the local side a round of applause. They lead it by that 14 points, 4-5-29 to 2-3-15 for the Lions. Logan Morris with 2. Levi Ashcroft's got 1, Charlie's got 1, and for the Blues, it's Will Hayward with the 2 lonely goals.
And that game between Port Adelaide and the Western Bulldogs about 7 minutes away. Call available on ABC. Look for ABC AFL Extra. The red and blue button there will keep you up to date. There are no late changes there. Aaron Bryant's leading the call team there. You can hear Port and the Dogs on another one of these Friday night double-ups. Your text forever as welcome on 0437 774 774. Around the grounds in the NRL, there are 2 games this evening. The first of them has been concluded in Gosford, where the Sydney Roosters have defeated the Gold Coast Titans. The Roosters 28, defeating the Titans 12. North Queensland and Parramatta have just started. Early try to the Eels there. Para 4 lead the Cowboys 0. Green
North
button on the listen if you want to hear that. Sorry.
North Queensland will win that one.
You reckon?
Yeah, they'll come back.
Okay. In the rugby tonight, it's basically Carlton v Collingwood in New Zealand rugby when the Crusaders play the Blues. Canterbury versus Auckland. And the Crusaders have won that one. Crusaders have beaten the Blues 36-20. They've just got underway across town at Lang Park. The Reds playing the Chiefs. 29 minutes played. Reds 7, Chiefs 7. ABC Sport Extra button if you want to hear Zane Bojack and the team call that. We have got it all covered here on this busy Friday night of footy, which you're hearing on ABC Sport.
Bet you didn't know we're the world's biggest gamblers.
Totally crippled my life.
Bingo.
I'm finding out why and if we really are the lucky country. Join me, Sean McAuliffe, going for broke.
Starts Tuesday, May 19 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Lions free kick, hand pass to Rayner. Rayner kicks to full forward. Curtin the target's bought by Wiedering, but Fort Rose and hands it out to Morris in the goal mouth. And there's the first goal of the night. Logan Morris from point blank range. And it's Brisbane's first goal free kick for Zach Williams. And he'll play on with his right boot, drives a deep entry for Carlton. And Hayward at the front of the pack takes a clean clunk. Left forward pocket, 25 out.
Oh, here we go. These snaps. You better make sure they work. They're low percentage.
3 steps infield, right foot snap. It does work, Jason. And Will Hayward kicks Carlton's first goal of the evening.
Draper belts it 15 metres forward. It's cut off by Ollie Hollands. Handball backwards to Mackay. Yeah. It was intercepted by Will Ashcroft. Drills it down towards Logan Morris, who juggles it. 25 metres out. It's a tight angle to the right. Will come in and release from 40. Does so. That's a spear of a drop punt. Magnificent kick. He's got 2.
Packed house at the Gabba for Friday night footy. Pitnet's fist doesn't clear the congestion. Will Ashcroft hands it to Levi in the pocket. Again, the brotherly love is shared.
Oh, yeah.
And the brilliance from both siblings on display. What a finish from Levi on the snap. 5 metres in from the boundary in the right forward pocket. And it's Brisbane's third goal. Mackay with a left foot high kick to half forward. Sticky fingers. Hayward takes the mark, 45 out. Tough angle to the right. Man on the mark, 48 metres out. Will Hayward with his right boot from 51. It's a decent looking strike. That's a brilliant kick. And the Blues get their second goal just before quarter time.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Brisbane lead by 14 points at quarter time. Lovely night for football at the Gabba in Brisbane. My name's Quentin Hull. Nice to have your company here. Blues have made a game of it against the 2-time premiers so far. 4-5-29 for the locals to the visitors 2-3-15. Port and the Dogs about to get underway. Your thoughts on 0437 774 774. G'day to Leon, who's a sand groper from Bull Creek. He says, what's the deal? Is Melbourne being refurbished or something? No Friday night game, no Thursday night game. How are the Victorians coping? Does the AFL have a plan for them? 3 question marks. Poking a bit of fun. Leon, don't try and get us to explain the whys and wherefores of the AFL fixture. By the way, I think we're going to get the next little block of them in a few days.
Yes. Yep.
But I don't think we're going to get the entire up until the last round. I think there's going to be a rolling release of 3 weeks here, so it'll be dribs and drabs. Robin Greensborough text, Draper keeps putting a foot outside the centre circle at the ball up before jumping. Is that okay? Question mark. I thought he had to stay in his hemisphere. Who better to ask than Matt Promise and Jason Akerman?
Pretty sure you're not allowed to do it after the umpires bounce the ball. You can step out or throw up. Sorry, throw. Yes. So we'll keep an eye on that if he's doing it. Umpires should be all over that if he's not.
But there's 4 of them. No, know what they're doing.
They've done well, the Blues. We talked about their effort. You know, the contested ball, which is a sign of effort. They're up by 5 or 6 against Brisbane, who are good in that regard. They're getting touched up around the clearance, but the inside 50s are equal. Brisbane have just been really good on the counter-attack, and then you can see their class inside 50. But the first quarter, not in front, but Carlton's effort's pretty good. The problem was Brisbane have had 9 shots out of their 15 inside 50. So if they don't fix that up and defend a little bit harder, the scoreboard could get away from them in this quarter.
Yeah, and they are trying to exploit that one-on-one. Defenders hate going back, running backwards. It's hard to keep your eye on a man and, of course, the ball when you're in that position. Sorry, Q.
No, Jess has got some news from the boundary.
Yeah, we were keeping an eye on Darcy Wilmot. He did play 100% of that first quarter, so excellent output from him, but he has been down at the rooms for the entirety of that quarter time, and I still haven't seen him come back up yet, so perhaps getting a bit of treatment to that ankle, but just a watch on him because he's played 91 consecutive games since he made his debut in that 2022 final against Richmond, so he'd be hunting down that 100-game milestone, but yeah, hasn't missed a match since he made his debut.
He's a tough kid, Jess. I bet you had the magic sponge used to bring out for the soccer players.
Yep.
I bet you
fixed him up.
He'll be right.
Second quarter, here's Michael Price.
It's Darcy Ford who gets over the top of Pitnet, slaps it forward. It's gathered by Connor McKenna. Wheels around the left foot. Going back with the flight. Zach Bailey took a beauty over Ollie Florent. And he's on a 45-degree angle to the left, well within his capabilities. He's only 50 from goal.
Connor McKenna, you don't ever think about his left foot. You don't think about his skill set. He's been in the AFL now a long time, but that was exquisite. Get it forward. And Bailey's catch was just running back on a 45. Not easy.
21 disposals, 9 score involvements, 4 goals last week against Essendon. Zach Bailey from the arc of 50 starts left and doesn't come back enough. 1 behind. 4-6-30 plays 2-3-15. They've doubled the score. 15 points the margin early doors, second term.
So a couple of misses early on for Bailey. Two behinds.
Set shots.
Set shot kicking, Jason. Short kick for the Blues. Wiedering marks in the pocket. Now a long ball to Mackay, who jungles on the wing. He just got a bit of separation from Andrews. Used his left hand to control and then 2 mitts to complete the mark. And Big H called to play on. Uses that left boot to drive Carlton towards half forward. 2 Blues spoil each other. Pitternet was in the box seat. McGovern came through and spoiled him. Road boy Joyce of Brisbane. His kick, though, was out of bounds on the full. Back to halfway. Mackay quick to play on, though. Kicks it infield for the Blues to Smith. He marks, kicks, looking for Walsh. Didn't find the target. And taken away by Rayner of Brisbane. Hand passes to McCluggage on the wing. Hands it to McKenna. 60 out, right half forward. Long, deep entry for Draper. And Sam Draper marks it full forward, top of the goal square.
I'm not sure what Wiedering was doing. He had him goal side and he went up to outnumber the next contest, but the kick just went over his head. There was just those lapses in concentration, but when they go direct, they are looking super dangerous, Brisbane are.
Did Pitnet spoil McGovern or the other way around?
Yeah, they didn't. There's no teamwork there. They didn't see each other. He had the run too, McGovern. What about? I think it was your teammates a runner over there for Carlton. Grabbed that mark. Straight back in, turnover.
Draper right in front. And he lopes in with a 4-step approach. Kicks the goal and gives the double Cobras. Big flex from the big number 2. And the Lions are out by 21 points.
That's a good song.
At Gala, Freed from Desire. The most played Renaissance 90 dance track of sport in, the 2020s. Here we go, a bit of it. You cannot escape this song.
In Rome, I saw a guy playing this on the violin.
No music, no words, just violin.
It's come
the
back.
Crowd pumping.
It's come back harder than the German shoe brand with the 3 stripes. You know those shoes that all our teenagers want now that we wore in year 10?
OGs.
Yeah. So it's Brisbane 5-6-36 to Carlton 2-3-15.
I couldn't afford them, the white ones with the blue stripes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So but now all the teenagers are wearing them 25 years on.
You stole them anyway, Pricey.
Exactly. Thrown up. Pitnet gets it backwards, but it's towed off the deck there by McLuggage. Nicely intercepted there by Williams. Takes the chest mark, then goes straight up the corridor. Finds Ollie Florent for the Blues. Standing the mark, Ashcroft. Florent goes to the left of the mark. Tries to deliver a pass. Missed the target. Cut off by Coleman. Handball forward there to McLuggage for the Lions. He flares it to the right. Dara Joyce, the Irishman, kicks it to right half forward looking for Fort. Nicely spoiled by young Harry Dean over the boundary line at right half forward or left half back for the Blues.
You'd love them to go more direct there. They're playing too slow, which plays into Brisbane's hands. When they get a centre bounce clearance or a contested ball, they go long and direct to make Brisbane have to go at least the full length of the field if they do win it back.
Draper, a shallow throw in yet again. Off hands, handball through McLuggage, back to Rayner, inside 50. Charlie! Or has he been paid? No, the umpire says he dropped it. He's got time to recover. Gathers, centres the ball. Zorko through his hands, and well done to Ainsworth, who handballed it to Walsh. Long down the line, cut off by Ryan Lester, and that could be 50. The crowd want it, but no, incidental contact.
Zach Williams, who was potentially giving away the half 100 there, but not adjudicated as so by the umpire. Short pass marked by McCarthy, edge of the centre square. Kicks to half forward. Dunkley marks uncontested 70 out, and his kicks over the head of Bailey, who was unmarked in the forward pocket. Dunkley's kicked it out of bounds on the full. That's a let off for the Blues, and Dean's going to kick in for Carlton in the right back pocket. Tries to run around Bailey, got in trouble, but hand passes to Haynes. He's run down by Bailey. Haynes gets the kick clear. Intercepted, though, by McCarthy of Brisbane. Lions ball at half forward, hands it to Dunkley, under pressure, turned over. Hollins wins it for Carlton. Hand pass from Cripps to the wing for Ainsworth. He's corralled near the boundary, so has to hand pass backwards to Mackay. Hands it to Cowan, who's at right half back. Cowan infield on the 45, good kick. Chera takes the mark, edge of the centre square for the Blues. Plays on by kicking across the centre square. Marked by Newman, just forward of the wing. He plays on and drives a deep left foot entry. Lester in front of Williams, spoils down. Hayward Rhodes, though, his hand pass looking for Williams, and Lester knocks it away. Oh, the frogster.
Outstanding in them was Q. He had to defend 2 guys, and he did it brilliantly well.
Boundary throw in left forward pocket. Ryan Lester had only 3 games in 2022. He's only missed 2 games from round 7, 2023 onwards. He looked finished. But he has been a renaissance man.
Throw in left forward pocket. Pitnet got it forward, but it was cut off by McLuggage for the Lions. Measures a kick towards Bailey. Through the hands of Haynes behind him. Gathered by Ollie Florent. Back to Cowan. Cowan flares it to the right. Back to Haynes. He traverses the arc from 45. He has a flying shot. It's left and it's short. And it's cut off there by Darcy Fort.
That rhymed, Michael. Very well done.
That's why I stopped.
We get a whack.
Dogs have got the first goal at the Adelaide Oval. Bulldogs won straight. Port yet to score. Call available on ABC. Listen, look for AFL Extra. As Carlton's kick towards the wing comes off the hands of Wietering and out of play. And just Stewart on the boundary.
Just a quick one. I can confirm it looks like Michael Voss has decided now he'll go up and coach from up in the box. So a bit of a change there.
Thank you, Jess. Boundary throw in on the outer wing. No clearance there as Walsh is wrapped up.
I think that's a good idea. I mean, when you're at ground level, you don't actually see some things that you do at this level. So good changer.
Fort and Pitternet tangle. Pitternet tips down to Cripps. Rush kick to half forward. Lester's there. Yeah, he has been unbelievably reliable the last couple of years when, as mentioned, back in 2022, could hardly get a game and he was sort of mid-20s and you thought, oh, he's done. But now, 2-time premiership player, absolute rock. Chips to Dunkley. Dunkley marks, kicks to the wing and Neal takes the grab. Brisbane, piece by piece, moving it around the outer side boundary. Short pass to Zorko. Now the infield kick. Laterally on the head of McCarthy. Marks, gets away from the attention of Ainsworth. Kicks it over the head of Curtin, who was the leading forward, and Wietering there in the best spot, as it turned out, to take the mark for Carlton at full back. It's Brisbane by 21 points. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. 7 played second term.
Curtin at 5 metres on Wietering, then just overcooked the kick. Wietering goes out to the left. Good aerial work there by Hayward. Got got it back. Now it's Newman, on the right foot, was a really dodgy kick towards the logo on the outer side. Smith gave it to Walsh by hand, then to Hewitt. Hewitt gets it inside 50. Scrubby kick picked up there by McGovern. Handball back to Ainsworth. From 45, he curls it around and getting back there. Acting like a goalkeeper, Harris Andrews. Ainsworth had more time than he knew. Andrews gave it to Darcy Wilmot, who's looking okay, and his kick to centre-half back to Lockie Neal.
Neal again looks towards the interchange gates, kicks to the wing, marked by Fort, runner infield, hand pass given to Bailey, draws a man, hands it to Curtin, 70 out right half forward, kick to the pocket, Morris marks on his chest on the lead, and the Lions swiftly move it from Andrews at fullback to now a forward having a shot 45 out, albeit on the tough angle.
I teach the guys that I currently am helping coaching, snapping the ball is that you don't get enough purchase, they're low percentage. The amount of times you can do a drop punt, it just staggers me. You'll be able to kick more goals, but anyway, what would I know? Fair dinkum. And the turnover comes down the whole way. And you
flash your Hall of Fame card, Acker, when you tell them this. Here's Logan Morris, tough angle on the boundary, looking for a third. He's kicked it across the face and it's a point.
They don't give you a card cue.
Brisbane 5.
Everyone just knows.
Well, no, these days they're all Q codes, aren't they? Something on your phone maybe. It says Acker, Hall of Fame, AFL, cop this. 5-7-37 to 2-3-15.
And AFL, Queensland Hall of Fame, and Australian Hall of Fame, whatever. We keep going 5-time Hall of Fame.
Just going to call you the Hoff. It's 22 points the margin, game high as Carlton bring it down the other side. Nice juggling mark there from Francis Evans in front of Ryan Lester. Shorter centre wing, Fulcher Street side and 50.
Yeah, well,
I don't understand.
Well, he manned the mark. He was on the mark and he had to stand and he took off and the umpire told him to stand and he didn't listen. And
well, there you go. Thank you. That I was looking at Frankie Evans to see what he was doing with the ball. That's the shortest 50 known to mankind, isn't it? As Evans puts it inside 50, and that's not a good kick. Cut off there by Zorko. He's an aggressive user of the ball, and this time he hits Bailey straight up the guts. Now Bailey wheels around, told to play on. He just burns off Florent. He's got a man running onto the outer wing. It's Dara Joyce who gathers. Without changing stride, he delivers it to Kai Lohman at right half forward, 70 from goal. He goes backwards towards Fletcher. Fletcher now just held up as the Blues defence sets up. Now he takes off. He kicks it inside 50. Wiedering had the sit with it, couldn't quite take it off hands. Jagger Smith puts a handball out, but it puts his teammate under pressure.
It's Hollins at full back. He was accosted by Levi Ashcroft, and as a consequence, the kick is wide. And there he is again. Lester's followed Evans all the way upfield to punch it out of bounds.
Leading possession winner also with 10, so he's doing everything, Lester.
A couple of years ago, we did a post-game interview with him, and he's like, this is the first time I've ever done a post-game interview. Ryan Lester, all the good things in life are coming to him later in his career. What a player. Boundary throw in off Fort, clean possession. He got rid of Pittman, snaps on goal, gets a fortuitous bounce and kicks a goal. Darcy Fort. Well, from 40 out, clean possession at ruck time. And the kick on goal pitched at the top of the 9-metre square. Evaded the players, took a kind turn. And the Lions now lead by 28 points, 11 minutes second term. Brisbane 6-7-43, Carlton 2-3-15. Meanwhile, Dogs have got the first two at Adelaide Oval.
It's all over.
Western Bulldogs 2 straight 12 to Port Adelaide yet to score.
I wish I was coming back playing against Carlton. They've conceded 13 goals to Ruckman this year, Acker. 5 more than any other team in the competition.
Don't worry about big dumb Ruckman.
Second. Draper
Ford is nothing but crafty and great bounce, mind you, but you love that. You love your forward line.
Know your opponent. They've obviously scouted it.
Kicking goals.
Conceding goals.
Game high, 28 points the margin. Back into the middle of the Gabba on this Friday night. Off the hands of the Ruckman. It was Rayner. Just imposed himself on that contest at ground level. Shot the handball out. Lockie Neal was taken without the ball. Will get a free kick.
Yep, 9-1 in the centre bounce now, Pricing.
So Neal flares it out to the right. Levi Ashcroft measures a pass into the path of Charlie Cameron. Takes a juggler in front of Saad. And 45 metres out. It's a tight angle to the right. Charlie will go back and have a crack at his second.
No chance. He actually had another two options inside of Charlie. Charlie had his opponent really up his backside, really. But That said, good kick, good mark. Sala, unlucky there, but this could go anywhere except the goals.
Okay. Charlie Cameron releases from 45. Oh. Country Roads gets another spin as the Lions go further in front. 7-7-49 to 2-3-15. A game high 34 points, 13 gone second quarter.
Oh, just putting his name there. He's the third person to see Acker next Thursday. One out. He's 2 booked in so far, mate.
Oh, you're going to get one occasionally. Great work, Charlie. If he's kicking them, they're going to be hard to stop.
Well, now the inside 50s this quarter. Brisbane 9, Carlton 4. 9 entries for 3 goals, 2 for the Blues. For the Lions, should I say.
The shots are getting out of control, aren't they?
It's starting to look a little bit ominous here for the two-time champs against the Blues. Jason's already tuned out and has just gone to the sing-along. Hold on. Still a lot left in the game. But 3 unanswered goals to start the term for the Lions. Centre bounce. Hayward for the Blues. Accosted, lost it. Picked up by Will Ashcroft out the back. Hands it to Coleman. Chips wide and Bruce takes the mark. So there's half of Bruce in the middle of a Country Road song. That's interesting. Different Gabba sound. 2 iconic sounds blended together there. Kicked infield on the 45 to Neil. He kicks to the wing. McCarthy picks up for Brisbane. Has time to look forward, then look back. A conservative hand pass to Andrews. He'll kick it back to Dara Joyce, most offensive player on the ground, forward of centre half back. Completes the switch to the broadcast wing. Kick finds Neil on the logo. Neil plays on, kicks inside 50. Cameron leaps. Couldn't mark. Hollands rose for Carlton. Hands it to Newman, to Wilson, and then Newman is tackled. To Hollands, should I say, is tackled, but free kick goes the way of Hollands. Illegally from Reveal. Hollands with a high kick out towards the wing, looking for Ainsworth, but it's spoiled away by Rayner. Over the line for a boundary throw-in. 14.5 second term. Brisbane led by 14 points at quarter time. The lead is now 34 points at 7-7-49 to 2-3-15. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Throw in. Let's see Draper versus Harry Mackay. Draper gets it down on Neil. Sublime roving. Great tap in the ruck as well. The handball back to Link McCarthy. Well spoiled there by Ollie Hollands, and they'll throw it in right in front of the ABC Sport commentary box on the Vulture Street wing. It is the Lions by 34 points. We played 15 of the second quarter. They made their move. The reigning premiers. The throw in. Draper got it down. Cripps got there first. Tackled by Bruce Reveal. Got the handball away, if you could call it that. Connor McKenna. He couldn't pick it up. Billy Wilson did. He tried to get through traffic. It's a really good tackle by Bruce. He dislodged the ball. That is holding the ball or illegal disposal. Bruce Reveal chips it forward 20 metres. Nobody on Connor McKenna. He waltzes in with the right foot to the left forward pocket, and Lohman drops what he might have taken under a bit of pressure. Harry Dean's ball turned over. It's picked up by Cow and he shoots it. Well, was that deliberate? No, the crowd wanted it. He shot it towards Wiedering. It went over the boundary line. Throw in left forward pocket for the Lions.
Watch Draper and Mackay here. He'll have it all over. Harry, I would have thought Draper might try and grab it, handball it off or kick it.
You're big on that stat, Matt. So Blues are considered more ruck goals than any other team this year. Here we go.
Free kick.
Oh, that is a free kick against Mackay over the shoulder of Draper. You are all over it, Matthew Primus. He dead set looked fish out of water there, Big H.
Yeah, he is. And even in the centre bounce, he's handballed the ball a couple of times instead of just getting it forward. He looks lost in that area there, rucking.
Now, Jason, calm yourself. He generally kicks the snap from here, Big Draper. As he takes the turn, puts his back to the pocket and indeed sets up. On the slide, he's sweating. His red face is matching his red hair at the moment. Here's Draper on the snap from 40. Okay, Jace, you can say it. He's missed it. He's hooked it. It's a point.
When are they going to realise? 45 metres out, kick a drop punt. It's way more accurate. This rubbish around the corner.
Brisbane 7-8-50. Carlton 2-3-15.
Third player S. Draper.
I know Liam Reedy was, not exactly setting the world on fire, but dropping a specialist ruckman is probably looking pretty dodgy for Carlton. They bring it straight up the corridor, though. This is good movement. Exploding on it was Ainsworth. Yep. Ran, had a bounce. Handball to Hewitt. Now it came there to Cowan. Cowan confronted. He handballed it there into Frankie Evans, who's absolutely accosted by Lester and Rayner. Ball held underneath him. He had no hope after that handball, so it's going to be a ball up in the right forward pocket for the Blues underneath the scoreboard, which sees Carlton trailing by 35 points.
And no clearance from that first stoppage, so we'll try again.
This is where Cowan could have easily, for Carlton, come and just give a Shepherd. His teammates running inside forward 50, take the pressure off him, do the team thing, but no.
Draper beats Mackay with the tap. Roved by Will Ashcroft. He's very close to the line. He drops it under pressure. It's out of play, and now they'll throw it in.
Trying to say,
just underneath the scoreboard near the Queensland Cricketers Club on what is a brilliant Friday night for footy.
Agus Pocket, if you don't know where that is.
2 layers for the Brisbane fans that do feel the cold a bit more than others across the footy landscape. Mackay in front of Draper. Tap down though, stolen by Will Ashcroft. Clears the danger for Brisbane. And Loman in a pack. Marks that hacked floating kick. Attacked it hard, and he takes the mark in front of Wilson.
He's got his jump back this year.
Loman, beautiful pass around the boundary line to Reveal.
Look at Draper. He is 5-6 metres in front.
Reveal kicks towards attacking 50. Draper once couldn't complete the mark with the first hand. Rode by Sard, Carlton's ball. Hand to Chera, hand to Wilson, hands to Newman, hands it back to Wilson. They run through half back. Now the hands to the champ. Cripps in the middle of the ground. Kicks deep to full forward for Kemp. And he takes a mark. That was better from the Blues. Kemp with a chest mark, 30 out straight in front.
Talk about not reading your teammate.
And there's just a little bit extra going on.
It was, yeah. I think Andrews got him high. Just late. That's a bit lucky not to be 50. But he's telling his teammate, come at me, but he didn't. So he had to go long. It worked out, but they're the things that do make a difference.
So Brodie Kemp, he's up and okay. And Harris Andrews has already had a holiday this year. I don't think there's any danger there. With a bit of late contact. They didn't give the 50. Blues desperately need a goal. Kemp with his right boot. I sprayed it right. Misses.
Foss's got my number as well. Can always go down there, help these boys.
Lions lead by 34 points at 7-8-50 to 2-4-16. That's Carlton's first score of the second quarter. It's taken nearly 20 minutes, Pricey, to get a point.
Well, Wilmot played on, kicked it to the right back pocket to Levi Ashcroft. Blues have set up reasonably well in front. He holds it up, Ashcroft, then goes long. That's a good lead from Charlie Cameron, a long way down the ground, but it was juggled over the boundary line. And it's going to be a throw in. At left half forward for the Blues, right half back for the Lions on the Stanley Street side of the ground.
Dogs 3-2-20, Port 1 straight 6 early on at Adelaide Oval.
Draper against Pitnet. Pitnet got it down. Bailey tripped as he got the handball away. Well intercepted Hayward. Gave it to Jagger. Smith, who handballed it to Walsh. It's turned over now. They've got the run here, the Lions. It's Loman. Gives it backwards to McKenna, who kicks it to Logan Morris on the lead. It's a vacant goal square. Wiedering stands the mark. Barely a metre inside the arc of 50. He's more or less directly in front. He's got the distance, Logan Morris.
He does have the distance, and he's actually too quick for his opponent, Wiedering. He's very good in the air, very strong Wiedering, but he's just got... Oh, you look second rate there once you get some speed up.
When it's delivered like that, it'll make anybody look second rate. As Logan Morris saunters, he releases it from the edge of the goal centre square and puts it over the goal umpire's hat for 3. Logan Morris, he's a fine young player, can kick a footy. 8-8-56. Carlton 2-4-16. Game high 40-point margin, 21 gone. Second quarter.
No one cares. He's picked there, isn't it? Okay, he was one-on-one. They had the whole 50. He did so, and the ball just flowed out with easy handball. Tough to defend for Wiedering.
Text from Annie on 0437774774. Thanks, Annie. She says, when you think of how inspirational and strong an on-field leader Voss was, it's sad to see the insipid group of players he's coaching.
Yeah, it's tough gig coaching. It is very tough. Your players are everything. They make you look good and bad every week. That said, back to the game, Logan Morris, he's the star. Don't worry where he got picked up. He's in the best team in the country at the moment, playing some amazing footy.
20 years of age still, Logan Morris. Centre stoppage, Carlton clearance. Walsh receives a hand pass, kicks the Blues into attack. Lead from Hayward, ball from Coleman, ball on the deck. Bailey Rove shrugs one tackle, not the second, holding it. Caught with the ball. And it's Mitch McGovern who was the second tackler and earns the free kick.
They were shot on goal here. He can get the distance. They're giving it to Bailey too for not
getting rid of it, but tackling pressure too good there.
Well, broke the first one. So if he was nabbed by the second, that was always going to be Pryor.
It's a good sign, though.
And Mitch McGovern deployed forward this year with Charlie Curnow elsewhere. McGovern with 16 goals for the season. Right foot strike from on the paint of 50. Journey okay, but angle missed to the left. The near side behind. And 39 the lead to Brisbane at 8.8.56 to Carlton's 2.5.17. 23 minutes, second term.
Coleman played on quickly, delivered it to Bruce Reville.
Got the corn rolls, if you don't know, if you're just listening.
Yeah, got the Snoop Dogs.
Oh, yeah.
Going there, he puts it to left half back to Lester. Lester, possession number 11 for him, back to Coleman. Beautifully delivered left footer to Hugh McCluggage, just forward to centre wing, and Reville kept running. The handball receive as 3 Blues pursue him. He handballs it to Lachie Neale, gets it to the goal square off hands, well rove Sard. Handball Wiedering for the Blues. Forward to Ollie Hollins, who just dropped it cold. Now Connor McKenna toes it forward. It's picked up there by Lachie Neale for the Lions. Gets it to Will Ashcroft. McKenna, the no-look handball to Charlie Cameron. Forward to Lohman into the pocket. He curls it around with the right foot. It's wide. It might bounce fortuitously for the Lions just inside the boundary line. Over the boundary line it goes, and we'll get a throw in. Right forward pocket for Brisbane, leading by 39 points.
Half-time's usually a good time for Carlton, but at the moment they need it.
Why?
Because the Lions are starting to freewheel here, Matt.
Here we go again.
Boundary throw in with Brisbane in attack. Draper lays it down. No rover. Cameron tries to win it. Cripps gets it though for the Blues. Hand pass goes to the pocket. Turned over. Jasper Fletcher picks up and has a flying shot. And he's missed it out of bounds on the full. But the danger signs are there.
They are. The way the ball's moving is similar to the second half last week. There's just no pressure. They're just doing as they want the last 3 or 4 minutes.
Free kick to Nick Haynes in the right back pocket for the Blues. Need to ignite something, and that's stating the bleeding obvious. He plays on, kicks it to right half back off the hands of Pitnet to Neale for Brisbane. And Connor McKenna gathers, and he kicked it to the boundary. Well, the boundary umpire over the line, out of bounds on the full. So Nick Haynes will get a second crack at delivering outside of defence for Carlton, standing the mark.
That was a hack born of a young man who played with a round ball. And that time he actually hit the outside of the oblong ball. Went totally nowhere near where he wanted it to go.
Injustice ball.
Has mastered the oblong ball, though, McKenna, but he missed on that occasion. Now, at deep fullback, Wilson's got it for Carlton. Long kick to right half back. Draper's the tallest in a 2-on-2 there. So he knuckles it out of play. And another stoppage with the Lions at left half forward. Brisbane led by 14 points at quarter time. And the hosts, the 2-time premiers, have kicked 4 goals, 3 to Carlton's 2 points so far in this second term. 39 the lead to the hosts. Pitnet won the tap down. Front of the pack, Cripps wins the football for Carlton. Rush kick from right half back to the wing on the head of McGovern. Spoiled away by Lester. Hewitt Roves is tackled by Reville. Got a hand pass clear. Eventually Walsh comes through for the Blues. Under pressure, hands it to the corridor. Through Newman, back to Hewitt. He eventually gets a passage to chip a short pass back to Walsh. Marks it on the wing. Attritional stuff from Carlton. Walsh kicks the half forward. Hollins marks. Now there's some space. 60 from goal, right half forward. Kicks to the pocket. Hits the chest. And it's Hayward taking the mark. Who'll line up for his third from 40 out.
It's a long way clear too for about 20 seconds. He was in the Ackerman's pocket. Had to come forward there. They're just not getting their hands on the ball, Carlton. And when they do, they're not just... Even the handballs aren't firing as quick as they should. That said, Hayward has been their only goal kicker, I suspect. Has he got 2?
Yep.
Yeah.
2 of 2.
Isn't it great going at half-time? Come on, fellas. I've kicked the whole score. 3 goals for the half.
Will Hayward. Nice right foot strike from 50 metres out. It's just across the face at the end, though. Cool. Slight draw across the face for a point. 38 the lead to Brisbane at 56-18.
Not long left now, just over a minute.
So playing on, Zorko delivers it in the left back pocket. Kadeem Coleman. He's an aggressive kick towards Rayner. Beautiful pass. Takes it just short of centre wing. The handball was in between both McCarthy and Fletcher. They both left it, so Frankie Evans picked it up for the Blues. Handball Hayward through Chera, through Cowan. His handball was speculating, and it put his teammate Jagger Smith under enormous pressure. He's tackled into the ground there by Darcy Wilmot, who smiles as he gets up and releases and the umpire will come in and throw it up. Draper gets in front, taps it down. Jagger Smith intercepts. Handball Hollands, back to Smith, back to Cripps. Then it was Ollie Florent. Handball backwards to Billy Wilson. He looks for a kick wide. It bounces fortuitously for Williams, but he's tackled. Froggy Lester with a beauty. And, well, I think Williams might have twisted his left ankle there. He's just holding it and gets up. Jess Stewart on the boundary.
Yeah, that was a nasty one. He kind of got caught underneath him and he's really in pain. The doctor just waiting to come on safely to have a look at him.
He's had them before. They hurt.
So still just trying to run that ankle out as the ball is now off hands and out of play. Not far from Jess on that outer side. Again, good attendance at the Gabba. Not many games these days where you find too many spare seats. One of the best tickets in town. It's title town here. Whether you got the Broncos in the NRL or the Lions in the AFL, a lot of fans wanting to come to footy. A lot of winning locals these nights at the moment. The Cluggage Roves kicks inside 50. Draper wins the ball, but his hand pass stolen by Haynes at Carlton. That's the last action of the first half. And it's Brisbane going to the long break with a 38-point lead. So they've extended from 14 points in front at quarter time to 38 in front at half-time. 4 goals, 3 for the Lions in that quarter. The Blues kicking just 3 behinds. Brisbane 8-8-56. Carlton 2-6-18. Logan Morris has kicked 3 goals for Brisbane. Charlie Cameron has kicked 2 goals. And the singles for Draper, Fort and Levi Ashcroft. And the only 2 goals for the Blues were kicked by Will Hayward in the first quarter. So it's Brisbane 8-8-56, Carlton 2-6-18. Reminder, it's another one of those double-up Friday nights. That's right, 2 games in the Friday night of round 9. Port Adelaide hosting the Western Bulldogs at the Adelaide Oval. And with about 2.5 minutes left of the first quarter there, the Bulldogs lead Port by 7 points. Dogs 4-2-26 to the Powers 3-1-19. Call available, should I say, on ABC Listen. Look for AFL Extra. 2 goals for Mitch Georgiades early on, so he keeps that stat rolling on as I think the man in the league with the longest streak of scoring a goal in games played. So
who's that?
Mitch Georgiades, Port Adelaide. Dogs have just got another one.
He's a big man, Mitch.
Dogs 5-2-32, Port 3-1-19. Here, Jason Ackermanis, Matt Primus. How has Brisbane established this handy 6-goal-plus buffer at the main break?
They wore them down. They had the long kicks early, Carlton. I'm not sure if that was the territory game they wanted to try and see and then go one-on-one. But the turnovers and just some of the sloppiness of the Carlton skills outside of the amazing run that they had Brisbane in the centre square. They're not getting their hands on the ball. And when they do, they've got these rubbish sort of handballs that aren't going where they should. You and I know what we're talking about. Kicks that kind of, you saw at the end there. I mean, the back half of a quarter, fair enough, but the power and everything that goes with it and everyone that's marking and doing their job, they just started to wane. And when it starts to wane against Brisbane, they'll make you pay.
Yeah, no, it's spot on, Acker. And Brisbane's pressure's right up. They're forcing Carlton virtually to go 1 kick, 1 handball. That's not the way they want to play, and that's causing a lot of the turnovers. And that resulted in 19 to 7 inside 50s in that quarter. And if Brisbane are having 19 inside 50s, they've got enough talent to kick a score. As you mentioned, the stoppage stuff, it's 24 to 11 in stoppages and 10 to 2 in the centre bounce. So they're having a crack with the contested ball stuff, but it's just too much ball to Brisbane, too classy a team in all areas of the line. And it's going to be really interesting because they're used to going in up at half-time, the Blues, and then find themselves 38 points behind. How they're going to handle this second half will be a watch.
And what about, the stuff we talked about? The ruckmen are having shots on goal again against Carlton in their in their forward line for Brisbane and their defence for Carlton. Is there anything else they can do? Can you leave Pitneck on all game?
Oh, surely he's been around long enough. He'd have a decent tank to be able to at least play 80% of a quarter instead of coming off and allowing Harry to play more of a forward. And, Harry, we know with the Mackay brothers, they're devoid of a bit of confidence, aren't they, at the moment? Their form is well down. So I'm not sure letting him run around in the ruck against Draper and Ford is helping get in the game either. So, yeah, there's work to be done there, but that's an issue for them. But they've got more other things. Trying to fix up their stoppage stuff would be number one.
I'd be throwing the magnets around, Q, if I was Vossi.
You've got to find something else because you've got to just, Jagan Smith, can he go forward? Can someone else go on the ball? Can Cribs go forward? Can he give him a marking option? Something somewhere has got to give, and he's got to be able to get some young blood with some run and some carry in there.
Well, Grant from Hobart, our mate, the Blue supporter who always texted us, he says, great call, fellas, but I've had enough. I'm turning on the cycling because the Giro d'Italia starts tonight.
Oh, does it?
The Southport Sharks play Tassie next Saturday, Grant, so come along.
Oh, yes.
Watch us in Hobart.
Okay.
11 o'clock.
Where's the game?
Nice. Good question.
Yeah. No, you're the coach.
It's in Hobart.
You just get on the bus and they take you to the ground?
Come down and watch us, and we'll have a frothy after the game.
Yeah, okay, there you go.
Come say good day.
0437 774 774 is the number on the SMS. Just before the news of other sport this evening in the NRL, the Roosters beat the Gold Coast Titans in Gosford. Roosters 28, Titans 12. Meanwhile, in Townsville, getting close to half-time, the North Queensland Cowboys 12 lead the Parramatta Eels 10. I know our broader audience will know the name of Jonathan Thurston. Yep. Great legend who played for the Cowboys. So tonight, Jason Taumalolo plays his 295th game for the Cowboys, surpassing Jonathan Thurston's record, club record of 294 for the Cowboys. So there you go.
That's some effort.
Something significant. I know all sports fans like to know.
You follow the league, Q. For a big forward, is that rare that they get that many games under the belt? For
more these days.
More these days, like everything.
More these days.
That's amazing effort. And you had a year out with them.
So he was a guy that was given a 10-year, $1 million a year contract.
That's right.
A decade ago.
Well, this is his 10th year.
CPI has killed him.
9th or 10th.
Okay.
Inflation's killed him. Well, the poor guy.
Well, if he's invested early on, he's gone all right.
Great effort.
Cowboys 12, leading Parramatta 10. In the Super Rugby, earlier this evening, the Crusaders beat the Blues. Canterbury over Auckland 36-20 in that big rivalry across the Dutch. Early second half across town. And it's the Chiefs 10, leading the Reds 7. You can hear Zane Bojack, who's regularly here with us.
He's a big fella.
The big fella's on rugby duty tonight. So if you want to listen to Zano call the rugby, ABC Sport Extra, Chiefs 10, Reds 7. Meanwhile, reiterating, halftime here. Brisbane by 38 points over Carlton. It's Friday night footy on ABC Sport, which returns after a trip to the newsroom.
ABC News, good evening, I'm Noni Edwards. A woman with alleged links to ISIS who's been charged with terror-related offences has been refused bail after appearing in a Sydney court. Rhiannon Solomon-Marin reports.
Janai Safar was taken into custody at Sydney International Airport last night after arriving on a flight from Doha. The 32-year-old was charged with allegedly entering and remaining in a declared conflict zone and joining ISIS, both offences carrying a maximum sentence of 10 years in prison. She faced court via audio-video link from Silverwater Correctional Centre in Sydney's West this afternoon and was formally refused bail. She'll face court again in July.
4 Victorian men accused of sending and sharing violent Islamic State propaganda have been granted bail. Danny Tran reports.
The men, Adian Sawari, Azan Syed, Mohammed Ahmadzai and Sulaim Sawari, were arrested during raids at their homes yesterday. The group appeared in the Melbourne Magistrates Court this afternoon, where they're each facing a charge of possessing violent extremist material. During Mr Ahmadzai's hearing, a federal prosecutor told the court that content allegedly found on the 21-year-old's devices was gruesome and serious. The men were all granted bail and will return to court in July.
An Aboriginal legal service is opposing the Northern Territory government's announcement it will trigger a wide-reaching review of its child protection system in the wake of the death of Kumanjaya little baby. Earlier this week, NT Minister for Child Protection Robin Carl confirmed 3 Child Protection Department staffers were stood down after an internal investigation into the circumstances of the 5-year-old's death prior to her alleged murder. The CEO of the North Australian Aboriginal Justice Agency, Ben Grimes, says now is not the right time to politicise the death of an Aboriginal child while there are still long-standing issues unresolved.
These are all things that this government has been speaking about for some time. And so in a sense, what we would say at a very high level is that the operation of the department needs scrutiny, but where the department consistently fails is that it doesn't work with families to prevent the removal of children.
A high-risk safety alert issued to thousands of police advising them to disable the Bluetooth on their body-worn cameras to overcome a major security flaw in Axon-branded equipment has sparked accountability concerns with defence lawyers. Grace Tobin reports.
Thousands of police officers have been told the Axon security flaw, which reveals their real-time location, could have severe consequences for them. After initially dismissing the issue when tipped off by a hacker, Victoria Police has now told its officers they should set their body-worn cameras to flight mode to avoid being detected in covert jobs or before raids, and then manually activate their cameras once inside. Lawyer Jeremy King says he's concerned critical evidence could be lost.
Body-worn cameras are really one of the few meaningful ways that we can hold police accountable in our society.
Victoria Police said it's engaging with Axon about what further safeguards may be put in place.
Early results from local elections in England show huge losses for the two traditional main parties, the governing Labor Party and the opposition Conservatives. The right-wing Reform Party is the biggest winner so far. Its leader, Nigel Farage, says the results signal a historic shift in British politics. UK Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer has conceded that the early results are disappointing, but says he plans to stay in the job as PM.
The voters have sent a message about the pace of change, how they want their lives improved. I was elected to meet those challenges, and I'm not going to walk away from those challenges and plunge the country into chaos.
Back home, Melbourne-based artist Richard Lewer has been announced as the winner of the Archibald Prize. Chantal Alkhoury reports.
The six-time Archibald finalist won Australia's most prestigious award for visual art for his portrait titled Ilawanti Ken. Ilawanti Ken is an elder, senior artist and traditional healer. Mr. Lewer was chosen from 59 finalists this year and will take home $100,000. All finalist and winning works will be on display in the Archibald Wynne and Sulman Prizes 2026 from tomorrow.
To sport now in the AFL, Hawthorn is still waiting to find out the extent of a hamstring injury to fullback Tom Burris. The 30-year-old limped from the field during the second quarter of the side's 15-point loss to Fremantle last night. The third-placed Hawks have matches against Melbourne, Adelaide and St Kilda in the coming weeks. You're up to date with the latest from ABC News.
Guy Montgomery is back with a new assistant.
Sam Campbell. I'll take the job. What is the job?
The new season of Guy Montgomery's Guy Mont Spelling Bee. Wednesday nights on ABC TV and ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Hand passes to McCluggage on the wing, hands it to McKenna, 60 out, right half forward. Long, deep entry for Draper. And Sam Draper marks it full forward, top of the goal square.
I'm not sure what Weathering was doing. He had him goal side and he went up to outnumber the next contest, but the kick just went over his head. There was just those lapses in concentration, but when they go direct, they are looking super dangerous, Brisbane.
Draper right in front, and he lopes in with a four-step approach, kicks the goal and gives the double Cobras. Big flex from the big number 2. Boundary throw in, off foot, clean possession. He got rid of Pittman, snaps on goal, gets a fortuitous bounce and kicks a goal.
Levi Ashcroft measures a pass into the path of Charlie Cameron, takes a juggler in front of Saad, and 45 metres out, it's a tight angle to the right. Charlie will go back and have a crack at his second.
This could go anywhere except the goals.
Okay, Charlie Cameron releases from 45. Country Roads gets another spin as the Lions go further in front. Handball it to Walsh. It's turned over now. They've got the run here, the Lions. It's Lohman gives it backwards to McKenna, who kicks it to Logan Morris on the lead. Barely a metre inside the arc of 50. He's more or less directly in front. He's got the distance, Logan Morris. As Logan Morris saunters, he releases it from the edge of the goal, centre square, and puts it over the goal umpire's hat for 3. Logan Morris. He's a fine young player, can kick a footy.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Friday night footy comes to you from the Gabba in Brisbane and the Adelaide Oval. But here You're with Quentin Hull and team for Brisbane v Carlton. And have we got a contest left here? Well, maybe not. Brisbane lead by 38 points at half-time. They led by 14 at quarter-time. The Lions kicking 4-5 in the first term and 4-3 in the second term. Carlton did not kick a second quarter goal. It's Brisbane 8-8-56 to the Blues 2-6-18. Logan Morris has got 3 goals to lead all comers in front of the sticks. Michael Price is calling with me. Matt Primus and Jason Ackermanis are your experts. Jess Stewart keeping an eye on everything down on the boundary. So here, half-time, Lions by 38. At Adelaide, second term is just underway. Western Bulldogs 6-2-38 lead Port 4-1-25. If you're listening to us here and you want to stick it out and you've got the analogue radio, where we will take you to the end of Port and the Dogs once we finish here. But if you want to get on ABC Listen, look for the AFL Extra button. That's always the case if there's the overlapping games in the AFL. We've got them all for you. Just do your choice. Look at those red and blue buttons on ABC Listen, and you can choose which game you want. AFL Extra for Port versus the Dogs tonight. 2 goals for Aaron Norton for the Bulldogs, 2 goals for Mitch Georgiades there. Bulldogs 6-2-38 to Port's 4-1-25. Your thoughts welcome on the SMS 0437 774 774. Pete texts, "G'day, I can't believe how disinterested some of the Blues players look. If I was Voss, I'd put Wiedering forward. He just looks like he doesn't care. Real morale problems. Maybe giving a bloke like him a real shake-up might change the mindset. Or maybe he needs to kick off the dew for a week or two." Mackay back. Wiedering forward, ? Show the other players that you're not going to put up with this interest. I feel for Voss, and I think the problems go much deeper than the coach. Thank you, Pete. 0437 774 774 is the number. That being said, most teams come to the Gabba and struggle. They are the 2-time champs, and they are starting to get going.
15 tackles to half-time for Carlton.
Yeah, well,
pretty ordinary.
Thank you, Pricey. That's one of the big statistical red flags. Here are the individuals, by the way. Neil, 16, Lester, 13, McCluggage, 13, Will Ashcroft, 12. That's the top group for Brisbane. Cripps, 14, Smith, 13, Walsh, 12, Hollins and Hayward, 11 each. Brisbane, 181 disposals to Carlton's 173, so only +8 there. But the kicks, Brisbane doing as they do, the keepings off, +29 with the kicks. Marks, +23 for Brisbane. So there, again, it's the one wood for the Lions. We'll keep it off you and then we'll explode.
Yeah.
Clearances, Brisbane 24, Carlton 11.
And that's Carlton's one wood, which is broken.
Yeah.
Brisbane centre clearances at 10-2.
That's a whooping.
Hit outs, Matt, Brisbane 25, Carlton 12. And the inside 50s +11 to the Lions. Both teams are back out there. The second half is about 3 minutes away.
So, Vivossi, you're seeing these numbers. It's not rocket science. You know where it's going wrong. Some of the entries, some of the disposals, they're not that far off. But when you can't hit the target, late in quarters or even early in quarters, it's mind-boggling. Brisbane are not playing this kick mark game that much this year. So they got a lot of issues at the moment, Carlton.
Just before Matt, Jess Stewart on the boundary. We saw Zach Williams hampered with an ankle before half-time. What have you got?
Yeah, good news for the Blues. I can see him doing some solid run-throughs at the moment, so he no doubt would have had some treatment. I'm just waiting to hear from them as to what that was at half-time. Obviously, he's not been immune to some pretty serious injuries in his career. He's had an Achilles tendon rupture. He's also had an ACL just a few years ago, so always a bit of heart-and-mouth stuff when a player kind of twists his leg and looks in agony like that. But good to see him back out there for the second half.
Thanks, Jess.
Magic sponge.
Matt, what are we going to see in this second half?
Well, I'm not really sure because we've seen the flip of this. Carlton have been a very good first half team, but I just read on the AFL app that their pressure factor was lower than last week.
In the second half. Was it just low the second half?
The whole game.
The whole game.
So Brisbane are doing it they want. Their chains are going easy. Their handball chains, their efficiency going forward. Their clearance work is easy. So you probably you can't yell and rant anymore. So you might have to throw a few different plays in different areas to try and get a spike just purely in the effort stuff. Because if you don't get that, it doesn't matter. Throw Wiedering in the cage, Cripps in the cage, whatever you want to do. It's things like that going to work unless there's a heat on Brisbane to be able to turn the ball over. So that's going to be the watch here for 5 minutes. Same guys in the same, putting the same magnets in the same spots isn't going to do the job if their effort and intent to get at Brisbane's as poor as it was in that first half.
Just need their hands on the ball. They get their hands on the ball, Carlton, then they can break tackles, stand up in tackles, dish it off. They just don't even have that. That's not even funny that they can't even show composure when little things like that happen.
Yeah, but it's the same three mids in the centre bounce, same ruck.
He's backing wingers. He's backing them in then, Rossi.
Well, it's either that or the definition of insanity, which is to completely do the same thing over again, expect a different result. Just Stewart on the boundary.
Vossi is back on the boundary this quarter. So he did first quarter on the boundary, went up in second quarter, spent the entire quarter up from the box, and now he's back down at the boundary for the third quarter ahead of that. So
mixing it up.
Just say it seems to be all over the shop a little bit at the moment.
Well, one of the stats they are leading in, Carlton, is the 23 1%ers to Brisbane 19. So in certain areas they're having a crack.
And we've got the bizarre circumstance of every player ready, and I can see the tick down 7, 6. But the players have literally been standing for 30 seconds, waiting for the clock. 3, 2, 1. Okay.
Cue. Well played.
Play on. A third quarter here, Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Lions by 38.
Draper immediately down into the path of Lockneil, exploding onto it. Handball forward to Lohman. Lohman chips it inside 50. Hits Charlie Cameron. It took 8 seconds to get from the middle of the field to Charlie Cameron lining up for his third.
What about that tap from Draper down to Lockie Neal?
It was a good tap, Acker, but Cowden's playing on Lockie Neal. You just don't let him get goal side. They're getting smashed in the ruck. Don't let him get goal side. Make him run the other way. But it was just here you go. Here's the gate. Go straight through it.
Kevin Costner on the TV. He's having a look.
Kevin Costner's here.
Absolutely. As Charlie Cameron comes in, launches one from 50. Pulls it left. One behind, 57. Plays 18, 39 points the margin. Less than a minute gone third term.
There ain't no Robin Hood here. There's no taken from the rich and giving to the poor.
I like
the Prince of Thieves could help for Carlton here.
McFarlane, remember that movie? That was my favourite movie you did, McFarlane.
McFarlane.
Yeah, you remember that one?
No, I haven't seen that one.
Oh, I'll tell you about it.
Meanwhile, back at the football, Carroll nudged off it on the wing. Cripps has a go, hand pass. Doesn't really create much, and it's locked up on the outer side. So where's Kevin Costner sitting?
Well, he'd be in the chairman's circle, wouldn't he? You'd think.
Rock dancing with wolves. Can't go.
Tatonka.
Pitnet with a hand pass, and Cripps held on to Jasper Fletcher at the stoppage. So free kick Brisbane.
What about Bodyguard?
On the wing.
Bodyguard, Whitney.
I'll always love you, Jason. Now there's a free kick elsewhere.
Reversed.
Where... it's a turnaround.
Yeah, turnaround.
So somewhere that I was looking at Cripps and Fletcher, something's happened. Carlton free kick. Cripps gets the ball, hands it to Walsh, runs the wing, stop and kicks it backwards to Newman, who takes the mark. Where was that, Jess? Did you see it?
It was Cam Rayner off ball. I don't know who he hit, but it was Cam Rayner off ball.
Yeah,
thank you. Good eyes there. So Newman's short pass and Cowan takes the mark. He's edge of the centre square.
No movement.
Cowan just drives a long right foot drop punt to the pocket. Andrews got a hand in the pack. Mackay rose to Carlton, hands it off to Evans. He's tackled, dispossessed. Ball on the ground. Zorko picks up, gets tackled by Mackay, no prior. And it will be a ball up.
Field of Dreams.
Field of Dreams, yes.
Oh.
Build it and they will
Build
come.
it and they will come.
One of the great lines of all time.
What about Yellowstone? I just love that.
Oh,
that's the TV series.
Oh, I love it. Draper slapped down to Lockie Neal. Handball now into Bruce Reveal. It's a long kick beyond centre wing, but tracking back and doing well, juggling at mark was Nick Newman.
We take our chances with the ghosts or become ghosts ourselves.
Oh, we love it. Chip forward to Nick Haynes. His handball smothered by Zorko. Handball to Fletcher. Fletcher sweeping one forward to Cody Curtin. Back to Fletcher. Now forward to Lohman. Lohman inside 50. The showman drills it. Well shepherded through on the line by Charlie Cameron. And Kai Lohmann celebrates with the crowd and gives one to Kevin Costner. 9-9-63 to 2-6-18. It's now a game high. 45-point margin early in the third term.
Is that not a great example? I think it was Harry Dean. Handball, rubbish. It looked like it might have been spun. It was just rubbish. But the sequence of the lines there from Zorko to Jasper Fletcher over to... Who got that? Oh, that was... Who was that? Cowan over. It ended up... Who was that? Sorry.
No, so Cody Curtin.
Cody Curtin. Yeah. And then on to the showman himself, Lohmann. That's what they're not doing, Carlton. You don't have to.
Skill level.
That's just skill level.
Kai Lohmann, 17 goals for the season, and he, like Charlie Cameron, didn't have a great year until the back end. So only kicked 20 goals last year, Lohmann. Pretty good in the grand final.
Getting a bit out of their two smalls this year, then, Q.
Stoppage in the middle. Oh, Cripps picked up the ball. There was an advantage free kick going to Carlton, but no advantage taken in the end. So Jagger Smith, who was dragged off by McCluggage, he's got the ball. And McCluggage stands the mark as Smith kicks towards full forward. Draper with a knuckle in a pack of 6. Ball at ground level. Joyce picks up for the Lions as tackled by McGovern. And we'll see a ball up.
Poor lucky then, Carlton. They had played on.
Umpire throws it up 20 metres out from the Carlton goal. Oh, nobody going through with Neil. He went straight through the traffic, gathered. Handball now to the run of Darcy Wilmot, who is off to the races. 2 bounces. He gets outside defensive 50. 3 bounces. Then a speculating handball to Will Ashcroft. Put him under pressure. Ashcroft flicked it back to Wilmot, who makes good. Handball now there to Zorko, just short of centre wing. He gives it to Bruce. Bruce back to Darragh Joyce. Harry Mackay snuck up on him, tackled him. The ball dribbles over the boundary line eventually, and it's going to be thrown in 70 from goal. Kevin Costner's in Brisbane because he's filming Honeymoon with Harry with Jake Gyllenhaal and Sarah Pigeon as well. So there
well
you go.
Done. Thanks, Pricey.
Good work, Pricey.
A little bit of star factor.
Look at that crap throwing. That's gone 4 metres.
Our spaghetti armed boundary umpires are living the dream in southeast Queensland as the throw in is bouncing 2 metres in front of Draper, and 4 of them dive on it.
What's that movie again?
Honeymoon with Harry.
Honeymoon with Harry.
Doing it in southeast Queensland and the Whitsunday.
Is he Harry?
Well, it's not Harry Mackay.
That's correct.
I'm sure. Here's reveal at the stoppage for the Lions. Hands it to Draper. Draper to Dunkley. Rush kick to halfway. Lohmann parries it in front of himself. Will Ashcroft comes through. No possession. Picked up, though, by the Blues in the end. Florent got a hand pass out to Walsh. Kick to full forward on the head of McGovern. Spoiled away by Leicester. Ainsworth roves in the pocket. Outside of right boot. Hits post. Hits goal post on a little trickery move in the left forward pocket. Blues at 2 goals, 7-19, trailing Brisbane's 9-9-63.
Boy, Brisbane brought that in quickly. Fletcher takes it at left half back, puts it forward to Cam Rayner. He's about 70 from his own defensive goal, close to the boundary line on the Stanley Street side. Held up, nobody really standing the mark, so he just saunters, and it's a long, high ball towards Curtin. Spoiled there by Wiedering. Front and square was Walsh, gave it by hand to Jagger Smith, then to Cripps. The midfielders combining for Carlton. Cripps's handball was pretty ordinary, gathered by Jasper Fletcher, spinning through. He tried to get past everybody. Cripps made up for it. Good tackle, holding the ball on the logo. The Carlton skipper has a free kick, flares it out to the right. Nick Haynes, who's followed the ball down just forward of centre wing.
Kick and a half from goal, has support in the run of Williams. Runs to 60, deep kick to full forward. Oh, Leicester outmarks McGovern. He's the backman. He's making McGovern look a fool. That was brilliant from Froggy Leicester. Plays on, kicks to the corridor and McCluggage. Hand passes to Will Ashcroft, hands to Dunkley, hands to Bruce, who runs the corridor. Chips to the wing for Cameron. Marks 2 kicks from goal. Runners everywhere. Hands it to Rayner. It's pretty to now. Don't ruin it, Cam. And he has by turning over the kick to the corridor. Straight to Carroll. That was a very pretty thing until the last kick from Cam Rayner as the Blues work it to the outer side.
He had Cody Curtin running to his right, I reckon. Could have flicked a handball over the top there, but nicely marked. Too many options, Acker?
Confusing, too many options.
That's what happened.
Ryan Lester and Mitch McGovern have gone the opposite direction. One's got better as he's aged, the other has got worse.
Mackay gave it to Carroll. Carroll forward of centre wing and gives it over to George Hewitt back into the side this week. He central delivery into the corridor to Williams, back to Hewitt, confronted by Kitty Coleman, got around him pretty easily, chips it inside, nice pass Frankie Evans takes it. He's about 40 metres out. He's a very tight angle to the right.
Well, they've made a couple of blues, Brisbane ball in hand, but they've had 9 tackles already this quarter, Pricey. They have 15 till half-time. So their intent has certainly risen, and that's given them a few shots on goals. They haven't capitalised, but it's given them a few shots on goals.
You have Sonny's on this guy. Where's his Sonny's gone?
He only needed them for a little while.
Why is that?
Well, some
pterygiums or something.
Procedure that he needed protection for his eyes. Right. Now he can wear his contacts.
Right.
So Frankie Evans on an angle will release it from 40. He delivers a nice drop punt. It's those slews to the right. Late. One behind. They haven't scored a goal since the 29-minute mark of the first quarter, Carlton. 9-9-63 the Lions, 2-8-20 the Blues.
Coleman kicks down the corridor, overhit the target, turned over, Blues ball. Holland's on 50, hands it to Hewitt, who has a fumble, drops it, lost it. Taken by Coleman, Lions ball, hands it to Will Ashcroft, checks to the wing. He's got McKenna marking, running. Oh, a little solo. He has a bounce and a solo. That's McKenna. There's the Irish flower to cover. And here goes Ravel. He's kicking it to full forward. It's intercepted though as Curtin leads out. Rayner kicks off the ground. It's into the chop. Still alive at full forward for the Lions. Levi Ashcroft's over it. Can't pick up. Now dribbled off the deck by McCluggage. He sounds Irish, but he's not. He's taken over the boundary line. It'll be a throw in. Sorry, I lost her on the wing, but I saw Connor with a solo.
That was good. That was good. You're not watching a solo. You've got to kick it to yourself. Not easy to do when you're running.
That's incredible. That's amazing. Just saw the replay of that. I thought we were at Croke Park for a minute there. That's fantastic. Throw in. Right forward pocket. It's Lions by 43 points. Well done to young Billy Wilson. Went through traffic. The handball put Walsh under pressure. He still got it to the run of Williams. Straight down the corridor to Evans. Just beside the bullseyes. They kept running. Jagger Smith, the handball received. Gave it to Cripps. Forward to Ainsworth. Tackled into the ground by Froggy Lester. Allowed to get rid of the ball. Now Reville picks it up. Sweeping handball to Will Ashcroft. The dual Norm Smith medalist with 2 bounces. Approached by Florent. He puts it inside 50. Over the head of Curtin at the back. Bailey. Spin. Handball McCluggage. McCluggage left foot. Goal. Lions. They'll kill you on the rebound. 10-9-69 to 2-8-20. 49 points the margin, game high, 10.5 gone, third turn. Jess Stewart on the boundary.
I'm just keeping an eye on Link McCarthy. He just came from the field about 5 minutes ago and looked to be kind of pointing towards his groin area. He's been receiving treatment for the last 5 minutes now, doing some run-throughs. So I'll just keep an eye on that one because he's been huge for Brisbane since coming back with the double ACLs.
He's been huge. Groins aren't fun either. They deplete you of your speed and your jumping and your agility. Hopefully it's nothing major. That said, what about that? Carlton look hot. Going to go inside forward 50. Too many handballs. Not enough skill set. Turnover. Lions are everyone's out of position, but Lions are going to kill you. And they did. Suitcases. Great left foot goal.
Jason Ackermanis with you, Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Stoppage in the middle. Will Ashcroft comes through, couldn't pick up. Walsh tries for Carlton. He's on hands and knees, but is tackled. And we'll see another neutral next to the bullseye. Brisbane led by 14 points at quarter time, 38 at half time, and now it's out to 41. And we're 11 and a half minutes into this third quarter. Fort wins at ruck time. Rode by Neil. Brisbane ball. Handled to Reville. His kick smothered by Hollands. Now Carlton a chance. Picked up by Hewitt. High kick to half forward. Hayward comes out, presents. Got a hand but couldn't mark. Rode by Dunkley of Brisbane. Rush clearing kick on the head of Florent. And it's a Carlton mark. He plays on quickly with a hand pass to Haynes, gives it to Walsh, evades the tackle of Neil, swivels and kicks a deep right foot kick to full forward. Mackay went down before the ball arrived. Ump says play on. Fort did the spoiling. Coleman roves and hacks it clear for Brisbane.
Logan Morris with the fly. Couldn't quite take mark of the year. It's kicked inside 50 on the rebound. And Ben Ainsworth takes a mark. Just looking at the replay of Logan Morris. If he takes that, that is one of the great marks in AFL history, and he's dropped it.
I don't think he knew what to do. He's up that high.
Got a nosebleed. But Ben Ainsworth will have a shot for Carlton. He's 25 out. Slight angle to the right. Haven't scored a goal since late in the first term, the Blues. They have now.
Finally.
10-9-69. to 3-8-26. It is a 43-point margin.
43 now.
13 minutes gone, third term. I got so excited with Logan Morris's leap, I turned my mic off.
You did.
Meanwhile, at Adelaide Oval, Bulldogs 8-4-52, Port 6-3-39. That's halfway second quarter. You can hear it on ABC. Listen, we'll take you there if you want to stick with us once we finish up here.
That's some hang. Do you ever get that high, Manny?
Never, mate. Never.
Oh, you love that.
They've done well, though, Carlton, haven't they? They've pressured a bit more. 1 goal 2 to 2 goal 1 this quarter. Inside 50s in favour of their way. The clearances work has picked up. It's been a good result considering what their second halves, and especially their third quarters, have been this year.
So the inside 50 is now 37-30 in favour of the Lions.
Fort taps down in the middle. Ainsworth roves, though, for Carlton. Nudged it to Smith. Smith hands it to Williams. Blues clearance. Short kick to the edge of the centre square. Ainsworth marks. Now kicks the Blues into attack. Doesn't reach the leading target of Hayward. Shunned off the deck. First to meet at Fletcher of Brisbane. He's wrapped up by the Hayward tackle. And we'll see a ball up at left half back for Brisbane, right half forward for Carlton.
And that's the thing. They haven't had these beautiful passes to anyone. That was lucky into Ainsworth. They need some more connection, Carlton.
Ford again, first hand. Smith rose for Carlton. Hand passes picked up by Chera. Rush kick to the pocket. Out of bounds on the full from Adam Chera. So a free kick for Kadeen Coleman in the left back pocket. It's Brisbane leading by 43 points. 15 minutes third term, Jess Stewart.
I think McCarthy's back on for Brisbane, so a good sign for them.
So Coleman flares the ball out to half-back. Leicester was the target. It was Harry Mackay who got over there and smashed the ball over the boundary line, so it's going to be a throw-in.
Best on ground tonight so far, Pricey, is Leicester for the Lions. He's been enormous.
15 disposals, 100% kicking accuracy as well, the throw-in. Oh, Harry Mackay got Darcy Ford out of the way, grabbed it out of the ruck, kicked it forward. Kemp couldn't take it. Spoiled. Reville picked it up, broke the tackle. Handball straight up the middle. Fletcher beside the centre circles inside 50. Hits Logan Morris, who has put 5 metres on Wiedering and taken the mark. 40 out, slight angle to the left.
You're a Brisbane fan, Matty. That run from Bruce Reville is finally seeing that talent and confidence together.
And the power.
And the power that he's got, he's using it finally.
Wow, Logan Morris just keeps growing and growing and growing.
Not height-wise.
No, in reputation.
That's all right, I thought we cleared that up.
He's off the long run. He's kicked 3 goals, 1 this evening. Comes in from 45. Boy, he strikes the ball beautifully. That is fluent. He's got 4. The kid is a jet. 11 goals, 9, 75 to Carlton, 3-8-26. It's 49 points.
Not much you can say there, Matty.
No, just a really good rebound. Brucey just using his power and that backside to shrug off a couple of tackles, and then he got speed all night. They've been able to counter-attack really easy.
So that's a sort of 25-year-old late bloomer in Reville, giving it to a 22-year-old kid, slamming it down the throat of a 20-year-old who's now kicked 4.
That's when you know.
Not bad.
And they've won the last 2 comps.
Yes.
Imagine when they get some experience in their team.
Boy, 100 games.
Boy.
Plus.
Brisbane by 49 points. The Premier's putting on a show on this Friday night on their home deck. Draper over the top of Mackay at the centre bounce, but the tap pinch by Chera of the Blues. Hands it to Cripps. He dropped that under the tackle of Lohman. Given benefit of the doubt, Mackay scavenges. Hand pass is knocked towards Carroll, edge of the square. Blues eventually get it. Carroll's left foot kicked to half forward on the head of Hayward. He's spoiled off it by Leicester. I'll influence. Is he near the votes? He spoiled that down. McGovern picks up though. Kick to the pocket, nice left foot dart, half volleyed though, and it's no mark as Durrett Joyce jumps all over the sliding target in Kemp. We'll see a ball up left forward pocket for the Blues. Draper way over Cripps, taps it down beautifully for Neal. High right foot clearing kick to defensive 50, pitches and bounces away from the waiting pack. Dean has it for Carlton, hands it to Williams, who's on the wing, turns and swivels and kicks inside 50 on the head of Mackay, spoiled by Draper, rode by Hayward, hand pass gets to Walsh, his kick smothered by guess who? Leicester, who follows up in a tackle. Hand pass comes clear. Kemp on 50 for Carlton, kicks it across the arc, marked by Smith. Near centre half forward, he plays on Jagger Smith. Right boot on goal. He got nailed after the kick. It's gone through for a goal anyway. No need for advantage or downfield. It's gone through for a goal. And young Jagger Smith with a highlight for Blues fans on this Friday night at the Gabba. Brisbane 11-9-75. Carlton 4-8-32.
He's been enormous this year. I'm sure everyone that barracks for Carlton, including you two, are happy to see him playing some amazing footy. That said, I didn't think that hit was that late, but they needed another goal and he got one. Mate, that's tough work, Matty Promise, to get that goal, but good kick.
Yeah, beautiful kick, good finish. He's very lucky though. You choose to bump somebody and you're at the mercy of how you fall down there. He's lucky he just bounced up.
He looked a bit dazed. That said, he's the brightest of bright stars this year for Carlton.
So for Carlton fans,
he's right in there now. They're having a powwow, the Brisbane Lions midfield, and he's right there having a listen.
Well, their midfield now, Carlton. Cripps has got 21, Walsh has got 20, Smith's got 19. So they're starting to accumulate the possessions and get involved a little bit more. So that is taken down from Draper down to Neil. He's tackled. The umpire's going to ball it up again very quickly. This time Smith gathers as the umpire tumbles backwards. There was no contact from the player. Just needed to get out of the road quickly. Jagger Smith was taken either side by Locke Neal and Levi Ashcroft. So we're going to have a third ball up just beside the centre circles. Draper v Pitnet. Draper slapped it down. It was picked up there by Bailey, slapped out of his hands, and again Jagger Smith gathers, kicks it inside 50. Kemp in the front position was spoiled, picked up by Hayward. Hayward has a flying snap. Going back with the flight is Kitty Coleman, takes the mark in the goal square, plays on quickly and hits Levi Ashcroft,
who kicks it to Neil. Marks inside defensive 50, hands it back to Levi Ashcroft, who runs to the defensive arc, shares it back with Neil. He looks backwards. It's a keepings off here. He hands it back to Levi Ashcroft. Now the chip to fullback for Coleman, who takes the mark, and the Lions again just keepings off in that defensive 50. Coleman's kick marked by Joyce near the boundary, left half back. Joyce kicks around the boundary. Cameron nudges outside. Ball goes beyond them. Picked up by the Blues. Wilson. Hand pass goes to Hollins on the wing. Carlton with the ball. He's kicked, looking for Kemp at half forward. No fingertip control from Brodie Kemp. It's out of play for a boundary throw in. Right half forward for the Blues. Brisbane 11-9-75. Carlton 4-8-32. 20.5 minutes third term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. I'm Quentin Hull. Michael Price calling with me. Jason Ackermanis and Matt Primus, your experts.
Throw in just between wing and half forward for Carlton. It's picked up by Ollie Florin. It tumbles it inside 50. Spoiling effort brings it to ground. Harry Mackay got their first bump buffeted out of the road. The ball spills to Ainsworth. He gave it by hand to Pitnet, then back to Ainsworth. Tries to deliver a spear into the path of Hayward. It was cut off there nicely by Dara Joyce. Through hands, Kitty Coleman. Handball to Levi Ashcroft. He kicks it into the goal square where Harris Andrews has the ball. Carlton trying to lock it in. Will Ashcroft made his way down into the pocket, receives the ball. They're very patient the way they use this, the Lions. And Carlton are set up okay in front of them. Now, Will Ashcroft just jogs out, tries to deliver a lace-out pass, but he actually hit Zach Williams. He plays for Carlton in front of his opposite number, Hugh McCluggage. He takes it at left half forward, wheels around to the right of the mark. He puts it into the pocket, misses the target in Kemp, bounces over the boundary line. Throw in left forward pocket. It is the Lions by 43 points, 22 gone, third term.
Close to half-time Adelaide Oval. Dogs lead Port by 2 goals at 8-5 to 6-5. More details when we get to three-quarter time here. Boundary throw in. Ruck share it. Pitternet goes again on hands and knees with Neil against him. It's locked up. And we'll go again.
Carlton are now in front in the inside 50s, 39 to 38, but they're trailing by 49 points.
Oh, the delivery into their forwards has been rubbish.
Pitternet sort of slaps it down, kicked off the ground by Hewitt out the back of the pack. Florent picks up for Carlton. Defensive hand pass creates space for Chera all the way back to the middle. A hand pass to Haynes. Now a kick towards half forward on the head of Hayward. First grab couldn't mark, but follows up Will Hayward. Hands it backwards to Chera. Right half forward, 60 from goal. Chera's kick towards the leading Mackay. Chopped off by Coleman, but rode by Kemp of Carlton. Hands through Mackay to Smith. Smith chip pass to Cripps. Marks, plays on, snaps, goals. A ripper from Cripper.
That's better.
And the Blues have kicked 3 of the last 4 goals in the game. They're stemming the bleeding a little here.
Yeah, just purely off contest and stoppage. Price is just put up there. They're plus 10 in the contest, 11-5 clearances. So they've just tipped that right on its head. It was the other way around virtually, and 3-1 in the centre bounce, which has given them the inside 50s. And yeah, some of their entries have been as rubbish as Zach had mentioned, but if you get enough in there and keep it away from the other end, you're going to be able to hit the scoreboard better.
Brisbane 11-9-75, Carlton 5-8-38, 23 minutes third term. Jess Stewart on the boundary.
Zach Williams has just come from the field in grimacing in pain, hobbling once again, so he's getting some treatment, but that doesn't look good.
The sponge must have wore off.
And
happens.
I reckon that's a career highlight. You said Smith, Chips, past the Crips. I think that's fantastic.
That is.
Did you mean that?
Like the fortuitous bounce for Fort. No, I didn't mean that one either.
There's another clearance to Carlton. Kick to the centre-half forward position. It was Zorko who spoiled. Handball back to Link McCarthy, back to Darcy Fort. The satchel-footed one kicks it straight up the corridor. That's a really good contested mark by Cowan. He's just behind the centre circles. Now he runs out to the outer wing, chips it. Ollie Hollands made some ground there. Got into space away from Fletcher. He took the mark. Now they're playing the chip mark game, Carlton. He kicks it to the pocket. That's a well-weighted kick, I reckon. Oh, poor Jagger Smith got in the way of Brodie Kemp. I reckon Kemp had his name written all over that. But if they're bumping into each other, at least you know they're having a red-hot crack. It bounced off the pair of them. It's going to be a throw-in 40 metres out in the right forward pocket for the Blues.
Ball tossed high into the night sky. Pitnet and Fort. Pitnet tips down. Hewitt taps it to the advantage of Walsh. Hands it out the back to Williams. From 60, he kicks to Ainsworth in the pocket. Marks it 40 out. And another Blues shot on goal coming up.
Yeah, another clearance. 21 inside 50s for the quarter. Outstanding. Brisbane, sure, Fags would be filthy on the bench with their intensity. A lot of everything else, their intensity dropped off, but Carlton taking full advantage of it. Hopefully Benning kicks the goal.
And to their credit, they are winning the ball. Exactly what we said they need to do. And that just little options like that come up.
Slight angle there. This would make the margin 31 points. Ben Ainsworth on the approach. He'll kick from 40 metres out. Nice right foot strike. And the Blues have got a bubble about them in this third term. That's 2 goals for Ben Ainsworth. And Carlton with 3 in a row and 4 of the last 5. Brisbane did get out by 49, but the margin is now just 31 at the 25-minute mark of the third term. Lions 11-9-75. Blues 6-8-44. Oh, and the Blue supporters finally making themselves heard at the Gabba on this Friday night on ABC Sport.
Cacophony right there.
Great. The fellas dressed up in the suits, Q. The
Blues Brothers.
Blues Brothers. Yeah, they're having a great time in the pocket down there. They're enjoying it.
I don't know even if they're serving alcohol over there, but they are having.
They're finding some alcohol.
Can I say though, it's like this is the opposites. Second half. Carlton, for the first time for a long time, are playing well.
Well, the Lions have kicked 3 goals 1 to the Blues 4 goals 2 in this quarter, and they win another clearance. Carlton flick forward for Walsh. He breaks the tackle of Dunkley, if you don't mind. Kicks long. Haywood spoiled late there by Leicester. He gathered Haywood. He had a dribble with the right foot. It bounces to the left one behind. 75 plays 45. 30 points the margin now in favour of the Lions. 26.5 gone third term. Blues fans saying, where's this been all my life?
They just crossed the Fags on the bench and they've done it again. Jess, I don't know if you get too close to him, but I reckon he's muttering a few things under his breath there, or maybe not muttering.
Kicking down the corridor. Leicester marks at centre-half back, hands it to Neil. Neil kicks to the wing for Rayner. So now Rayner roaming 60 from goal at right half forward. Deep right foot kick. Near the point post and punched away by Jacob Wiedering, out of play for a throw-in.
That's a poor kick. He had Kai Lohman, who was just waiting for those 2 players just to move out of the way, and he's gone so deep. It's too easy for the opposition to knock it out of bounds.
Throw in, right forward pocket for the Lions. Draper got there first. Neil overran it, towed forward there, picked up in the end by Dunkley. Got it back to Rayner. Went through 1, 2, 3. Gave it back to Dunkley. The outside of the right shoe is to the right of the goalpost. One behind 76. Plays 45. It's back to 31 points. The Lions lead. Jess Stewart on the boundary.
Brody Kemp has gone down to the rooms for Carlton. Not sure what that one is. And also still no sign of Williams making any light of that he's going to come back on at the moment. Just sitting on the bench still. So, yeah. And Chris Fagan can confirm he was blowing up a little bit before.
Hewitt with the kick in. Short pass, Cowan marks it. 30 from the goal. He's defending for Carlton. Now ranges into a long right foot kick to a one-on-one. Carroll against Levi Ashcroft. Carroll did well. He's got a couple against him, and eventually the numbers went out as Coleman swoops on the loose ball for Brisbane. Kicks to Rayner, marks edge of the centre square. Hand pass to Zorko. Bullet entry to the pocket. Wiedering spoils, knocks it out of play. Throw in right forward pocket for Brisbane coming up.
That's what they had to do, Carlton. They had to keep winning those little one-on-one battles. That said, that was a pretty good cough up in the end, and Brisbane nearly made them pay. Not the best kick going in. They've got to work that out, Brisbane.
That's a very good throw in. Draper, Pitnet share it. Foot Soldiers, Chera wins it for Carlton. Hand passes to Cowan, hand pass to half-back, intended for Carroll, didn't find him, stolen by Fletcher of Brisbane, hands to Lohman, hands to McKenna, 40 out, left foot snap, is juggled on the goal line by Curtin, but juggled over for a point. Don't think he controlled it anyway. Brisbane 11-11, 77. Carlton 6-9, 45.
They bring the ball back in quickly, the Blues, and they've got it straight up to centre half-back now. The kick comes out beautifully, weighted to Haywood. He's got a man over the top there. It's Carroll. Handball to him. Gets to left half forward. Kicks it to the goal square. It's a one-on-one. That's a great kick. And that is a really good mark by Mitch McGovern. Finally takes a grab against Dara Joyce.
It's a good kick, Pricey, to the advantage of his forward, finally. They've had some shockers kicking to their forwards on their head most of the night, but that was a good kick.
Nice mark taken by McGovern. He's directly in front. He'll kick this from about 20 metres out.
Tough to miss this one.
They've outscored the Lions this quarter. And Mitch McGovern comes in and reduces the margin. All of a sudden, it's only 26 points after the Lions were out by 49 late in the third term.
I'm going to do it. Brisbane was 46 in front in opening round 2 years ago. So they got out by 49 tonight.
They've come alive, the Blues.
Finally.
It's great to see the game because we were all apprehensive of what was going to happen in the second half, but outstanding fight back, purely just getting at the ball, winning the ball, sharing, outnumbering and out-toughing Brisbane in the clinches.
Working hard.
Simple footy.
That's 4 goals in a row, 5 of the last 6 for Carlton. 49 points the deficit, 11 minutes third quarter. Now 26 the deficit at 30 minutes third quarter.
Great.
Stoppage in the middle. Beautifully swooped upon by Neil and nearly tumbled over, but he kept his balance. Hands it out the back to McCarthy. Kicks wide to half forward. Haynes reads the drop, wins it on the half volley for the Blues. Hands through Sheridan Walsh. Surges through the middle of the Gabba. Shins his kick inside 50. Clean ball Andrews. Kicked up the ground by Leicester. But Hollins is there. First for Carlton. 2 kicks from goal right half forward. High entry for the Blues. Mackay meets the pack. Had a juggle, couldn't mark. Ricochet to McGovern. Shimmy's right. Snaps on his left. Got another for the Blues.
Champagne football.
2 in a row for Mitch McGovern and 5 in a row for Carlton. 77-57. It's the Lions by 20 points.
I haven't seen him jump out of the seat like that against any other side, Matty Promise. Q is finally seeing his side actually play some footy that you want to call.
I'm cheering for the contest, Jason.
So am I.
Always do.
So am I. Absolutely. We love it.
Brisbane just can't handle Carlton's heat. That's what's coming today. They're making blues and simple dropping marks and tentative around the ball just because of the pressure that the Carlton are forcing upon them.
They had
Fantastic
15 tackles up to half-time.
Great response.
They've had 13 this quarter.
Yeah.
So that is
a simple game sometimes, Pricey.
Oh, mate, you've got to take it. as you can see it. There's another one. Now this clearance again with Carlton. Cripps gave it forward to Pitnet. He shot the handball backwards and missed the target. Lohman kicked it forward in there. But that applause you're hearing is probably the Carlton fans here. The Lions fans stunned. They led by 49 points earlier in the quarter. Carlton fought back to trail by only 20 at three-quarter time. That's after the Lions led by 38 at halftime, 14 at quarter time. It's the Lions 11-11-77 to the Blues 8-9-57 for the Lions. Goal scorers, Logan Morris has got 4. Charlie Cameron's got 2. Singles to Draper, McLuggage, Ashcroft, Levi, Darcy Fort and Kyle Lohman. And for the Blues, Will Hayward with the first couple in the game. Mitch McGovern just got 2 in a row late then. Ben Ainsworth with a couple. And Jagger Smith, Patrick Cripps are the single goal scorers for Carlton.
So, Lions by 20 at Adelaide Oval. It's halftime there, and the Dogs lead Port by 3 goals, 9-5 to 6-5. Western Bulldogs 9-5-59. Port Adelaide 6-5-41. There, 2 goals for Norton, 2 goals for Lewis. For the Dogs, only multiple for Port is Georgiades, who's got a couple. So it's halftime there, repeating. Western Bulldogs 9-5-59. Port Adelaide 6-5-41. Once we finish here, we will take you to the back end of that game with the time differential about 40 minutes behind here. So most of the last quarter coming your way. You can send us a message on the SMS 0437 774 774. Quick around the grounds in the NRL. 2 games this evening. Repeating, the Roosters beat the Titans 28-12 at Gosford. Late on in Townsville, about 15 minutes to play. North Queensland 24 lead Parramatta 22.
Told you.
Close game there, Jason. North Queensland 24, Parramatta 22. Green button on the Listen app if you want to hear it. And on ABC Sport Extra, Zano's finished across at Lang Park, and the Reds are done for the night. The Chiefs beat them in the Super Rugby. Chiefs 31 beat the Queensland Reds 21 after earlier the Crusaders beat the Blues 36-20. Three-quarter time at the Gabba on Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Why aren't journalists allowed to tell you everything they see in court cases, and are those with means gaming suppression orders? We asked the self-described queen of banning things, retired Supreme Court Judge Betty King. Search the Case Of podcast on ABC Listen or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Logan Morris with the fly, couldn't quite take mark of the year. It's kicked inside 50 on the rebound, and Ben Ainsworth takes a mark. He's 25 out, slight angle to the right. Haven't scored a goal since late in the first term, the Blues. They have now. Spoiled, Reville picked it up, broke the tackle, handball straight up the middle. Fletcher beside the centre circles, inside 50, hits Logan Morris, who has put 5 metres on Wiedering.
You're a Brisbane fan, Matty. That run from Bruce Reville is finally seeing that talent and confidence together.
He's kicked 3 goals, 1 this evening. Comes in from 45. Boy, he strikes the ball beautifully. That is fluent. He's got 4.
Kemp on 50 for Carlton, kicks it across the arc, marked by Smith. Near centre half forward, he plays on Jagger Smith. Right boot on goal, he got nailed after the kick. It's gone through for a goal anyway. Towards the leading Mackay, chopped off by Coleman, but rode by Kemp of Carlton. Hands through Mackay to Smith. Smith chip pass to Cripps. Marks, plays on, snaps, goals. A ripper from Cripper.
That's better.
He's got a man over the top there. It's Carroll. Handball to him. Gets to left half forward. Kicks it to the goal square. It's a one-on-one. That's a great kick. And that is a really good mark by Mitch McGovern. And Mitch McGovern comes in and reduces the margin.
Collins is there. First for Carlton. 2 kicks from goal right half forward. High entry for the Blues. Mackay meets the pack. Had a juggle, couldn't mark. Ricochet to McGovern. Shimmy's right. Snaps on his left. Got another for the Blues.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Welcome back to the Gabba. It's Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. My name is Quentin Hull, and we've got Well, a hint of a contest here. Carlton doing a reverse blues on themselves. They were behind at three-quarter time, and they've come to, at half-time, but they've come to life in the third term. They're still behind at three-quarter time here. Brisbane lead by 20 points, but the Blues have kicked the last 5 goals in the game. Lions 11-11-77 to Carlton's 8-9-57. Repeating half-time at Adelaide Oval. Doggies by 3 goals over Port. But as the huddles break here, Jason Ackermanis and Matt Primus are your experts on ABC Sport. How did that happen?
Oh, it's a miracle, isn't it, Matty? They got their hands on the ball. They held themselves up in tackles, delivered better handballs, better kicks. Their teammates ran in numbers. All of a sudden, you're able to create momentum. And your forward line actually had some movement, also creating momentum. Bit of chaos. Oh, what do you know? Chance after chance. Kicking goals. It was good to watch.
Yeah, it was, and you get goals, you get energy, and when everyone gets energy, you get up and about, you come back to the next centre bounce, the mids feel like they're on top, the forwards are reacting and getting in front and playing their role, and all of a sudden they kick, what was the score in that quarter, Q, sorry?
So Carlton kicked 6 goals... 6 goals 3.
6 goals 3.
6 goals 3 to Brisbane's 3 goals 3.
And Brizzy kicked 3 in the first, 3 or 4 minutes. So an outstanding quarter. Obviously, Fages would have read, he wouldn't have read the right act, but he would have said, give them a couple of numbers, we'll see what a response here. But hopefully Carlton can continue that. It starts here in the centre bounce. It was 5-1 their way in that third quarter. They turned that area on its head.
Well, they got out to 49 points at the 16-minute mark of that third quarter, and then Carlton kicked 5 straight.
Why does my screen have the wrong game?
Oh, there you go. We'll put it back to the other one.
Oh, that's because I was giving the details from Adelaide Oval. There you go.
Well,
you're looking at some stats there, Jason?
Yeah, that's better.
So we're back into the middle of the Gabba. 20 points the margin. Who'd have thought that at the start of the last quarter?
Maybe Kevin Costner has inspired the Blues. He's in attendance at the Queensland Cricketers Club.
Well, there you go. In town for honeymoon with Harry. Slap down. Omen. There could be an omen too. but the Lions win the first contest as McCluggage toes it forward. In turn, socked back by Adam Sard. Teddy Coleman was down on the ground, but he went at the legs of Ben Ainsworth, said the umpire. So Ainsworth with the first clear touch of this final term. He chips it forward to the lead of Sam Walsh. Walsh now up to 24 disposals coming up. Gets onto the right foot from the wing, kicks it inside 50. Oh, it's a clunk, a one-grabber. Honeymoon with Harry Mackay. 45 metres out, slight angle to the right. Could this be part of a Hollywood script, Acker?
Oh, he'd be enjoying it, Kevin, if he actually has any idea what's happening. Great mark, though. Isn't he a different guy? Isn't he a different player when he's got some confidence? I hope he doesn't kick it around the body. He should just kick a drop punt, but great mark.
He traverses the arc of 50. Harris Andrews stands the mark. Harry Mackay drills it. The Blues' 6th goal in the row. The entire squad get around Harry. 77 plays 63. It's down to a 14-point margin, 11-11-77 to 9-9-63. We've played a minute and a half of the final term at the Gabba. The crowd is stunned.
Cacophony of sound coming from the Carlton people, Matty Primus. That's an unlucky. Well, that's a free kick every day of the week. Kitty Coleman taking the legs.
Yep. So the centre stoppages, which were absolutely dominated by Brisbane early, still lead that 13-8, but Carlton starting to get a bit of generating of the footy out of the bullseye.
10-2 at half-time it was Brisbane's way, Q, so outstanding return.
It's fought against Pitternet in ruck. And the umpire just with a pregnant pause before he tosses it in the air, and Pitternet slipped across the halfway line, gives away the free kick. It's a Fort.
Coach killer.
So across the line, and Fort with a long, deep entry for Brisbane. Getting back with a flight, courage shown from Cowan. Ricochet, won by Levi Ashcroft, hands it to Lohman. Lohman kicks a much-needed settler for Brisbane. And Kai's got to Brisbane 12-11-83 to Carlton's 9-9-63. So that ends a run of 6 goals on the bounce for the Blues.
And I'm not saying dumb ruckman, but you know you can't go across the line. Your team's just come back into the contest. You make such a silly error. It's an easy ball inside 50. You never know what's going to happen.
No, you're right. It's just giving away territory.
Yes.
For no reason at all, isn't it?
Oh, great goal from Kai. I always love seeing him kick goals.
No panic there from Levi Ashcroft as he moved his way through traffic.
He was steeple chasing. He jumped over 3 or 4 blokes.
Very calm. Could have just flicked the ball away, but he waited for the right option. Now back in the middle as the Lions chant goes up at the Gabba. It was Draper in the ruck, got it down to McCluggage. McCluggage to Levi Ashcroft, back into the corridor to Dunkley by hand. It's a long kick inside 50. Darcy Fort. There's a one clunker in front of young Dean. He takes it 25 metres out directly in front.
You can't do much about that. Win the centre clearance. Inside forward 50. Darcy Fort, the resting ruckman. What a clunk. That's you, Matty Primus, every day.
He's a big lad compared to the young defender, isn't he? A strong grab, though.
Yeah.
Good set of hands. He's kicked 3 goals straight for the year. You don't want to put the Mozza on him.
Pricey.
You just have.
No, he's a very accurate kick. He's got 4 for the year. He's second for the night. Darcy Ford kicks another one for the Lions. 13-11-89. Hang on. We have a review.
Did it hit the post?
It looked like it might have. It was pretty close.
Pricey might have jinxed him.
Well, the Arc is having a red-hot crack at it. We
need the wavy lines. There's a
complete. Look at these angles. We can see a spike on edge as the ball passes the post.
Got him, Price.
I stood the mark. Put me on the mark.
Stick at the edge.
Oh, dear. So it's going to be a behind. It has hit the post. There was a little spike. Oh, dear. 84 plays 63. 21 points the margin. And many apologies to Darcy Fort.
Jess on the boundary.
You just mentioned, Pricey, the crowd was stunned moments ago when Carlton roared back into this one with Harry Mackay, but I can tell you the crowd's certainly lifting at the moment.
Be hot in that jacket.
Saad receives in the pocket, runs to half-back, long left foot kick from Saad to the wing. Mackay presents, spoils the pack. Walsh roves to the Blues. Hand pass to the boundary is the last disposal free kick against. He was hacking out in Hayward's direction, but it missed him. Rolls over the line and Zorko will pick up and take the free kick for Brisbane. Called to play on. Rush left foot kick to attacking 50. Draper at the front of the pack can't mark, but Fort roves. Hands to Loman. Looking for another. He's kicked towards the goal mouth. Wiedering there to smother it away from danger. Picked up by Saad. Gave to Wiedering by hand. Hands it backwards to Chera. Chera's kicked to half back. Marked by Pitternet. Hands it to Hollands. Hollands kicks to half back and beyond. It's Mackay marking between half back and the wing for the Blues. Hands it out to the wing. Hollands next link in the chain. Gives it to Hayward over his head, looking to link up again with Evans, but missed him. And a free kick goes Brisbane's way as Zorko was there getting in the way. He stopped the flow and wins the footy. Defensive side of halfway for the Lions.
It comes through to Leicester, chips it into the corridor to Coleman. Coleman onto the bullseyes to Hugh McCluggage. He takes off straight down the middle. McCluggage fires it at his target. Loman spoiled at ground level. Charlie Cameron taps it to his own advantage, then overruns the ball. That allows Nick Haynes for the Blues to get involved. He tapped it towards the arc. Well done by Hewitt, who got it back to Jagger Smith under pressure. He handballed it back to Evans. His kick, well accepted. Nice bit of work there from Will Hayward, just short of centre wing on the outer side.
Keep playing quick. They've got to keep going quick, Carlton.
He goes long towards a one-on-one. Dara Joyce did beautifully against McGovern. Got rid of him and took a great defensive mark, the player from County Kilkenny.
Kicks defensively to Wilmot, who's just forward of the right back pocket. And he's just taking a moment to slow things down for Brisbane here. Lions leading by 21 points. Very short pass. Neil receives right half back for Brisbane. Kicks it to Reveal. A precise kick. Bruce takes the mark, edge of the centre square. It's just defensive side of halfway, and Reveal doesn't know where to go. Eventually kicks it over the head of Charlie Cameron at half forward. Picked up by Dean of Carlton. Or jumped on by Cameron immediately. And a ball up, no prior. So Charlie missed but followed up, and young Dean got squashed by Chuckles.
He let him know about it too.
Ball tossed up. Lions on attacking 50. Coming through McCluggage for Brisbane. No clean disposal. Then pulls it in. Will he get pinged? No, another ball up coming. It's Brisbane 12-12-84. Carlton 9-9-63. Friday night footy on ABC Sports. Got some life about it, Pricey.
Yeah, the Gabba crowd's getting involved now. Slap forward to Zach Bailey. He's tracked by Williams. Can't quite pick it up just tracks it over the boundary line, 30 metres out, right forward pocket. There will be a throw-in.
And repeating, the Bulldogs lead Port by 3 goals, half-time at Adelaide Oval.
Right here, it's 21 points the margin. The Lions lead after they led by 49, 16 minutes into the third term. Off hands, Lohman gathered. Lohman tackled into the ground. He wanted a high tackle, and the umpire said nothing doing. He's going to give it back. So it'll be a ruck contest, 35 from goal, Fort versus Pitnet. Pitnet smashed it clear. Jagger Smith versus Lockneil, the master and the apprentice. They both overrun it, picked up there by McCluggage, a flying left foot snap. Oh, beautifully taken. Harry Dean, reminiscent of Dad Peter, and takes the defensive mark.
Kicks it to Hewitt, who ran hard to half back. Hewitt marks. Newman, should I say, marks and kicks infield. Newman for Carlton, kicks it to Williams. Marks at centre half back, kicks the corridor, misses the target. Gathered on the half volley by Ryan Lester. He runs from the bullseye, kicks wide, marked by Dunkley. Hands it on to the running Levi Ashcroft. Has a bounce on half forward. Has a second on 50. Backs his pace to run away from Florent, but his kick on goal is across the face. Shades of Ackermanis in 2002 there.
That would have gone through, though.
It's a point for Brisbane. 12-13-85 to 9-9-63.
He has a point, same shade of hair.
Yes.
Maybe a little longer. As Adam Saad has the ball in the goal square for the Blues. Peels off to the left back pocket, then chips it to just short of centre wing. Monster spoil by Darcy Fort. Punched it inside 50. McCluggage for Neil. Neil hits the post. Third poster for Brisbane tonight. One behind. Fourth, in fact.
One was out of bounds.
86 plays 63, so it's a 23-point margin.
So 3 points in a row for Brisbane. Just
need a goal here.
The margin, forget the form lines. Look at the clock and the margin. Still, you could suggest a contest maybe. Fort knuckles the pack from the inbound, but rode by the Blues as Evans passes it on to Hewitt. Gave it to Walsh, got rid of it just. Got it to his boot. Smith takes it, hands it to Evans. Middle of the ground for Carlton. Kicks to attacking 50, and Kemp takes the mark. 45 metres out. There's a swarm of players running forward. He thinks of a short pass, but now thinks better of it.
He's kicked it poorly tonight, hasn't he? I think he's had 2 shots, one on the full, one sneaked in from behind.
What about the ability to stand up in the tackle? I think it was Walsh, and then deliver a handball. That's what they weren't doing in the first half. And that creates all this momentum and these players running forward.
Brodie Kemp to make the margin 17 points. From outside 50. Goes hard and deep. He's given it a good whack with the right boot. Will come down in the pocket. Knuckled over the boundary line by young Curtin in defence for Brisbane. So a boundary throw in next to the point post.
That was a horrible effort.
Carlton deep in attack. Brisbane 12-14-86. Lead the Blues 9-9-63. 11 minutes final term. Here's Michael Price.
Throw in. Pack of players around this one. Harry Mackay versus Darcy Fort. Fort got it down. Overrun by Hayward, smacked towards the boundary line, and it's going to be escorted over there by Fletcher.
It was Cribs then. He got a hand in when he's got Ainsworth, he's a sharp goal shooter. He's about to pick it up, chuck it on the left slipper. Just got to know a little bit more teamwork there from Paddy.
Throw in 40 metres out from goal. Harry Mackay in front, double-handed it down to Cripps. Tackled without the ball spills in front of Lockneil. He smacks it outside 50. Williams picks it up in traffic. He launches a big right footer towards the goal square. Massive pack. Kitty Coleman bashes it through for one behind. No, it's hit the behind post, so it will be a throw in. Right beside the behind post in the right forward pocket for the Blues, trailing by 23 points.
Dogs lead by 2 goals at Adelaide Oval.
Forget that game.
9-6-7-6. I just got to do due diligence, Jason, and provide the information. Stoppage. Here's Florent kicking it into the pack. It comes back to him. Hands it to Kemp. Carlton still in attack, but going backwards. Hands it to Carroll on 40. Under pressure. Up and under kick. Out the back of the pack. Fletcher doesn't get much on his kick for the Lions. Picked up by Cripps of Carlton. Hand pass to Chera. Great smother. Levi Ashcroft. And he wins his own crumb in the left back pocket. Hands it to Curtin. Hands it to Coleman. He's accosted by Williams, but runs away. Fended off him, and then he bounced it into his head, falling over. Then gets the ball, gets back up. Kick smothered out of play. Bit happening there. Boundary throwing.
Oh,
so Kitty shrugged the tackle, and then in running away, he bounced the ball into his own head because he was falling over from the shrug.
That Falcon.
Yep.
That was a good
self-inflicted. Eventually over the boundary line for a throw-in.
Oh, boy, this game's surprised us all since half-time. Throw-in. Around centre wing, Vulture Street side. Off the hands, Chera. His handball intercepted there by Will Ashcroft. Towed it off the deck. Beautifully picked up Nick Haynes. Handball to Billy Wilson straight through there. It came through the hands of Newman. Then to Jagger Smith. Ollie Florent into the pocket, the one-on-one. It's the mark. Oh, juggling effort from Hayward against Leicester. Brought it to ground. Hayward battled for it on the ground. Bruce Reville picked it up, scooped it out to Fletcher. Fletcher's kick smothered. There's a flying shot at goal. McGovern in there against Darragh Joyce, and good contest between the pair of them. Knocks the ball through for a rush behind. 86 plays 64, 22 points the margin, 13 and a half gone, and the final term 13 and a half minutes.
Yes. It's not pretty, Matty, but they are playing some good footy, Carlton.
Wilmot short kick in down the corridor to Bailey. He'll play on, kicks wide to Levi Ashcroft, who's had a prolific night. Takes the mark at left half back on defensive 50. Stat 18 coming up for Levi Ashcroft. It's a high hoper to the wing. Fly from the hind from Hewitt. Couldn't take the mark. Rode by Leicester of Brisbane. Tackled. Got a hand pass free. And a high tackle going to Dunkley.
Yeah, Dunkley.
Who's got the same haircut as Lohman now. Both got the...
He's a little bit different
short
body
crop.
shape there.
Yes,
Dunkley.
yes.
It's very broad.
Yeah. So Dunkley with the free kick. He was squashed, though, by Florent there. That's why he got the kick. From the wing, kicks it high to half forward. Oh, Mackay in front for Carlton in a 2-on-1 against him. It was Draper and Rayner for Brisbane, but Big H takes the clunk for the Blues. Aggressive kick to the bullseye. Comes off. Oh, that's 50 surely against Wilmot. Held on to Hayward for an age. Ump didn't give it. Hayward plays on. Chip pass to Hewitt. Marks on the logo. And Hewitt will now kick it across the centre square. Dangerous kick, but it comes off. Marked by Newman. Plays on, kick to half forward. Hayward marks it. 65 out. Chips Carlton to full forward on the head of Cripps. Spawned away by Andrews. Rode by Draper. Hands to Will Ashcroft. Hands to Wilmot, and the lines are clear.
Well, it's a one-on-one, and it was Newman who had the contest against Charlie Cameron. Cameron held. Newman gets the free kick on the logo, outer side. Chips it forward to find Saad, who's drifted down the field. Wheels around to the left of the mark. Then loops a handball over to Nick Haynes at left half forward. It's a sky ball inside 50. Mark that and play fair. Draper punches it forward. Carlton with a chance. Hayward at ground level. Handball backwards. That's a magnificent tackle by Cam Rayner. Oh, boy, he absolutely buried his opponent.
Ollie Florent it was.
Well, I couldn't tell because Rayner was all over him like a cheap suit. So it's thrown up 45 out. Draper got it down to Lockneil. Neil extracting kick in the Logan Morris direction. Fisted forward by Wiedering to Ollie Hollands. Back to Newman. He chips it down the line and finds Chera, 70 from goal.
And Chera for Carlton. 22 points the lead to Brisbane. 16 minutes final term. Chera's kick to the pocket. Andrews knuckles away from Kemp. It's out of play. Throw in with the Blues in attack. Jess Stewart on the boundary.
Zach Williams has come limping from the field for the third time this match, so he's really trying to push through that ankle concern, but it doesn't look good at the moment.
Meanwhile, the Dogs are only a goal in front of Port now at 9-6 to 8-6 mid-third quarter. So we will take you to that game once we wrap up here. You can hear it on ABC. Listen. Look for the AFL extra button. Boundary throw in, it's Draper and Mackay. Carlton in attack. Draper taps down. Coming across though, Smith had it, lost it. Play on, says the umpire. Now Cripps. He fumbles it over the line. And the Ashcroft brothers are saying, is that deliberate? The umpire says, Levi, no. Will, no. Throw it in. Both of them are there.
Give us the free.
Give us the free kick. But
stats are very even here, but Carlton are just pressuring the hell out of Brisbane and making them panic out of their back 50. Great 5-minute period.
Throws it in. Harry Mackay behind Draper. Draper got it down. There was an uncustomary fumble there from Wilmot. Slapped forward, and Bruce Reville is on the end of it. So that kick out of the pack there, I think it came from Froggy Leicester. It just hit Bruce Reville. So relieves some kind of pressure. He kicks it to the outer wing. Newman got there, did well. Fisted it over the boundary line into the Carlton bench. There'll be a throw in on the Stanley Street wing. It's the Lions by 22. Jess Stewart is over there.
Just been watching Link McCarthy. He has not come on this quarter. He's been trying to go with that groin, but it looks like it's a real concern for him.
Thanks, Jess. Ruckman Sherrod on the wing. Walsh first to meet it at ground level for Carlton. Dispossessed, though. He plays tackler on McCluggage, who got rid of it. Umps' play on Reveal, tackled by Smith. Free kick, the tackle lingered. It's going to be a Brisbane free kick. And Bruce Reveal will receive. Just forward of right half back for Brisbane. Kicks around the wing to Will Ashcroft. Marks and chips it to Neil. Neil with space to roll on the half-forward flank. Runs to 60. Deep entry. Lyman with a fly. Couldn't mark from behind. Rode by Mackay of Carlton. Hand pass doesn't find a teammate. Picked up by Bailey of Brisbane. Hands to Lyman. Hands to Rayner. That's holding the ball. Frankie Evans got him.
Sure.
The umpire does not agree. Ball up.
Wow. I say Link McCarthy, it must be his right groin because he can only kick the left foot when he was on. But anyway, let's get back to it.
Umpire throws it up. Draper got it down.
That was on the ball.
Carroll in front. Oh, Ashcroft tackled high. He was going down to collect the ball. An errant arm has got him across the face. And he lets Ben Ainsworth know about it too.
No justice there. If you're a Carlton's fan, they should have got a free kick on the ball. And then that one, Ainsworth has been enormous. He's had such a good half. Little cheapy there, a little bit high. Wouldn't have paid it in our day, Matty. Would have been head knocked off.
Would have been play on, wouldn't it? So Levi Ashcroft, the younger of these fabulous brothers, he's got one tonight. Will shoot 35 metres out directly in front, and he absolutely spears it. They get around two. There's a bit of stink on after it.
And Ainsworth to tell him about it on the
I reckon there's another kick coming here. I reckon they've given it to young Levi. I reckon he'll get a second kick.
Said yep.
The umpire said yep. Come back and have another one from the same spot. 25 metres out directly in front. So that lead that extended out to 28 points will go even further.
What was that for?
Well, there was high contact. There was remonstrating after Ashcroft gave the kick.
So he ran straight into Ainsworth, and then someone's obviously
giving him a clip after a cue.
Well, I reckon
I
reckon he sold the umpire a pup there to some degree. But regardless, the high contact was there, and you can't give the umpires any excuse to give those free kicks. They will give them.
This is one of those rules, though. It should always go back to the middle. This is a rubbish rule. Go back to the middle, give the free kick. If it's outside of play, get it back in play, has to go back to the middle. But anyway.
So Ashcroft kicked his second only seconds ago. Given another free kick directly in front after the high contact. Comes in and misses. Carlton fans are saying footy gods.
There was a rubbish free kick. There was just a bit of jumper punching back and forward.
93 plays 64. It is a 29-point margin.
Blues move it quickly. Long kick from left half back to the wing, and Chera takes the mark. Newman with a long kick, and he found his man. Played on, got it to Evans on the wing. Hand pass to Walsh.
Yes.
Quick entry. Carlton Mackay on the end of it.
Got no
Big
chance.
H marks in the pocket. Left forward pocket 30 out.
Got no chance of kicking this, but do they need it? What a transition.
They have moved it well. I love the speed they played with in the second half.
But don't you love it? Never went back to the centre.
Yep. Yes.
Makes no sense. Greg Swan, maybe have a chat to about the rules.
Harry Mackay to give optimistic Carlton fans hope. His left foot drop punt does not deviate from trajectory over goal umpire's hat.
Outrageous.
And Big H has got his second. And 21 minutes final term. Brisbane still 23 points to the good at 13-15-93 to Carlton's 10-10-70. Jess?
I think the Blues are going to run out low on the bench, down on men, because what I can tell you is that Ollie Florent has come from but also limping, so they've got no Zach Williams at the moment. Ollie Florent came off and pretty much said, I can't run, so he's in strife, so they'll be down to 3 to finish this match out.
Why can't he run? Is he injured or did he get cramped?
No, he was limping as he came from the field.
Oh, okay. Well, for a guy who can't kick it 2 metres out some days, that's a brilliant goal.
On left footer on that side.
Yes.
Great finish.
Just seemed to work himself into a bit of better form in the second half, Harry Mackay.
Big second half, Pricey, you're right.
Few big grabs. Pitnet slaps it down, cut off by Dunkley. His kick semi-smothered. Jagger Smith had a great game. Kicks it towards left half forward. Evans in front of Kadeen Coleman, then gathers at ground level, does Frankie Evans. Dribs a pass.
This one,
straight down the throat of Harry Mackay.
No chance. These two blokes to my left who love Carlton, you'll be praying he kicks this, but this is even harder. It's way on the boundary, left footer. He's not going to pass it off either. Now, you would kick this. I'd back you in, Matty, but
no chance.
No chance.
He's just kicked one from almost exactly the same spot. On the boundary line with the left foot, Harry Mackay leans back and pulls this one to the left, Acker.
Yeah.
93 plays 71. 22 points the margin, 23 gone final term.
Well, Brisbane holding the Blues at arm's length, but, well, usually the second half's been the embarrassing part for Carlton. It's been the redeemer so far this evening. They fought back and showed something here as the Lions through Zorko, then Levi, and then Will Ashcroft, and sharing it. Levi's got it in the back pocket. Will now play on with a high exiting kick on the head of Andrews, who's got 2 to beat. Harris can't mark. First to meet it, Cowan for the Blues has a fumble, harassed off it by Lohman. Haynes taps it to the advantage of Walsh, but Walsh is tackled over the line by Andrews, and we'll see a boundary throw in. Story of the night here, Brisbane by 14 points at quarter time, 38 at half time. They got out by 49 mid-third quarter, and we thought it was a demolition on the cards, but the Blues kicked the next 6 goals in the game, and they made it somewhat of a fight. 22 points to lead.
Come on.
Very shallow throw in right in front of us. Jason has fallen under the desk. Meanwhile, Coleman's got it. Left half back for Brisbane off that stoppage. High kick. Bounces in between Walsh and Hollands and bounces out of play, and that'll be a last disposal free kick against Kadeen Coleman to be taken by Oliver Hollands for Carlton, wearing that famous number 4 of Stephen Kernahan.
He chips at 45 degrees to find Sam Walsh, then goes past for the handball receive. Gets it back into the corridor. Aggressive kick. Nicely accepted by Hayward. Gives the handball now to Hollands. Hollands inside 50. 25 metres out. Brodie Kemp takes the mark.
He's not kicking this.
45 degree angle to the right. He's marking where he wants to release the ball, which is around 40.
He has not even looked like it. My golden retriever could kick straighter than Kemp tonight.
He's had 8 disposals, kicked the one behind and one out of bounds on the full. Brodie Kemp for the glimmer of hope for Blues fans. Lucky to hit foot. Gets it across the face of goal. McGovern couldn't quite take it inside.
That's a mark.
Has he been
paid it?
Or was it chop of the arms, or he paid the mark? Okay, so Mitch McGovern has it in the left forward pocket.
I don't know whether Jason's being flippant or just prognosticating with brilliance.
20.
Sometimes both at the same time.
McGovern plays on, curls it around, kicks the goal. He's got 3.
Hang on to your seats.
Blues within 17 points. 25 gone, final term at the Gabba. Kevin Costner's here. Is this a Hollywood finish for the Blues?
And I would have said, couldn't get a word in, but I would rather McGovern, if you're one of those Blues brothers up there, they're chanting at the moment, they've had 10 beers of something, then, oh my goodness, what a terrible kick. But anyway, I suppose they won't be kicking to him again.
So there's 3.5 minutes to go, and going by your old coach, Jason, what did he say, Lee Matthews?
There's more minutes, the goals.
3.5 minutes, 3 goals, the difference, or thereabouts. 16 points to lead to Brisbane.
Still a chance.
Ball up in the middle. Foot and Pitternet. Cripps will pick up off the next clearance. Carlton hands it to Walsh. Tackled by Bailey, but he got rid of it. Hands it out the back as Hewitt hands it to Carroll. 55 out. Bullet pass to the corridor. Marked by Hayward. 40 out directly in front. And Will Hayward's already kicked 2 goals tonight.
This is a guy that can kick goals. Known goal kicker in Sydney. Came here to Carlton. Do it again.
Needs to kick it for the Blues to be any chance. Margin is 16. Hayward, right foot kick, straight kick.
Great goal.
It's 10 points the difference. And there is 2 minutes and 52 seconds on the clock. Will Hayward with his 3rd, Carlton 3 in a row. Brisbane 13-15-93. Carlton 12-11-83.
They are standing up in tackles. They're doing everything right. They've got the runners, and when you can't hold those tackles, Matty, and you can give it to a teammate, it just, the whole defence of any opposition just crumbles.
Marking the ball inside 50. I think they were bottom 2 or 3 for marking the ball inside 50 tonight. I'm not sure how many they're taking. It'd be 15, I reckon.
Kick another one here.
Great kicks.
Yes, much better.
Big centre bounce.
19-10 in favour of Carlton, marks inside 50, Matty.
Yeah.
10 points the margin. Who'd have thought this? Draper smacks it forward for Brisbane. McCluggage, handball forward to Ashcroft, then over to Reville. They're at the arc. Handball to Charlie. Charlie from 50. Charlie Cameron gets touched on the line, one behind. 94 plays 83, 11 points the margin. Blues bring it back in.
And importantly, a Carlton ball. Long kick in. Reville, though, takes a great mark. 60 from goal. That's not play on. Lockie Neal can't play on from a mark. Wiedering with the long kick in, but Reville with a mark, and he just needs to take his time here, Bruce Reville. There's 2.5 minutes left in the game. Carlton coming hard, but the Lions lead by 11. Reville chips it to the pocket, but Sard's in the way to mark for the Blues, and he's off. Oh, his hand pass stolen by Neal. The champ can seal it. The champ seals it with a snap from the pocket. Ultimate executioner on the mistake in the back line from the Blues. Number 9, El Neal, Brisbane. And the Premiers will win it. They're 17 points clear. Neal's first goal of the night, and they cracked the ton with that snap from the champ. 14-16-100 to 12-11-83.
Sard trying to get the game going. Took a great mark and then just completely stuffed it up. Tried to give it to a teammate. Lockie Neal's too smart for that, just picked it off. Great goal, though. Good snap.
How about Lockie Neal's game? 31 disposals, 9 clearances, 15 contested possessions, 7 score involvements, now 1 goal 2.
Outstanding.
First to 100. That's the other Lee Matthews rule, isn't it? Lions leading by 17 points. Smash forward by Draper. There's a great tackle there from Lockie Cowan on Cam Rayner. 2 tough nuts, and the umpire will come in and throw it up. Adjacent to the centre circles, Draper v. Pitnet. Pitnet got it down. Fletcher got in front of Walsh, but Walsh got him. We'll do it for a 3rd time as the umpire comes in. Just beside the centre circles. Draper in the front position, got it down. Cripps pinched it, quick handball. Out to the wing. Chera fumbled. Keeps following it, gathers, gets semi-tackled, got dacked. His pants are around his ankles. He's still got the handball away to Sard, to Cripps. Now it gets to Hewitt. Hewitt from 50, kicks it inside 50, and then it's punched on to ground level. Evans at ground level can't pick it up. Haywood can. Dribble the handball out to McGovern. There's a snap from Ainsworth. Oh, marked on the line. Darcy Wilmot saves the day, goalkeeper style.
Kicks it to Bailey in the back pocket. And there's less than 100 seconds left in the game now. Bailey with a short pass to Neal. And Lockie Neal just calmly marks and is about to dispose of the ball for the 32nd time. To equal the man who's got 2 Charlies and wears number 9 as well. Both Cripps and Neal, 2 Charlies, 32 possessions. Synergy there. Kick to the wing. McCluggage gathers it, then shins it out on the full. There's no one in attacking 50.
Suitcases. Kicking like he was kicking a suitcase.
Excess baggage there, Jason.
Very much so.
As Hollins kicks in to Wiedering.
Wiedering in defensive 50 as Ollie Hollins, who's tried hard all night, goes past for the handball received, has a bounce, brushes off Logan Morris, goes into the corridor, then long. Oh, went for Cripps, but beautifully spoiled by Dunkley. Well roved Hewitt, long one from 55. He kicks it in the right forward pocket. Oh, nice mark from Harry over the top of Sandrews. He takes the mark in the right forward pocket. He plays on quickly with the left foot, and he kicks his 3rd. Brings it back to within 11 points at the death of the 4th term. The Lions 14-16-100 to Carlton's 13-11-89.
He has looked like a different player this second half. Harry Mackay, he's jumping at everything. He looks like he's got some kind of, I don't know, just purpose to just jump at it and make it contest. Whatever they said at half-time has worked. That has been a stunning second half. That said, those couple of little free kicks, niggles here and there, they've had their chances, Carlton.
Well, the Lions fans have been given a little bit of a scare at the Gabba on Friday night after being 49 points in front, 16 minutes third term. Less than 2 kicks in it, but only 15 seconds to play. And the reigning premiers, well, they'll make it 3 wins in a row and they'll register their 6th victory of the season. Centre stoppage, high ball goes towards half forward for Brisbane. Newman punches it clear. Taken by Rayner of Brisbane though. Hands to McCluggage. Kick inside 50. Knuckled away by Haynes of the Blues. It's on the deck. 50 from the Lions goal. Dunkley's kick off the ground is the last action of the game. And Brisbane has won. The Lions too good by 11 points. 14-16 100 to 13-11 89. So now 6 wins from their last 7 games for the two-time champions, and Brisbane take their season 2026 record to 6 wins and 3 losses. The Blues slump to 1-8. Brisbane led by 14 points at quarter time, 38 at half time, and got out, as mentioned, by 49 points halfway through the third quarter. But Carlton kicked the last 5 goals of the third term. It was a 20-point lead at three-quarter time. Harry Mackay kicked the first goal of the last quarter back to 14 points. And that's pretty much as close as Carlton got until they kicked 3 in a row late in the term. 3.5 minutes to play, it was, or 2.5 minutes to play, it was a 10-point lead to Brisbane. But Lachie Neale with that late goal, only to be answered by Harry Mackay. But in the end, Carlton kicked 5-2 to Brisbane's 3-5 in the last quarter, but the Lions run out winners by 11 points, 14-16 100. Carlton 13-11 89. Now, just before the goal kick, as a reminder, this is a double up Friday night. We've got more footy to come, and it's tied at Adelaide Oval. So stick with us. We'll wrap things up here and get you to the back end of that game. Only a 5-point lead for the Bulldogs there. There's, they're just about to start there's a minute left in the third quarter. Dogs 9-6-60, Port 8-7-55. So just a 5-point lead to the Bulldogs. Stick around on this Friday night of footy on ABC Sport. We'll get you there shortly. Here are the goal kickers at the Gabba. Logan Morris kicked 4 for Brisbane. 2 goals for Kyle Lohman, 2 goals for Levi Ashcroft, 2 goals for Charlie Cameron. Single goals for Sam Draper, Hugh McCluggage, Lachie Neale and Darcy Fort. For Carlton, 3 players kicked 3 goals each. Mackay, McGovern and Hayward all kicked 3. 2 goals for Ben Ainsworth and singles for Jagger Smith and Patrick Cripps. Well, the Blues were looking like roadkill halfway through the third quarter, but they showed something of what substance. Matt Primus and Jason Ackermans, what have we seen the last quarter of a half there?
Well, they just flipped the game on its head just with fundamentals. contested possession, stoppage work, pressuring. In that second quarter, Brisbane, as we called a few times, were just doing as they wanted, kicking, marking, going through the middle of the ground, inside 50, scoring at will. And then just a mindset change, but a completely different to what's been all year. It's been a first half, poor second half, and that second half was as good a footy as you'll see from any team playing in the competition and against the two-time premiers who are in red-hot form. So probably more the disappointment and the frustration has got to be building, because a half all year. It's been a half over 9 rounds, and yet their best footy is good enough to challenge anyone in the competition. But in the end, another disappointing loss for Brisbane fans and their players.
Carlton fans, I mean, yes.
Carlton fans,
yeah,
right,
yeah.
sorry.
Brisbane, they won, so we won again. We get used to winning occasionally, but they have been in red-hot form. Can I just say, they just stood up in tackles. They won the footy. It was amazing.
Thanks, Jace. More from you in a moment, but the presentation of the Robert Walls medal.
Player who best embodies the values Walls upheld throughout his distinguished career as both a coach and player. Presenting the medals tonight are both Robert Walls' granddaughters, Sienna and Tara Perry. The winner of the Robert Walls medal is Lachie Neale.
33 disposals, 19 kicks, 14 handballs, 16 contested disposals, 9 clearances, 7 score involvements, 5 inside 50s.
Some game.
And there's deciding
thanks
goal.
very much for the Blues. Competitive game. Thanks to our fans for coming out every week. It's very special. And thanks so much to the Walls family as well. Thinking of you guys, and well done to our boys. Hard-fought win. We'll take the points. Thank you.
Lachie Neale claims the Robert Walls medal. Both teams assembled, and now will be summarily dismissed.
Who's voting on these things?
Who would have you? Does he get a vote in your 3-2-1 tonight?
Probably.
Yep.
That's a yes.
Well, that's
I'm not arguing.
In mine, not Ackers, maybe.
I'm not going to argue with him. It's a bad move.
While we're doing stats, so Neale led all comers with 33. McCluggage 25, Reveal 24, Will Ashcroft 23, Levi Ashcroft 21. They're top 5 for Brisbane. For the Blues, Cripps had 32, Walsh 29, Smith 25, Hollands 23, and Chera 23. But they're just the numbers.
Yes. Lots of goals.
What do we go away thinking after this game? Is this just one of those sort of we get the mid-season result decided by halfway through and we got a little bit of a cheap thrill as far as footy? Is there any meaning to Carlton getting close here?
No, I just feel like you're a supporter of Carlton when you ask that.
I'm not. I'm trying to get substance out of the context, Jason.
That was promising and awesome what they did in the second half. Now,
but is it a cheap thrill? What does it
that's
mean?
all it is, yeah. But, you know, if you play footy like that, no matter what team you are against an opposition like that, you're going places. But that said, they can't even do that. They've been playing half a game here and there and getting flogged everywhere else. So they're just pretenders. That's all they are. They pretend, they play good, can't play good, get beaten, and now they're 1-8, and then they just pretended again that they are a team that, you know, they got a rev up at half-time. They played some great footy. They won the ball. Oh, it's a miracle. They are A-grade pretenders at the moment.
So, pretenders for half a game.
That's all they are. You can't play half a game. You can play. You got to play 4 quarters, and the opposition will have patches. They will get momentum. These guys, they're like just a tease. They just got to tease you all year. It's awful if you're a Carlton fan.
Matthew?
What else needs to be said by that, eh? but it is. It would be driving everyone at that footy club absolutely nuts, because it's not as if it's a team like Richmond that have got a lot of kids playing in there and, you know, have the ups and downs. They've got enough experience and good players in that team for the seesawing nature of the way they played not to be going on like that, and then to turn that around. And so you think everyone's probably saying there's a fitness issue up till tonight. Then they come out in the second half and run Brisbane off their legs and dominate them at their style of the play. So, yeah, that's some head-scratching stuff that we've seen tonight.
They won the possession count overall, so 392 to 347. They won the contested possessions plus 20.
Now,
I just need some clarification on that.
I'll throw this at our gents. So Brisbane have got the grand final rematch with a 6-day turnaround. So you're 50 points in front halfway through the third quarter. They're human.
There's a bit of that, absolutely.
Do you reckon it got into their heads?
They know. They know.
Yeah, because the first 10 minutes was Carlton were doing as they pleased, and they were still thinking at half-time and probably sharing joke, whatever it is, they were off. But then you give a team a sniff, and then all of a sudden, hey, it was game on, wasn't it? And then they couldn't get going again. So, yeah, there was a little bit of that, absolutely.
Of course. So, conversely, so you don't think Chris Fagan would have, gone off his crew at a three-quarter time or anything like that? He would just would have pointed out a few numbers and just said, come on, lads?
I think that's Fags' way, isn't yelling and ranting, but it's being pretty poignant in, hey, we've dropped off massively in these three areas, but they weren't able to get the momentum swinging back. To Carlton's credit, they kept on going.
The Lions are still out there handing out flowers for Mother's Day, which is Sunday. They regularly do that. Brisbane's won by 11 points here, 14-16, 100 to Carlton's 13-11, 89. We're going to stick around here for about 9 minutes, then take you to Adelaide Oval for most. If you want to hear it, you can go now on ABC Extra, or if you're on News Radio and going back to network, that call is available on ABC Listen. Just give you the score there. Dogs in front by 7 points, so it's a tight one. 9-9-63 to Port's 8-8-56. So game's still in the balance there. Okay, votes, please, Matt and Jason.
Matty's doing them today. I did them last time. Okay. And that was fantastic, can I say. But Matty, actually, with telepathy, we had the exact same idea. Maybe a different order. Yeah. We had the same three players.
Nice. We did, didn't we? Well, yes.
Got to have Leicester, can I say?
Well, I'm going to.
I tried to get him in the votes halfway through the second quarter.
Will Hayward, 1 vote.
Okay.
I thought 21 odd touches, 10 marks, 9 score involvements, 3 goals. The only guy who looked like trying to keep Carlton ability to hit the scoreboard in the first half, and still had a strong second half. Leicester.
Yes.
2 votes, 20 touches. But even in the last quarter, I didn't call it because there was a lot going on, but he defensively did some amazing efforts when Carlton were coming at them, and be able to bring the ball to ground, halve the contest, keep Carlton away from scoring. He was terrific and out on his legs towards the end, and probably for the way the whole game went, as he always does. I know Lockie Neal finds the ball, but there was some really class stuff in there. Not just the numbers, but 9 clearances, had 3 shots on goals, leading contested possession win in the comp, and they also had the 4th most inside 50. So 3 to Neal, 2 to Leicester, 1 to Hayward.
Yeah, that's a pretty good assessment, Jace.
I thought so. That's why ruckmen are not all big and dumb. It's an absolute credit to Matty Primers to disprove all us small midfielders who make them look good that is not the case.
Geelong next week here for Brisbane, and then they go to the showground to play the Giants, and then back here to play Freo. So the next 2 home games are pretty big, aren't they?
They're going to be hot.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's the Brisbane run for the next 3 weeks. The Blues, well, they play the Bulldogs at Docklands next week, then go to Adelaide to play Port, and then Geelong at the MCG. So, this is a season now where, the storyline will just continue to trail into the depths of winter. And will we get to spring before things have changed? Who knows?
Hey, winning solves lots and lots of problems, Q.
Yeah. And a bit of concern as well, Ollie Florent and also Zach Williams finished the game on the bench.
They're in trouble.
Carlton
and McCarthy too, as just didn't play the whole last quarter, so didn't come up with the colour on the champion stats, but one to keep an eye on for next Thursday.
Yeah, that'll be a big game against Geelong. So, look, we may struggle to get an interview here. We'll try our best because we've got to get to Adelaide Oval. But Jess is in the Lions rooms. We'll at least get the song. Jess, down to you as you can welcome them in after another Gabba victory.
Yeah, a massive contingent of family here, about 6 rows deep of family welcoming them in for the team song, of course. Very much used to hearing the team song at the Gabba in the last, half decade under Chris Fagan, if not longer.
It's been 9 years, 10 years, isn't it?
Yeah, nearly a decade. They're getting their kids in for the song. The funny thing is, Ryan Lester's son's got a mouth guard. He's got the full kit going, mouth guard and everything. So
it must get ugly down there, does it?
But they're just about to come in for the song now. Just one more player to come in. All right, here we go. Chat to Kai Lohman immediately, very quickly.
Yes,
Jess.
we've got 5 minutes, Jess. So, yeah, go for your life down there.
I've managed to jag him quite quickly because I knew we had a pressing time. But firstly, Kai, a bit scary there at the end. You were on your way to a comfortable victory, but then the Blues fought back.
Hey, Jess. They come in pretty hot, and they got a bit of a streak in the end. But I think they won in the contest, and we struggled to maintain that. But they scared us a little bit in the end. It was a bit nerve-wracking down forward.
The boys were just mentioning upstairs, you've got the grand final rematch next week against Geelong. You're obviously well ahead going into half-time. Does this team ever get a sense of thinking about next week, or is it just a matter of trying to play it out?
I think just trying to play it out. We just need to keep our pressure and contest up all game, but seem to drop away at that third quarter and then sort of got it going again in the fourth quarter. But, we're really pumped for next week against Geelong, and, it'd be a great grand final rematch. Pretty excited for it, actually.
What were you pleased with tonight, especially in that first half?
Yeah, I think, again, just the multiple goal kickers we have, avenues to goal. Ryan Lester and Harris Andrews held really strong down there in the back line, and, the boys in the midfield. And, our pressure was really good early, so that's a really good positive for us.
I guess just lastly, at 6-3, I think 6-3, if you correct me if I'm wrong, are you feeling happy with how the season's kind of started out?
Yeah, I think so. We've had some adversity with injuries and stuff, but I think we've held it very strong, and, we've played our best football at times, and the last probably month we've looked like we did later on that year, which is really exciting. And we just got to keep our pressure and contest up, and hopefully we can keep winning.
Hi, Lohman, 2 goals for you tonight. Thanks very much for the chat. Appreciate it always.
Thanks, Jess. Cheers.
Yeah, well done, Jess, and nice to hear from Kai Lohman, who now up to 18 goals for the season and kicked only 20 last year. But
moving well, and
those ankles seem to be better. He didn't have the spring in the heels in 2025.
It was so painful for him. I could see it in his face every time I talked to him. He just couldn't jump, and he loves to jump, loves to run.
Now, kick-to-kick is taking place out here. I just wish that Kevin Costner went out and had a kick. So that was among the storylines of the night.
How old do you reckon he is? Could you guess?
Kevin Costner?
How old do you reckon?
I reckon. Yes, I'm with Matt. Yeah.
I reckon he's in his 70s.
Hold on. Pricey, who Googled the name of that movie. What was it? Honeymoon with Harry?
Honeymoon with Harry.
He's filming Honeymoon with Harry.
With Jake Gyllenhaal as well. You wouldn't believe it. He's 71.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's a good-looking rooster for 71.
I'd be out there having a kick. Yeah.
Well, I will tell you this. We did have Beth Mooney, the Australian cricketer, on pre-game, and she was in the Cricketers Club.
Yes.
Mentioned that I do have mutual friends with Beth. I got spammed with a photo of said Australian cricket star and friend with Kevin Costner in the background.
What?
So here's one of the best cricketers in the world, starstruck, having a night at home before she goes and tries to win the World Cup for Australia, and getting a selfie with the famous Hollywood actor.
Hey, that's life.
It's a big get for the Queensland Cricket Club too.
Yeah, I wonder how he got it. He probably just wandered in.
It's not quite Carl Rackerman holding court, which is generally their headline out there.
Yes.
But Kevin Costner is pretty good. Okay, not long before we head to Adelaide Oval, any last thoughts, Matt? Acker. So Lions 6 of their last 7. Can't wait for that Geelong game next Thursday. They're 6-3. Blues are 1-8. Dogs next week at Docklands.
Can't wait next week. That's going to be a cracker.
Who have the Cats got this week?
Collingwood at the MCG on Saturday night.
2 massive games.
That's what today is. Friday. It is tomorrow.
Bounce into that, yeah.
It's Friday then. It's Saturday. So how's this other game going? Is it even? Oh yes. Told you the Dogs would win.
So the Bulldogs have.
Sorry, what about North Queensland? Did Ackers get up there today?
No, Parramatta won in Golden Point extra time. And it's the weirdest scoreline. I've had to check it about 3 times. Parramatta won in Golden Point time 33-30.
33.
Now, the only thing I can assume, Mitch Moses kicked the winning field goals, but it must have been then impeded in kicking the field goal, so they gave the penalty goal as well, and they kicked the extra 2 points. I don't know how you can get a 3-point result in Golden Point time, but that's the best that I could guess.
Wow.
So Para 33, North Queensland 30. Roosters 28 earlier beat Gold Coast 12. And the Reds got beaten by the Chiefs in the Super Rugby 31-21. Thanks, Matt. Thanks, Jace. Thank you, Pricey. Thanks, Peter Scott. Thanks to Jess and Pepper down in the rooms. Thank you to Kevin Costner for coming to the football tonight. Thank you for your company. Let's get to Aaron Bryans and the team at Adelaide Oval. If you're leaving to network, you can hear this game on ABC Listen, but most of you going to Adelaide Oval for the closing stages of...
Warm welcome to everyone joining us from the Gabba and the NRL. Mitch Georgiades with a set shot to really get this game going. And he hits it flush from 50 for his 4th of the night. The margin is just 7 points. It has been teetering around the teens all night. The Dogs have led throughout the evening, but it was as high as 19 in the first quarter. Otherwise, Port Adelaide have stayed right with them. It's been an ugly affair in this final quarter, very inaccurate, but right now Mitch Georgiades has stood up and the margin 10-11-71 the Dogs. Port Adelaide 9-10-64. Aaron Bryans and Tom Wilson calling the action for you alongside former Port Adelaide coach Lauren Arnell and the 4-time Showdown medalist Josh Franco. What a finish you're in for, team.
I'm loving it. The class from Durden there, just the little step, bit of composure with the footy when he knew Doggies had numbers ahead of the ball, as Josh mentioned. It's game on. I'm loving this game. It's just such a tussle, a few little chess pieces around stoppage.
Back in the middle of the ground, Sweet knocks it towards English and Kennedy. Horn Francis came through, socketed it. Bailey Dale gathered, handball towards Bramble, took on the tackle, got it to Bontempelli, to Williams, to Kennedy, defensive side of centre wing. Fumbling ball, tumbling ball up towards Hines. Looked like he threw that one out towards Artie Jones. Gathered by Baker. And Hines again. The good pressure from Port. Clean enough there from the Dogs, but they handball it straight out of bounds. Watkins plays on quickly, goes to Sweet. They got players lining up in the middle of the ground.
True centre half back. He hits Murray, switches on to Aaliyah. The Dogs have been so good tonight, zonally shutting down Port Adelaide when they try to transition out of the back half. And they've done it again here. Aaliyah gets to McKinlay, who looks lateral. Josh Franco holds his breath. Aaliyah takes the mark. Short pass wasn't 15. Gets it back from Murray's. Now he takes on the corridor and kicks it straight to Oscar Baker, who is all alone at the defensive edge. It's just lacked a bit of polish tonight. Defensive arm wrestle. Baker for the Dogs to Kennedy in game 150. Spots the marching Norton. Cutting across was Lai. And off hands it rolls over the boundary line. If you've just joined us, the other talking points, Daniel Johansson, the umpire, bowled over by Ed Richards in the first quarter. Looked a little dazed but came back out. Zach Butters could be suspended, hip and shoulder, as he took out Joel Frazier. Looks pretty clear cut. He got him in the jaw, so you'd think he'd be missing a week. Meanwhile, the Western Bulldogs are trying to snap a 4-game losing run. They're up by 7.
On the boundary throw in, Frazier on hands and knees goes to Smith, to Butters, to Richards, who kicks towards centre half forward, and it finds Bailey Williams. And we know he can go the journey. It'll take a kick of 55.
Well, right, Tom, you know he can go the journey. Normally a good kick for goal, but again, in the context of this game, it's another big kick. They've been really poor in front of goal, particularly in this last quarter. Some missed opportunities. This is one the Bullies have to take.
Already has a goal of the year contender this year, Bailey Williams. This is so important in the context of this game. From 55, asked to play on, unloads Bailey Williams. Got plenty on it, just drifted late. So another minus score, 10-12-72 the Dogs. Port 9-10-64, 18 and a half minutes gone.
Great to have you with us for Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Farrell kicks it wide. Logan Evans in a workhorse tonight. He's copped a couple of hits, bit proppy on some landings, but he keeps finding the footy. Back to Farrell, drills it hard and straight. Now 30 out of the defensive goal square. Joe Richards. But again, the Dogs are just limiting their ball movement. Richards wants to go long eventually. Bangs it straight in the direction of Lockie Smith. Second gamer cuts it off. Hands it towards Richards, who sidesteps Whitlock. Into the 50 he goes. Norton uses the body. And outmarks Burn Jones, who collapses in a heap as well. Norton will take advantage with no one on the mark. Kicks towards the pocket. West caught behind Logan Evans. Speak of the devil. Right in front of the Riverbank stand with the intercept mark for Port Adelaide.
Richards that kicked the ball?
Yeah.
Oh, that was a strange decision, wasn't it?
Lacking the connection out of defence. So this one's up towards Sweet, who fists it out over the boundary line. We'll have a throw in left half forward for the Dogs.
They just look really vulnerable, Port Adelaide, when they keep going lateral, backwards, chip. Eventually they try to bite one off through the middle or one that's not really on and turn the footy over.
It feels like the decision-making's off. You know? It's whether it's execution, but decision-making has lacked. But they're only down 8. Sweet grabs it out of the ruck cleverly. That handball was too hot for Wines. Butters bursts through, so does Moraes. Up high ball towards Willem Drew, and Richards tackles him to the ground. And we'll have another ball up. Forward of centre wing for the Dogs. They're leading by 8 points. We're into time on in this final term for ABC Sport.
Winner temporarily moves into the top 10. Plenty of games to play out this weekend. Play just halted as the runner tried to come on to look at Evans, but finally we get him off and we continue. Tap down. Tackle laid hard. Drew on Richards. Ball bobbles out. Kennedy just toes it forward for territory. It's going to work. Bounce straight up towards Norton, who flicks it with the paddle back to Kennedy. Artie Jones with the fancy footwork. They're 45 out. Kennedy running out of room. Tried to centre it. Only found McKinlay. Short kick to Moraes. The crowd's getting really restless here with this short kick mark game. Up to right half back Wines.
Makes it hard. The Doggies have dropped. They've almost got +2, +3 down the line.
Wines sends it through the eastern side. Whitlock presents. Takes it in front of Buslinger. Has the run of Zach Butters. Plenty of time to run forward. Chip it straight towards Bontempelli.
No one wants to win this.
In the hole. They just keep giving it away. Who will stand up? Bontempelli to Jones. Norton flies and it slips through his hands. Aaliyah to Burn-Jones. Gee, neither of these sides want to be finals contenders right now. Whitlock tried to get the handball to Wines, and it's knocked away by Artie Jones. Boundary throw in front of the Williams stand.
Tell you what, if you're advertising our game, you wouldn't show the last 3 minutes, would you?
Absolutely not.
Wow, some decision-making, execution, really, really poor from both sides.
Dogs have emptied out their forward line to defend this lead. There's only 3 forwards inside 50, and it's a front half stoppage.
Smith knocks it down to Bontempelli. Drew grabs him in the tackle. Gallagher gets a quick kick forward. Lai coming out of defence. Met with the hard tackle. Clean from Richards to Evans to Wines to Butters. Can they make it work? Port Adelaide, he steps into traffic. Chips towards Durden at centre half forward. He's got players streaming forward in Berry. Georgiades is trying to get free. He's trying to work through the maze. He finds him at right half forward. He marks on the painted 50.
Tell you what, Josh Lai, take a bow. His ground ball deep in the back 50 was outstanding to set up that ball movement through the middle of the ground and a eventual connect with Georgiades. That was superb, Josh Lai. Well done.
He just keeps backing himself in for a young guy that hasn't played much senior footy at the highest level. He's got that inner confidence that you need.
That was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
So Mitch Georgiades had a shot like this against Hawthorn. It was a bit closer. He missed. That would have put them in front. This can put them within 2 points. From the paint of the 50, Georgiades hits it. It's away to the left-hand side. And they get a fist through, do the Dogs, from Smith. Minus score. So Port a 9-11-65. The Dogs 10-12-72. 23 minutes gone in the final term.
Big final few minutes, and Tim English has been off for a while. He looked proppy. Doctors are looking at him. Means the Dogs are down their star ruckman. Out to left half back. Kennedy put down a mark he should have taken. Now has to become the tackler. Collapses. Holding free kick. Going Port Adelaide's way.
I'm not sure Bailey Dale could have kicked that ball better to Kennedy.
You're right.
So Moraes, the man who was tracking the footy. Kennedy impeded him. He plays on it, hands it to Ware. Buffeted off his kick. Might work. Might be downfield. Wow. Free kick to Port Adelaide in front of the scoreboard. That is a costly error. And guess who? Matt Kennedy, game 150, has had 2 mares. Port Adelaide are right in this now.
Pretty soft.
It's barely 50, but it is consistent with an earlier call against Port earlier in the game. So you've got to give them the umps. Consistent.
Corey Durden, who's one of 11 players to kick a goal in every game this season, but hasn't hit the scoreboard tonight. Starts in front of the light tower. Durden on the tight angle. Threads the wheel. Game on at the Adelaide Oval. Margin is 8 points. 10-12-72 the Dogs. Port Adelaide 10-11-71. They're riding it to the finish in the City of Churches. Friday night footy on ABC Sport with Lauren Arnell and Josh Franco.
And Lauren, this is the stage of the game. 1 point the margin, only a couple of minutes left of actual game time when sides put into practice all their training throughout the pre-season in terms of scenarios and game-based stuff. So Port Adelaide still need to score. Western Bulldogs need to hang on. And it's the side with the most composure that will generally get the job done in these scenarios.
So it's Smith in the middle of the ground. English is still off the ground. So clearly an injury there to their star ruckman. Sweet v Smith. Knocks it back, does Sweet towards Horne-Francis, who misses the handball towards Butters, but he's clean enough to gather the footy. Kicks up the line towards Berry. Goes the 1-2. There goes the stand-in skipper. Takes a bounce. Kicks inside the forward 50. Looking for Whitlock, who flew out over the back. Karmas misses the handball. Streaming back. And it's going to be rushed through for a minor score. Scores are level at Adelaide Oval. 10-12-72 apiece. 2 minutes to go.
Tell you what, you can't panic here yet either. 2 minutes is a long time in footy. Both sides can't panic. There's still plenty of time on the clock to play the game that you want to play.
The Adelaide Oval is rocking. How good is Friday night footy? Heartbreak 7 days ago. Can they snatch victory tonight? Dale to the right back pocket to Butterick. He's been good on return, but has to blast this to the broadcast wing. Not a lot ahead. What a mark!
Big contest.
That is huge from Will Lewis. We've been harping on about it all night, but this SSP mature ager has been terrific. He heads to Norton, outnumbered by 2. It clears out the back door and rolls over the boundary line. Will be tossed in right half forward for the Dogs. Scores level, 72 apiece.
We'll tell you what, this quarter clearance count 10-3 in favour of the Western Bulldogs, so massive clearance coming up here. Big moment in the game.
Boundary throw in. Sweet knocks it forward towards Butters, who can't get it. So minute and a half to go. Feel like any score might do here, just with the nature of this contest.
I'm on Marcus Bontempelli watch. William Drew's tightening up the screws on him again, and he's starting on the backside of this stoppage for the Doggies.
Sweet v Smith. Bit of a wrestle up towards your man Bontempelli. And Bailey Dale is tackled by Wines at the logo. True centre wing.
Who else would you hit it to?
And this is where you need Tim English out there, but he's hurt.
Smith knocks it forward. Horne-Francis rides the tackle of Fraser. Wasn't high. He took it on. It should be holding the ball, Josh.
I thought Pryor, if he ducked into it, that's Pryor. Dodged a bullet there. Jason Horne-Francis.
Held the whistle, Jamie Broadbent. Scores level, dying stages. Sweet down, Butters tackles Fraser. Coming in, Sanders. Got it out towards Richards. He collapses into the footy and can't reel it in. Bontempelli thrusts it forward to the paint of 50. Ware cuts it off but gives it away. Flung it to Richards. He can't find a teammate. Second bite, he kicks it into Kennedy. What are they doing? Port at left half back. Long clearing kick. Up towards the broadcast wing. Horne-Francis can't track it. Dale's with him. Over the boundary line. Did he kick it? Goal umpires say toss it in. Minute to go.
He kicked that straight into Kennedy's head.
Boundary throw in coming up. It's forward of centre wing. Bulldogs' favour. Sweet in the ruck. 2 bites at it. Oh, Butters went through to try and knock it forward. Sanders kicks inside the forward 50. Arnie Jones dropped the chest mark. Goes the handball out wide to McNeil. Couldn't quite hit the target. Jones again. Slugging the tackle. Keeps his feet. Handballs it off and a score will do. A score might just do for the Western Bulldogs. Just off the side of the boot, they go to 10-13-73, 10-12-72. Gallagher with the behind.
Port have to go. Farrell up the spine. Last roll of the dice. Huge fist comes in from Baker. Up to half forward. Norton wins it to Butterick. Into the 50. Backtracking. The mark is taken. Will Lewis gets back. Lewis takes it in front of the Riverbank stands. It's going to be heartbreak again for Port Adelaide. And the Western Bulldogs get sweet relief. They hang on at the death. Lewis to try and increase the margin. From 25 on the tight angle. misses wide right, and the Dogs win by 2 in a Friday night thriller. Western Bulldogs up by 19 in the first quarter. At quarter time it was 13, half time 18, and three-quarter time just 5. It was scrappy, it was ugly, it needed a bit of class, but the Dogs dug themselves out of a hole. They're off the leash, they've found their bite, they snap a 4-game losing streak, and the Western Bulldogs get the job done, scratching and clawing to victory at the Adelaide Oval. Artie Jones arguably the match winner with a late behind. They're up by 2. The Western Bulldogs 10-14-74 knock off Port Adelaide 10-12-72, and sometimes it's not how you get it done, it's just the fact that you locked away the 4 points. The Bulldogs moved to 5-4, Port Adelaide 3-6, and 33,000 in the house went home bitterly disappointed. It is now 22 points, the combined margin of their last 5 losses. Port Adelaide, they've been around the mark against some of the best. They just cannot fall over the line. The Western Bulldogs, winners here at the Adelaide Oval. Lauren Arnell, Josh Franco to unpack it all.
Well, Lauren, that was an interesting game. It didn't probably get really exciting until the last couple of minutes. There was a lot of turnovers, uncharacteristic decision-making errors and skill execution errors. But in the end, Western Bulldogs walk away with the 4 points in a game they perhaps would have thought they deserved to win based on some of the numbers. And one of the things from Port Adelaide's point of view that they would be really concerned about is their ability to get the ball inside 50. They've gone in only 35 times again, and they've conceded 59 again. So that would be a real concern for Josh Carr and the Port Adelaide coaching staff. And then, again, just decisions under pressure. You go back to the Farrell kick into Aliir to get the follow-up handball that then cost the goal, and just some really poor decisions and, as we said, skill execution errors where they ultimately paid the price for it. But it wasn't a pretty game to watch, but as we said, it got really exciting in that last few minutes, and the Bulldogs were lucky to hang on.
I think if you're a Doggies supporter and you're still listening to the game, you just have to walk away and say, what heart, honestly. Like, we've talked so much in the pre-game about how many injuries they've had and the adversity they've faced. I'd love to know what was going on with Tim English in that sort of last quarter. You've got some news, Aaron?
Head clash with Matty Kennedy, his teammate, so had to come off with essentially kind of 6 to go. Wasn't seen again. And that, might have hurt them down the stretch had there been more centre clearances, but certainly around the ground.
Just so much heart in that team, and led by Marcus Bontempelli. What an incredible game. He's so good to watch, isn't he, guys? And I just think, like, players who should be their bottom tier standing up in key moments. We saw Lewis have a number of moments tonight. Smith late in the game when he has no right to be taking contested marks. And, I've just been really impressed by the Doggies, and I know that they had almost like a glory run to start the season and they looked untouchable, and now their backs are against the wall. They come here to Adelaide Oval and win their second game for the season here. They've beaten the Crows here, they've beaten Port here now. For me, they're just very impressive in the heart that they've shown towards the midpoint of this season.
What that does for them as well, that 4-game losing skid, they're up against it tonight. As you mentioned, Lauren, it was scores level at 72 apiece, and those 4 points just probably mean that little bit extra in the context of their season. We know English has been out a little bit and was down in that last quarter. Just had players stand up. You have your usuals in Bontempelli, but Riley Sanders, had a huge night possessions-wise, but just the effort, I thought, just getting to contest and handball receives and handball gives.
Yeah, well, I might have missed the game. I don't know. But I just felt like the Bulldogs, and I'd be interested to listen to Luke Beveridge's press conference, that I just thought they should have, if they were a bit more composed and able to be a bit more efficient going inside 450, I thought they should have won the game by more. And we touched on that at three-quarter time. The Port's pressure was good, and I guess perceived pressure, and they were turning the footy over a little bit. But even in the last quarter, I mean, West missed a goal that he should have kicked. Jones missed one. Norton missed one. Williams missed one as well. And I thought they had some opportunities where they had have taken them, the Bulldogs, they could have won by a lot more, but in the end they made it pretty hard for themselves.
1 goal 9 in the second half.
There you go.
Bulldogs, I guess. Yeah, they had so many opportunities.
Not only the 1 goal 9, like there was 4 or 5 goals or opportunities to have a shot on goal that went missing as well.
But also, huge credit to Luke Beveridge. And in previous years, at times, I've been hard on him for as a guy who sometimes plays players out of position and is constantly tinkering with what he's doing. But not only is he undermanned, but what they're doing defensively is going to shut down a lot of teams this year. It was a tough game to watch at times because zonally they know exactly where they need to be, and he's got them locked in. They might not have the class right now in terms of their stars to really polish it off, but the actual system is great.
Yeah.
Every time Port Adelaide's mids looked up on turnover, more often than not, the Bulldogs had +2. Sometimes there was +3 bodies down the line, and you're looking for Mitch Georgiades, and sometimes it's Whitlock. He's still learning his craft ahead of the ball. But it's hard to coach against when teams are dropping 2 behind the ball. But it really limits Port Adelaide, and to your point, Josh, their ability to go inside 50. They were hesitating and trying to look for clean footy rather than pulling the trigger, and they did it better in the second half, Port Adelaide. They took metres far more often and became way more dangerous, but I think it was the Doggies' game, and most of the work was done in that first half, and then it was just grit it out and grind your teeth.
Well, I think in the end, and again I'm scratching my head why they don't get the inside 50s. Clearly sides are defending against their ball movement, but one of the glaring things, even from tonight, Butters has 30 disposals. The next midfielder, or the next best midfielder, Burgoyne, you could probably put in that category. He's had 21, Morea some 19, but Horne-Francis just the 18, started the game well. Willem Drew just the 15 disposals. Wines only 15 touches. So not enough of their prime movers, if you like, just getting hold of the footy. And like I said, if you're going inside 50, 35 times a game and you're conceding 60, you're not going to win many games.
Another 13 marks to Aaliyah, 4 of those intercepts as well. It's a terrific season he's putting together. He's second in the league for intercepts, contested marks and marks. And without him, you wonder what Port Adelaide would be this year. He's got an absolute brick wall. But it has been the Bulldogs' night. Another thrilling finish at the Adelaide Oval. We've been blessed over the past month. And for Port Adelaide, it's yet another single-digit heartbreak. The Dogs making their way down the race, winners by 2 tonight. 10-14-74 to 10-12-72. Goal scorers as well for them across the evening. 2 to Norton, Lewis and West. Singles to Bontempelli, Kennedy, Fraser and Artie Jones. Let's check in the rooms. Vicky Schwartz is standing by, and Matty Kennedy, who did have a couple of head-in-hands moments in the last quarter, had a pretty good night overall. It's game 150 for him, and he's leading the troops in alongside the wounded warrior, the man who just cannot be stopped right now, Marcus Bontempelli. Vicky.
Well, yeah, as you can hear, the applause in the visitors' rooms here has just erupted. What a win. They only scored 1 goal, I think you said, in the second half, but they've managed to win this game, broken their 4-game losing streak, and they are back in the winner's circle. And I think we're going to hear a very loud rendition of their song. There we go.
Lockie Smith in the middle, second game for him, first win for the Dogs. Here we go. 203 centimetres.
They're busy throwing the Gatorade everywhere, I think. They've emptied about 6 cans of Gatorade. Very, very happy Bulldogs outfit there you can hear. We'll be back a little later with one of the stars of the game.
Winners by 2, and you can see the relief on their faces. Shout out to Buku Kamas as well. I know we've been harping on about the 150th Matty Kennedy. It was game 50 for Buku tonight, and he's had a pretty impressive journey. Born in South Sudan, moved to Australia at the age of 6, was part of kind of the Western Bulldogs community program through his high school, and navigated his way to Whitten Oval, picked up as a Category B rookie, and has been pretty prolific so far, and actually kind of tried to move to Carlton at the end of the year. Didn't work out, but I think he's having a pretty good season with the Dogs, so maybe all things work out well. In the earlier game as well, Brisbane defeating Carlton by 11 points. Ended up a little closer than the Lions probably wanted. They were pretty far ahead at half-time. Carlton kicked 11-6 in the second half, which really brought the margin back down. It was as low as 10, and Brisbane winning by 11. Robert Wall's medalist was Lockie Neal, had 32 touches, 9 clearances and a goal. He was a little cheeky in the post-game as well, said we were pulling a Carlton in terms of how they played in the second half, but they got the job done.
So you don't want to be letting that slip out.
It's a little rough, isn't it? 4 goals to Logan Morris in that affair. Paddy Cripps was pretty good for the Blues, 32 and a goal. And some injury concerns for Zach Williams and Ollie Florent as well in the fallout of that. Here, the injury concerns are for both sides. So Miles Bergman didn't play out the second half after a sprained big toe. He's just had no luck with his foot. This is a different injury, but he's had nerve issues, he's had plantar problems, and now he's got a toe issue. And Tim English, the head clash with his teammate, ends up being ruled out of the game late in the stretch, but the Bulldogs do hang on to win by 2. Let's get some reaction downstairs. Vicky Schwartz is in the Bulldogs camp.
Well, I'm joined by Ted Richards, who got about 30 touches and I think kicked a goal. How are you feeling? Like you've broken a 4-game losing streak. Pretty happy outfit tonight.
Yeah, no, very happy. I don't think I've ever lost 5 on the trot at this football club, so that wasn't about to happen tonight, I don't think. So the boys are really motivated to get the job done over here. It seems like almost a home ground advantage for us, having played here already 3 times this year. So we knew that Port was going to be a difficult game, and obviously it was nice and greasy out there from what you would have been able to see, but good to get the 4 points.
It was a real battle of attrition, wasn't it? You only managed 1 goal in the second half, and to come away with a win was pretty incredible.
Yeah, I mean, it was sort of our skills that let us down, but you know, the boys in defence held up really strongly, and I mean, you had to come away with the win 2 behinds to sort of seal it. Was I guess not the way you want to do it, but it doesn't really matter when you come away as victors.
It looked like it might be a draw for a while. What was the feeling then?
I don't know. I think I just wanted us to score big moments from Big Willie Lewis in only sort of his 5th game. You know, some young players, Harvey Gallagher getting on a few. Artie Jones electric in that sort of last passage. Thought Riley Sanders played a pretty massive game tonight as well. So just really a lot of young blokes that really stood up, which was so good to see. I mean, you can't really go past people like that stepping up. Obviously, the skip was huge tonight again, as always. So, yeah, I'm just really super proud of us for sticking it out.
Yeah, you talk about the young ones, but you mentioned Bontempelli. What an amazing leader he is.
Yeah, he's pretty special. Anytime you get to run out under him, you know, you walk a bit taller. So hopefully he can go around for another 10 years. I'd love to play under him for 10 years to come.
Over to you, Aaron and Tom.
Ed, congratulations on the win tonight. I thought your game was outstanding. You mentioned the conditions were greasy. Was it a bit of due, or because it just seemed to be a lot of ball handling mistakes, and obviously there's a lot of pressure in the game, but it just seems more mistakes than usual.
Yeah, no, there was a bit of moisture sort of dew on the ground just throughout the whole game. So you'd probably say that both teams didn't handle it too well. There was a lot of fumbling, a lot of missed marks, a lot of missed kicks, you know, sort of slipping off the side of the boot. So, it was one of those nights where it's just high contest, high pressure. You know, if you have a look over your shoulder, you're probably going to fumble. So I think we were probably able to handle a couple of the moments a little bit better. And then, coming away with the win is obviously a massive bonus.
And I know it's difficult immediately after the game, but to get your thoughts on how the game unfolded. Up here I just felt like some of your decisions inside forward 50, if you had have executed a little bit better, the margin wouldn't have been as close as it was. And I thought you sort of dominated field position inside 50s, 59 to 35. Did it feel like that out there?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it was definitely our skills that let us down. as you said, if we just sort of executed a little bit better, which is something we haven't done in the last sort of month of footy. So we've just been executing really poorly. You know, coming out of D50, that was a lot better tonight, but then, you know, going inside 50 was pretty poor. So I guess the conditions had probably something to do with that, but yeah, it's all about executing. And as you said, the inside 50 count, it did feel like we dominated field position to no avail at some time. So something we'll have to go to work on. Another tough contest next week against the Blues, so we're looking forward to that one.
Ed, congratulations on the win tonight. I thought it was a game that just showed real heart from you guys, and I'd love to hear a little bit more about the blokes you mentioned earlier, Will Lewis, Michael Selwood. Like, these guys are coming from the clouds and performing in big moments. What is it about your program